Welcome everybody to VIS64. We're here with the final night of the Autumn Season Split 1. And we are getting ready for what is going to be the duke out between the final four, as the two from the winner bracket will play the winner bracket semis, and the two remaining in the loser bracket will duke it out, and then we'll have the conclusion of the loser bracket semis shortly thereafter. So joining me tonight, it's Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon, help cast these games and break down all of the gameplay and action. And as we get right into this Forecourt Jester, we have got an exciting matchup to start. It is going to, of course, be the winner bracket semis, which is Team Eonix and Fate Zero. And these are definitely two teams that have shown that they've got what it takes. They have been playing absolutely phenomenal the entire split.
It's also new brands coming to the table here. Might be some familiar players, but now under new flags. This could be some fresh blood coming in this weekend, as we are going to be whittling down who exactly goes home and who moves into top three. But both these teams have already guaranteed themselves at least some seeding.
Absolutely, and that's a big deal for these two teams. They don't have that much to lose. At this point, this matchup will be determining who plays what team out of the Evil 8, the bottom three Evil 8 that will be matched up against them. Whereas the next matchup after this matchup will be the loser bracket, and actually one of those teams will get knocked out. So we take a quick look at that. It is, of course, going to be Noble Pro versus Vertigo Black, and the winner of that will move on to the semis in the loser bracket, and then, of course, work their way to the final matchup. So, we're looking at the top four teams. Three of them make it onto the challenge battles. One goes home in this true double elimination, and it's going to be really exciting. We do expect to see some of the best gameplay, as even though they've got a secured spot, you don't want to be going up against the top seeded Evil 8 team, because that's just making it going to be that much harder to get into it. You definitely want to try to get play your cards correctly and try to get the top seed here, so you can go up against the bottom seed of the Evil 8 team. And so Forecourt, we look at this first matchup, you definitely can see, we got these two players, Marto and Joker. Joker, formerly known as Exhale. These are both players that played together on Liberation X.
Yeah, as I said, there might be new brands, but there's definitely some familiar names amongst the entries, as they all clamoring to get up against those Evil 8. But Liberation X, rest in peace. It had a good run there, Bacon, but it's no longer really a brand or a team here.
Yeah, Liberation X did unfortunately disband about a season or two ago, and they had a great run. They were the original live champions, winning the last year's Autumn Live Finals and becoming our first North American champions. But it was just kind of a bumpy road that led downhill from there.
Yeah, and Bacon, you're definitely a bit more of a numbers guy here, keeping track of everything Evil 8. Who are the bottom Evil 8 that three teams here today are going to be fighting this weekend?
Well, the bottom three teams from North American Evil 8 are, in order, Cloud9, Phoenix Rain, and Nemesis Titan. So, especially that Cloud9 team being in there, that's really the big surprise coming from this season. And they're going to be facing whoever finishes third here today. So, you really want to gun for one of those top two spots if you are one of these challenger teams looking to make their way into the Evil 8.
I almost could feel like a little bit of sympathy here, Dragon. Whoever gets the bottom seed here has to go up against Cloud9. That's a tough order. There's a lot of weight behind that.
Yeah, there really is, and that's why all the more reason to work your way up. Every single team here has a chance of getting first seed. So starting right now, starting into our first couple matches, you've got a shot to make sure you don't get that third seed. Granted, you'd rather have a shot at Cloud9 than no shot at all. But you definitely want to try to improve the odds you can, and that is, try to get up to that second or third seed. Although we could say that, even with the first seed, you're going up against the Nemesis team that looked really strong, starting at the end of that last week of Evil 8. Nemesis looking really good, and you also have a Phoenix team that has shown glimmers of, really good gameplay, but then has also really struggled against the Elite Four. So it's going to be a tough matchup. We're definitely not looking... It doesn't appear like this season any of these bottom three Evil 8s are particularly weak teams. They all look like they've got a shot to stay in there. It's really going to be an upset if any of these teams knock them out.
I do remember last split in the Challenger Series, just watching the growth of things like Team Nemesis, getting into that Evil Age. We felt a little bit of pride as we got to see the Challengers rise and enter. It's unfortunately, they're going to be fighting for their life again. But I got to say that the roster swaps that they did do, Dragon, just like you mentioned, they definitely look a little bit more on the ball. It's really tough to call, actually, who amongst the challengers could actually topple an Evil 8. I mean, Enix has really shown some very solid gameplay. Noble Pro, a little bit more sketchy, but Vertigo Black and Noble Pro, that's a little bit tough to call. And then, of course, you got Fate Zero in there as well. I mean, it's kind of just anybody's game tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're definitely seeing these challenger teams really improve their skill cap. The amount of hero pool they play, we've seen huge hero pools used across these 4 teams particularly, and it's really telling that that's something that these teams pride themselves in, is not being one-trick ponies. And but we've also seen improvement in mechanical skills across these. And keep in mind, these are essentially at this point still within the top 10 teams in North America at this point. They're the top 4 of Challenger. And you take Evil 8, they have a chance of getting into that top 10 kind of classification, which is definitely an elite status to have. But making it to Evil 8, that's the goal. Because ultimately, this season, it leads to the greatest prize of that's ever been awarded in Vainglory, and that is the World Championship.
I mean, with that just kind of looming there, might not be an Autumn's finals, but let's just go a notch or 2 higher. But we also already know majority of the entries to that. It's all just clamoring here for this next split and the very important placings and the very important performances. Teams got to basically do the games of their lives if they want to go into an international stage like this.
Yes, it's going to be really exciting, and I think everybody going into this next split feels like they've got a shot, and these teams here, these 4 teams, they feel like they do too. They want to make it in. They definitely want to perform. So as we start breaking it down, when we look at the next matchup, we're actually going to jump to loser bracket as soon as we're done with this winner bracket matchup, and of course that is going to be the Noble Pro versus Vertigo Black, and this is interesting. A lot of people felt Noble Pro was the most dominant roster here. They've shown that they can be one of the most dominant rosters in this challenger split, but they've had moments where they've really struggled, especially against teams that really bring in really strong mechanical skill to their play, and they've actually just shown to, in some cases, get out drafted, whereas Vertigo, it kind of in the same boat. They've performed very, very well in certain circumstances, but they've definitely struggled against certain teams. We actually saw them really kind of struggling against a Terminal team that was ranked much lower than them, and these are things that just, if you're Vertigo, you've got to maybe shake off some of those nerves as you come into today, because this is this is definitely a noble foe in Noble Pro.
Womp, womp. Dragonborn. Womp womp. As I said earlier, yesterday, Noble, they looked a little shaky. They kind of did actually get knocked down from those winners into the losers, finally, suffering a loss. And it was a pretty crushing loss, I gotta say. I mean, it almost looked too easy from Enix, getting a quick 2-0 out of the matchup. But Vertigo Black is down there for a reason as well. I'm really unsure which way that will go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to take a quick break as we get ready for this first matchup. All the players are in. We actually are going to be playing on 1.22, so these are a special tournament server, just because, this update has just landed, and it's typically a rule that we do not play a serious competitive matches right after the updates land, and the new heroes are always banned from being played until 2 weeks after the release of a new hero. So that's just something to keep in mind. We will not be seeing any Gwen tonight, but we will be seeing these teams perform at the height that they can, being that they played a lot in 1.22. That being said, for Court, the update 1.23 just landed. I'm sure everybody out there watching has been just glamoring over the new heroes, some of the new features. It's definitely an exciting time to be playing VG right now.
It's an exciting time to try to be playing here on the older patch as well. I'm going to give you an update on that one here, Dragon. But yeah, Gwen, I mean, it's always fun to see the new intros when it comes to this. Always plays a little havoc in the tournament scene, though.
True. Well, we are going to take a quick break, like I said before. We will be right back, and when we come back, we are going to get you into Game 1 of this first series here in the Final Four.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Still be here if you want to throw me a line every now and then, but yeah.
Absolutely, Forecourt. Well, we're back, and we're going to get into the game right here. As Forecourt deals with some technical difficulties on his end, Tasty Bacon and I will cast this game immediately for you guys, so we are not waiting much longer. And with that, let's get right into it, Tasty.
Yeah, we're going to jump right on into the draft, and you can see, considering the Finn ban, remember this is 1.22, so none of those changes that everyone I'm sure has been poring over for the new patch are in effect. This is what we had been playing on up until today, so it is going to be Finn first ban. That means there are going to be at least one, big power pick left available. They go ahead and ban out the Samuel. Means the Lance will be the first pick. Kind of surprising. I figured with the Finn ban, you're generally going to be looking for a Lyra as the first pick, but Lyra's going to go over to the other side.
Yeah, interesting decision to ban the Finn and not pick the Lyra, as you said. I mean, they give it over to Marto. Marto picked that up real fast, but it looks like Joker just wanted that flex pick in the Lance. And, you see going with the Taka, that means it's going to be a support Lance here, and we're going to be seeing probably that rushed Storm Crown Tension Taka, and finishing off with the Scarf. I mean, that's definitely a very solid comp that they've got there, but they've definitely given up some of those cards by giving Lyra over to Marto.
Yeah, Marto going to be more than happy to take that Lyra. The Celeste also going to be going over to Enix, and now they know exactly what their opposition has. They know what they have to face, so we'll see what they decide to counter with, and it will be a Koshka. We actually saw quite a few Koshka picks in Europe earlier today in the VGL, and it had some pretty hefty effects, especially in the early game, so we're going to have to keep our eyes on that pick.
Well, no doubt Koshka is strong. I mean, there's an early game spike. She does a tremendous amount of damage. She gets in there. She does that right into the fights, jumps in, does a lot of quick AoE damage, and then can jump out really quickly as well. So definitely a hero to watch as we get into this first game here. But you know what? Looking at this comps, you see that Lance, Scarf, Taka. I do like the draft going over on the side of Enix right now. It does look really strong, mostly because, Taka and Lance, they have a chance to really snowball this, Tasty. And then, of course, this late game with the Scarf. Usually the Scarf does really well into late game, even going up against the Celeste.
Yeah, the Koshka can do pretty well for herself. I mean, the Taka, like you said, is going to be one of the real points of interest here, especially expect the Tension Crown build to come out. It's just been so incredibly popular with the Taka and Taka, Glaive, Lance, those types of heroes really been building a lot of it. So I don't expect anything different here, but now we are going to be seeing a little bit of a skirmish perhaps in the jungle as both teams getting to the middle of the map around the same time. There won't be any minions stolen, but now Bruticus getting a little bit of damage in onto Illust. Eco is actually the one who takes the brunt of the damage. They make a return trip to the shop, and now the fight is really on a Githian wall. There's going to be the Bright Bulwark put down to stop Taka from jumping around, but it doesn't stop him long enough. It will be the first kill going over to Illust, and now they're going to hunt down Marto. He's got the healing, he's got the movement speed, but Illust doesn't really care, goes in and finds the second kill of the game. Now they're going to try and invade these backs, but they need to be careful because Bruticus is spawned and is here.
Yeah, beating them to the shop was really well played. Enix doing a fantastic job in this Taka Lance in this early game, doing really well. Koshka's got to have that early game pressure. You see it being applied onto the Lance, but so far it looks like unless they get the Taka here, Enix has been able to do a great job at getting some of this farm counter jungling here and applying early game pressure.
Yeah, they get one kill traded back here now for Enix, and they are able to secure the rest of their jungle, but it's still a pretty solid start there for the side of Fates Zero to kick things off. And, well, actually, Bruticus, he's going to take advantage of the fact that it is just Illust for now, and try and steal away this camp, but it goes to Eco.
Yeah, nice impale from Eco. And, I was just going to say, if they end up not getting an advantage in the jungle after that engagement, it was kind of going to have been a wasted death for Eco. But Eco, saying he's going to make up for it, comes in there and steals that away. So at this point, you're just seeing slight gold lead, definitely a little bit of a better, cleaner rotation here going through the jungle from Enix than we saw from Fate Zero.
It's tough when they don't put a tag on for themselves on the tournament client. So hopefully we'll get the rest of the teams to make sure they do that. But right now, Illust again going to be trying to jump onto Mardo. Grabbed a bunch of shield early on to really help with that. A beautiful Githy and Waldo coming out, getting that double stun. But Bruticus is still very healthy and looking for a fight. However, Marto a little bit too low, doesn't really want to engage anymore. So the team does back off.
Yeah, they kind of had to. Man, Taco was doing a great job weaving in and out. And, of course, the Spitfires early, they do a lot of damage. They're able to pack a punch going in there. Of course, nice impale. Catches Koshka. She goes down.
Yeah, another kill going over to the side of Fate Zero. And it's going to be their third of the game. Meanwhile, Joker in the lane is holding up.
I might have...
with Bladeheart.
For a second there, I might have thought I lost you, Tasty Bacon. Yeah, you know what? It's not too bad as far as CS, but this is going to be one of the losses in the jungle. You got two very aggressive jungle comps, and if the Taka lands win, this is really bad for Kasha. Kasha can't afford to see it start like this, and you're already starting to see it happen. Only 15 CS to the 20, so it's a little bit of a disadvantage there, and the pressure that keeps being applied. We're only at 4 minutes, and Illust doing a great job, able to apply. I mean, when they saw it pick up that kill, he immediately went to the jungle to go and pick up their jungling, knowing that they're going to have to rotate up to kind of fend off this push from the Scarf. So, yeah, so far, I'm just really liking how Enix is playing their early game hand. And I just think in the late game, too, they're going to have a lot of strength, specifically coming out of that Scarf to be definitely want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and the other thing is, actually, Marto going to be eating a lot of damage. Spitfire and Goop connecting. The Impale will not hit, though, but Illust picking up the double shield early, recognizing that this is going to be a double crystal composition for Enix, so really emphasizing a lot of defense. And if a lot more shield keeps coming through, it can be very, very strong for the side of Fate Zero. And right now they're going to be just looking to continue going through. Bruticus is clearing out the jungle. Again, Koshka has a very quick clear speed. Taka really up there as well. So that's why, like Dragonborn mentioned, you're going to have a lot of emphasis here on the jungle. And so it's still been pretty even for the most part, though, despite those kills going over 3-1 currently, still in favor of Fate Zero, but the gold not so different. It's about a 800 gold lead or so in favor of the side of Fate Zero, but a lead is still a lead.
Yeah, sorry, I had to make a few quick corrections, and we get back into this, and it is a nice lead. Looking at 1,000, anytime you get 1,000 lead within the first 6 minutes, that's kind of the early game, and being able to hit your power spikes quicker, especially as you start to hit those level 6s, is so great, and we see this engagement. They know they're ahead, and they're going to go right in.
Yeah, they're looking to take down Marto. Marto with a nice bright bulwark will keep Bruticus safe. Here comes Bladeheart rotating down as well, and instead it's Illust eating a lot of damage. Marto going to use the rune to heal himself up, and everyone's just going to be pretty much okay for now, at least. Illust, again, stealing away some of this jungle, has that tension bow, so has a lot of burst available when he initially goes in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were able to kind of hold them back there, though. Not able to get the kind of heavy pressure engaged. No kills off of that jungle invade. And sorry, we did have the teams mixed up there. I just want to point that out, so do apologize to the viewers, as I was kind of mixing it up myself.
Yeah, well, that's going to be Enix jumping in and deleting the Scarf. Illust is going to come up to try and answer. Bruticus gets stunned into the wall, but Bruticus, he has no fear, goes right back in, gets a little bit more damage down. It's only going to be the one kill for now, but that's a kill going the way of Enix off of a very nice aggressive play.
Yeah, man, that's really kind of what you want to keep doing. This is what Koshka's great at, and we see it as Koshka hits level 6. She's got that ability to kind of put that harass, maybe strike a little fear in the eyes of the opponent, being able to get locked down with a catnip frenzy. So Taka, has got to be kind of careful. He doesn't want to lose any of this jungle, and we start to see the gold lead that they did have. It was getting close to 1,000. It's shrunk now. We look at the items quickly as well. They're looking pretty comparable. The only major difference is that Taka does have that tension bow already, but Koshka just building the shatter glass. It's going to be a nice power spike there, Tasty.
Yeah, definitely the big power spike. It's a lot of burst damage that comes out from the Koshka. There's debate over whether you should go with the shatter glass or the aftershock, and it's really just kind of personal preference. It's you can't really go wrong with either pickup. And the aftershock, that's going to be big damage from that stun. Marto going to have to run away from this one. Bruticus is burning from the Dragon's Breath, but it's not quite going to be enough. And this is a big key for Enix. If they can just survive, the Taka jumping in and then that Dragon's Breath, they have a very good chance of turning fights around like they're looking to do right now. Bruticus still very healthy, has a lot of energy as well, but they're not going to find their target. And during all that time, Illist just takes advantage, jumps into the backs, and steals it all away.
Nah, he knew that fight wasn't going to work out. Staking around made no sense, so he got out of there at perfect time. He is going to take an auto attack and get stuck there. He's able to get out of through a box. Maybe he's going to get away, although Koshka's coming up quick. Bruticus looking like he's going to want to try to lock down Taka. Illist trying to get out. Oh, he's just not sneaky enough. He does block. Holy crap, he's able to block that stun, but he's still in a really tough spot as he does eventually go down there, Tasty.
It still goes down, but blocking the yummy catnip frenzy with a chitin. That was an amazing play from Illist on the Taka. Very unfortunate that he couldn't escape after that, but it just kind of puts some worry into Bruticus because there's a reflex block for Joker, and if Illist is going to be able to time the chitins to dodge Yummy Catnip Frenzy, well, it's going to be very tough to find your target if you are this Koshka. Illist also does have that Storm Crown completed as well, so the jungle clear speed is going to be extremely fast for the Taka.
Yeah, he goes down, but he did pick up the back farm. He did get something out of it, Tasty, so he's definitely sitting on 49 CS already.
Yeah, 49 CS, definitely a large number to have. About a 10 CS lead over what Bruticus has been able to pick up. So has been able to steal away a few camps at least. But now they're trying to siege up onto this turret. But the damage from Bladeheart with those Helios are actually doing quite a bit to Eco and Joker. They really cannot stick around on this one. Will Bruticus be going into finding anything? Eco gets back to the turret. Meanwhile, Joker gets back to base. So not really going to be any opportunities there, but Mardo, he's looking to try and just make problems for Illist. Illist still going to be able to complete that Treant, though, and be the one who takes that. So not really much difference between these two teams. Again, the gold is very, very close.
It is, and although we see a nice pressure from in the jungle by Joker, by Illist, and he's been able to do a lot of great work, in the lane it's been a much different story, and as soon as Bladeheart hit level 8 actually just a few minutes ago, it was just instant pressure being on, but oh my goodness, missing that fight went south for Bladeheart.
Yeah, definitely not going the way that they were hoping for. A double kill now for Illist, and they're going to be diving underneath this turret looking for Mardo. If another Impale connects, it doesn't hit, but Illist doesn't seem to care. Still going under the turret, but that turret's going to be a little bit too much damage for them to continue that dive. Marto so close to falling, but just barely stays alive. The turret is going to go down, though, so Fate0 will pick that one up.
Oh, nice engagement. Great fight. They were able to kind of lock on. You saw the Dragon Breath forced out that portal, but it didn't matter because Joker was able to move in position and still keep putting pressure. Mardo got away, but it was really close and almost going down, really able to get that turret as well. And this is the kind of pressure that they need to keep putting on. This Scarf is going to do an insane amount of damage. Going to be able to keep pushing this lane, allowing the jungle rotations to be a lot more aggressive here. So right now, Fate0 looking like they are definitely the top seed here in this matchup. Oh!
Yeah, so there's gonna be the more evidence of that fact as they find 2 more kills. Marto, the only one left, but there's no turrets this time to save him. It is a double kill for Joker and an ace for Fate0.
Oh, that was so unfortunate, Tasty. As they went down the shop, all of them getting hit by that Impale reveals them all. They just start taking tons of damage. That Goop landing with the Spitfire, and then, of course, Taka cleaning it up as well. Man, this is just going in favor of Fate0 completely. A little bit of mispositioning and a little bit of bad luck as well for ENX.
It is really looking good for them here in game number 1. It is only game number 1, though, so they do have that to keep in mind, that they will need to win a second one here to get into the grand finals and be one of those top 2 seeds. But it's right now, Bladeheart not really able to do a whole lot in these fights. Neither has Bruticus. It's been just a lot of pressure being put down by Joker and Illist. Eco also going to have that Shiver Steel to help slow down. Shiver Steel super effective on the Lance because, as you know, the attacks impale. They go through targets, but every target that gets hit gets that slow applied from the Shiver Steel.
Yeah, and so Eco's definitely got to make sure that he could maximize that efficiency with that Shiver Steel by kind of getting in the right position, catching all of them close together. Hasn't been much of a problem. He's been able to lock all 3 of them down relatively often here as we see another engagement coming out, but it looks like Marto's just not able to get into the position he wants to, although they're still going in.
Yeah, they're still looking for this fight. It's going to be very, very risky. Bruticus so low. The Dragon's Breath gets stunned immediately, though, so not really much going to come from there. Illist is still making the plays happen. An Impale onto Bladeheart. He should be going down. The stun does at least get 1 back, but it is going to be a 2 for 3, or a 1 for 3, sorry. And it is an ace again for Fate0.
Oh man, such a stain. The Joker actually got locked down by the Koshka, but those Spitfires with the Goop, they were doing so much damage that they were just, the Koshka was getting melted. Bruticus had to actually bail out of there. It was already so low. The Fountain of Renewal just wasn't doing enough, so then Taka came and cleaned that up. But that's going to be a major problem. If your Koshka can lock down the Scarf pretty much almost isolated and still not be able to take out a kill, you're going to be struggling the rest of this game.
Yeah, you really are. I mean, it's been a struggle for most of this game for the side of Enix, and now 11-4, just about 15 minutes in, Kraken's going to be making an appearance. We'll see if Fate0 look to find a fight before that happens, or if they just kind of wait for it. They're going to be going in a big Impale again. Connects, and that's going to be a Githian wall. Following it up, Bladeheart is going to be the second target as they already take down Bruticus, and now it's just Marto running for his life. No portal's going to be available, though, and Illist has so much movement speed. Even the Sigil isn't going to do enough to slow him down. Another Githian wall into the turret, finishing it with a root. And 15 minutes in, again, they can just turn and go take the Kraken.
Yeah, Enix just keeps getting trapped. All 3 of them, or at least 2 of them in that case, getting trapped in either choke points or near a bush near the shop. And, they're taking all of this CC, and this is just, the fight goes immediately against them as soon as that happens. The Scarf just wants them to stand still for just a little bit to apply all of that damage, and he's been able to do this successfully. Joker has just been, able to just destroy them every time Eco lands that. And of course, the Shiver Steel gets procced as well. That means that once they come out of that route, they still can't even move very fast. So man, just really great coordination and play by Fate0, but really bad positioning by Team Ionist.
Yeah, they've been able to just take advantage of so many opportunities, and now they have Kraken coming down the lane. There's no turrets left in the lanes, just the 2 on the Crystal, and this could very well be the game-ending push right now for the side of Fate0. If they catch one more person, they are going to be able to find this. Bright Bulwark does go down. Marto trying to do what he can, but there's going to be the Gummy Captain Frenzy. It does not get blocked, and there's Core Collapse right after. Bruticus, though, is still going to be going down. Here comes the Dragon's Breath. Nothing to stop it, and Bladeheart will fall. And Kraken is now onto the turret and getting work done. This should very well be the game, and really Enix, they just can't find any of the fights. They can't make the damage stick. The second turret is down. Kraken still extremely healthy. Illest is just working on the crystal, and that will be game number 1 going over to Fates 0.
If you land the Catnip Frenzy and you don't do anything, you don't do any damage at all, it's just zero hope for you. And this Koshka has had no luck at all. It hasn't been able to do barely anything. 1 kill, just 1, and you really want to see a lot more out of a Koshka, especially when you're really relying on that Koshka to get those early engagements, to put that early pressure, that early damage, to burst them down. You need that burst potential, and mostly Shatterglass first, that might be questionable. You probably want to build into that Broken Myth or get some kind of burst going, and instead just falls flat, and the Koshka looks really bad. I really feel like they just didn't play that well at all. And the early game, of course, going over to the Taka Lance didn't help.
Yeah, absolutely didn't. I mean, it was pretty much dominance for the side of Fate Zero. We're going to get the team swap sides, and Fate Zero, they're going to look to close this one out 2-0. But Enix, obviously, they want to fight. They want to get one of those top 2 spots guaranteed.
Yes, they do, and they're looking pretty close to getting it. As we get in here into the final, maybe the final match of this semifinals for the winner. Can Enix come back, close it up? We're gonna find out in just a few minutes. We may have our favorite caster, Four Court Jester, here. Have you been able to get in and get all that sorted out?
I'm sitting right beside you here in lobby, bro.
Fantastic. I don't know if you were able to catch that match on the stream at all.
Yeah, of course. Double Crystal, unfortunately, just not chalking up a win right there. Not enough Pierce, and the Taka just being too slippery. It was really fun to watch. A little bit late, had to match up not your commentary to what was going on the screen. But overall, I mean, Fate Zero, it's a good start for them.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to come back and get you into the second game right away. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, though, game 2 is going to start. We'll be right back, folks.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, we're back here, and we've got Four Court Jester joining us finally to help cast these matchups as we get into game number 2 between Team Enix and Fate Zero. And Fate Zero, man, they pull out that first victory as we go into game 2. They're looking really strong. Four Court and Tasty, it looks like the draft's actually started, so we're going to get you into that in just a moment. But any quick notes that you want to see out of these two teams? I mean, some of the stuff we saw didn't work was that Koshka, which, man, I mean, for as strong as Koshka's supposed to be, it seems to fall flat on its face a lot.
Well, at least in North America, I mean, like I said, in Europe, it was had some pretty good performances over there. So something just isn't clicking, I guess, for the side of Enix on that. But I don't know. I mean, it was really just that Taka, I think, is just so dominant.
I don't really think this is the best of times to be bringing out a Koshka. I mean, we had an entire patch to kind of figure out. We didn't really get to see a lot in NA. Might have seen some in EU, but, EU can keep their strats. We'll just continue forging ahead with the better over here. So you don't need any of that, I don't think. Like, just go back to the basics here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were trying to counter early game with early game, but it wasn't the right counter, and the Lyra was too squishy in the jungle with the Koshka, and we actually saw, just because Koshka was so far behind, Bruticus was, that it just wasn't doing any damage at all.
Crystal, especially double crystal, it can be somewhat mitigated a bit earlier on, and unless you can get that Pierce, I mean, the Koshka never even got to the Broken Myth, for example, then you're going to run into some walls. So it's just like the old struggle of, double weapon, double crystal back in the day. It's fairly easy to itemize against. I remember a time when the double weapons were so prevalent that I think we had something like 6 or 7 Atlas Pauldrons at one point in one game. It can fall a little bit more flat. That's where the Pierce has to come in. But if you can't get it, or you're starved, or the early game gambits didn't work, then that's a tough battle right there.
Yeah, not forgoing that early Pierce. Maybe you get that little bit more damage with the pure CP in the early game with those crystal ratios. But then if you get behind and you don't have Pierce and you're going up against a Scarf with an Aegis, you're just not gonna punch through. And that's exactly what happened. All right, I think we have sorted out these issues here. I think the game is now ready to start. The draft has actually started like 3 times. And it's unfortunately got...
It's something to do with their voice chats. And we're just giving them a moment here. Yeah. Thankfully, we didn't get any picks or bans going through there anything. So.
No, we didn't even kick it to it yet. We just let them, get it all sorted out. And it looks like this time we are ready to go.
Charm.
All right, Forecourt, take it away.
All right, so Bacon, game 1 again. I don't think we're going to see a repeat Koshka out of either of these teams, and hopefully Enix is actually going to be there. And I really do think that Ataka could be in their interest. Illust on that Taka has repeatedly shown some really good work.
Yeah, Illust was able to really just use that Tension Crown build and just kind of dominated the jungle, which set Koshka so far behind and made it so when the team fight started, the fact that Tension Crown build isn't great in team fights didn't even really matter.
But there's not going to be a repeat Finn this time. It will be still Samuel up on the chop block, and there's the Finn coming through. Marteau to pick it up pretty quick here for his team, but Joker is actually going to pick up that Lance. We got a Kestrel to go with it, and these are some nice comfort picks for Fate.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Kestrel can be just as dominating in the early game coming out of the jungle, so we'll need to see something that can perhaps deal with that from these 2 picks now that Enix have.
All right, so Bladeheart, I hear some people saying that Bladeheart is kind of the Celeste one-trick pony, but are going to continue at least on with that trend. We do got the Celeste to go with it. This is usually where you
works,
the Kestrel.
If it works, why change it?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
We are going to be seeing, for this last pick, Rona. That's a bit of a surprise.
All right, so I was going to go with the whole thought of a Glaive. Glaive can really come to that lane and really put up some numbers, especially since now we have a Scarf there. But a Rona, I did say yesterday, Dragonboard said, what are some of the more off-meta picks that you'd want to see? And I say, we saw a Rona. I'd love to see more Rona. Starting overindulged me that one time. But I didn't expect to see it quite here, so to speak.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a surprise to come out. Usually you would see it if there was, some healing around it, something to help keep the Rona alive, really take advantage of that tankiness. But it's just kind of going to be on her own, really looking to, not on her own completely, but there's nothing that really synergizes very well with it.
Well, she's going to have the end of the fray, or more the out of the fray, as we do like to call it. The single target damage actually will stack up nice. We'll have to see, though. There's going to be some lifesteal in that build, because that plus the red mist, especially with a crowd of some pretty soft CC for a while, we're probably not going to have the weapon power in time for Illust to get those camos here early game. But past that, the root. I don't think the root actually stops the red mist.
It doesn't. I don't believe so. So it's not a stun. It just stops your movement. So you just kind of keep spinning, but you're just stuck spinning in place, which, depending on the situation, isn't necessarily that bad of a thing.
And the Githian walls into actual walls are going to be very important there as well, just like that one right there. And it's going to be enough to keep Eco alive, at least for now. A lot of pressure going to be coming up to lane, though, from Enix. They're not going to find Kestrel. You can see already Illus looking to scout ahead, looking to get into that back. And Eco, he's just going to have to limp along for now. Marteau is going to find some damage, but the Quibble is not meant to hit.
Yeah, they quibble. If it doesn't connect, well, you're not necessarily going to be able to find the fight you're looking for early on. But they impale. You can say the same thing about that. And Eco doesn't connect, so Bladeheart is going to get away. But down in the jungle, it's actually going to be the Rona finding the kill as Illist was attempting to steal away these camps.
Yeah, he came in right up through that bush, did not actually get any of his own backs. They do go over to Kestrel after all, but Bruticus is, basically just able to walk up to it, pick up that kill, and as I said, there's not really a lot to stop the Rona here early on. It really does come down to this Lance, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. For now, though, Aeolus did get the backs, as he did say, so it's not too far off. In fact, we have a bit of a gold lead developed simply because of that invade.
Yeah, the invade's always beneficial as long as you can take away some of those camps and helping you to get that gold lead growing. And sometimes that's all you need. We've seen games where just one single play in the early game just kind of snowballs the rest of the game completely out of control. I don't think that's going to be the case here, but it is something that we have seen before.
All right, so Illis did actually pick up a little bit of attack speed to go with the double weapon blades, so it's not going to be crazy crystal kestrel or anything, but he does have a crystal bit just to help out a little bit early on. Double weapon there for Bruticus as our supports, double weapon to our Lance. That's not really that out of the ordinary. Marto does have that Iron Guard contract, Bacon. We've been seeing this actually quite a bit over the last few days. Every time a big laning minion or any of those jungles go down, a little bit of health and mana back to him.
Yep, and the Iron Guard constructed, I've actually seen it a lot more this past week than I think I have the entire rest of the season combined. So it's, I don't know what exactly happened, but all of a sudden a lot more roamers deciding to pick this item up and make some use out of it.
Well, if they're just going to be camping lane or they're going to be more or less in the jungle, which is where you are for 90% of that early game, go a long way because it's not only the health, but it's also the energy. But, using those to just have the lane sustain. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because not only does it apply it to yourself, but also to your laner. So, especially if you're someone like a Celeste who can be very energy hungry, getting that little bit of energy back every so often is quite beneficial. Now Eco is going to steal away a couple of these camps. Bruticus going back in despite being very, very low. There's no fountain from Marto, but there is fortified health, and they are going to find the kill. Bruticus somehow getting out of this. Marto actually has to stick around a little bit to make sure that the minion mine doesn't switch aggro to Bruticus. But meanwhile, in the lane, there was Joker taking advantage of finally having a one-on-one with Bladeheart and taking that kill.
Actually, quite a few one-on-ones here. Now Bruticus, he just is afforded the luxury of just walking right up to Scarf, and no boots, apparently, for the little dragon, so he is going to die. And again, Bruticus, I don't think that the early game is bad from Rona. It's really just about snowballing it into holding a bit of a lead by mid-game. And so far, Bruticus, 3-0-1. He does have the kills. He doesn't exactly have the farm to go with it, but he has been making some fights go his way here early on.
Yeah, and Illist is getting quite a bit of farm, though, in the other side of the jungle, sitting at 34 CS now. Eco stealing away some of the camps from Bruticus. Illist stole away a couple of them earlier on as well, but now Illist is coming up into the lane.
Yeah, Marto's actually going to be splitting a lot of the damage here with Bladeheart, and split damage means that nobody goes down. We also did hit that fountain for Marto. His last trip down to the shop was actually securing that. Eco, for example, if they get jumped, they don't actually have that fountain, but it won't matter because they're not going to get jumped. Marto's just going to have to try to regen as best he can for now. He's going to use that life spring very usefully, and Bruticus, as we know, is actually nowhere near, so there's not really much here for Fate Zero to really fear. They're just going to push up and trying to get as much farm as they can. And again, the farm numbers are looking good for these guys. Joker and Bladeheart pretty much on par. Illist is still ahead of Bruticus by about 10 or so. I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Yeah, both sides going to be farming up pretty evenly at this point now. The steal's not going to be anywhere near as easy for Fate Zero. And so that's going to mean Bruticus and Illist both just kind of cleaning up their own jungles consistently, then rotating up to the lane, see if they can find a pick. The opposing laner is going to be playing a little bit too defensively, so then they just give up and go back down to the jungle until we end up having both teams come up to the lane at the same time where we have a little bit of a skirmish.
Marto's not that far from level 6. If we actually clear out this creep wave, we might be able to throw out that anchor, and that's going to be something that could actually catch Fate Zero off guard. Doesn't look like we're going to be waiting for it, though. Marto, just not quite there at that level 6. He's not really, he's going to be one kill off. Bruticus is not sticking around, though. He is level 7. He is off on his own way. We do got that anchor here ready to go, but again, the team is split. We're not looking for a fight yet, but we are going to be getting, again, more farm here from Enix. Now actually looks like they're coming down to collapse.
Yeah, Illust sticking around quite a while in the forward portion of the jungle, but not going to be finding anything, does eventually back off and is going to clear out their own jungle. Bladeheart takes advantage of this full team rotation down to the jungle shop to go ahead and pick up that broken myth. So first item spikes coming out pretty much nearly across the board for most players. Bruticus is going to be just a little bit of gold away from finishing off that Serpent's Mask. Joker is going to have enough for the Broken Myth when he goes back. Force the Core did come out there, but it didn't connect. It would have been blocked even if it did, but Bruticus just jumps right on in. Not really going to find much to do there, though.
Now, Eco with the Githian Walls is going to keep Bruticus from really laying into the Scarf. Now, we can see Illus. He's going here into the backs. They did just see 3 in lane. So, Illus is going to be trying to pick up as some of that counter farm. But he does. He gets both of those backs. Does not get the Treant. Bruticus is going to have a little bit of health now going his way. And with that Red Mist, you're not going to be able to camo very easily. Illust is not going to get out of this one. Bruticus just saying if he's not this way, he must be up there. And there he was. So, again, Rona will be able to kind of deal with this comp, at least for now, and we just got to get a little bit more weapon power for Illus before he can combat this Red Mist.
And that's going to be a chance for Bruticus to now catch up as far as the CS is concerned, picking up a couple of camps away from the opposing jungle. And well, that's really what is needed there. He's doing a good job as far as the fighting is concerned. Now, obviously, with 4 kills to his name, and now finishing off that Serpent's Mask, going to be even more difficult to take down. As that's really kind of the goal here for the Rona. Just get the Serpent's Mask, get some defensive items, then get yourself that breaking point, and just be very, very difficult to kill. Start spinning on people and get a ton of stacks because you're hitting so many targets if you can get them all clumped up. And that's where Marto comes in with that Forced Accord.
Yeah, Forced Accord, Core Collapse, Red Mist. I mean, that's a heck of a combo. Speaking of, Fate Zero just throwing out their combos on top of Bladeheart, but he does use the boots, and he does angle down. He's not going to be the prey. Now it is going to be the turnaround. Bruticus jumping into the back. There's that Red Mist, but he does get stunned up because of the Githian wall, and Bruticus is that he just cannot be that far forward anymore. We do got that Dragon's Breath coming in. The fountains are being popped from both sides. Once more, it is the Githian and Eco just keeping these guys a little bit more at bay. Eco's now going to go forward looking for the one shot. Doesn't quite connect on a kill, but we do trade it out eventually. Celeste to the Lance, and looks like Joker picks up the Celeste in the process.
Yeah, Joker grabbing that kill with a Spitfire and some burning damage. Marto is actually going to burn very, very low, and with the glimmer shots on top of the goop, that is going to be a second kill. So it does end up with a slight kill advantage going over to Fate Zero when all is said and done, unless Bruticus is going to be able to not quite find that one. So it does not get traded back for a 2-for-2. Instead, Bruticus may now have an opportunity to try and steal away some of this jungle again. He got in unseen, but is very quickly spotted by Illust, and Illust actually secures the camp. Red Mist not going to do enough, and Illust finds another kill.
If he had gotten the camp, might have been a bit of a different story, but he also had 0 vision down here in the mid area. We do got a lot of scout traps in that vision area here for Fate Zero, so they were pretty much just holding all the cards in that one. Bruticus, again, over the wall as he did, is ending up being a bit more of a regrettable decision. Because of the lack of pressure now from Enix, they lose out this turret. The 3-men collapse into lane as we have that anchor to go out. If it actually had hit Joker, it might have been a kill, but because it didn't, now we're leaving Bladeheart a little bit more vulnerable. Here's Joker and Eco just laying into him a little bit. We do get the boots from Bladeheart and the quibble there from Marto. It is level 8. He does have that as a stun now. But it's fighting back fairly nicely here from Fate Zero, and they're actually remaining in lead by about 2,000 gold.
Yeah, Fate Zero, even though they weren't getting the early kills, those were going over to Bruticus, they have just continued to just play their game and fight very well. Their rotations are on point. Their farming is great, and that last opportunity, they got the one kill, recognized, well, there's not much pressure in the lane. We can actually just shove in and take this turret. Gets them a nice chunk of gold. Now they might be looking for a fight. Some initial damage being put down with those Spitfires. Can they really find it though? Marto's gonna eat a lot on the front lines. A root lands on the Bruticus, and here we go.
And now it's going to be that Dragon's Breath. We need something to stop it up. It's not going to happen. The core collapse just does not hit. Joker is just going to continuously get some damage off that. And Marto had already been whittled down anyways. This leaves Bladeheart now running for the hills. And he's not actually going to stop in the bush looking for the recall. It is now going to be Illis looking for Bladeheart. And as we can see, he just can't quite see over those trees. So Bladeheart won't go down. It's not going to be that ace, but that brings us now on par for the kills. And again, just maintaining that lead. A gold mine to be in the cards here for Fate Zero. That will solidify up to about 3,000 gold or so ahead.
Yeah, with this immense gold payout, it's just like you said, going to be jumping up to a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Fate Zero, stealing away some more jungle. Bruticus is going to slowly start to diminish because he's not able to get this farm the way that he wants, and with just the Serpent's Mask, isn't able to stay alive long enough. Illist did just get that breaking point, which is obviously what a Bruticus is looking to try and get, but just isn't quite there, as they're going to find another fight. A big force to cord.
Yeah, but Bruticus didn't actually land that into the fray. Doesn't get the shield out of it, but he will still take down Joker. Good overall result. Anchor and combo or no, that will be the ace to go through. If only Enix had done this a little bit earlier, they might be able to get that gold mine, but for now, they're not going to be interested in it. Minion mine, though, to go to Bruticus. He'll probably pick up the backs there as well, and now lane pressure to come in with those ace-buffed minions. This is good signs of life for Enix, because if they do not win this, they will actually drop this 2-0. We'll see them again, but, I mean, that's going to be just their tournament life on the line then.
Yeah, and with Bruticus picking up that minion mine, it means that it is ace buff double minion mined minions that were coming in. And you see how much damage they were able to get onto that turret. Now it's going to be a constantly pushing in these minions until that minion mine gets recaptured. I'm a little bit surprised that the side of Enix didn't decide to stick around a little bit, maybe try and catch someone when they went for that minion mine, but it is going to be reclaimed thanks to Illist. However, another hook onto Joker.
Bruticus kind of the wrong way again. He really needs to be able to jump into that back line, and so far, Marto, it's great that he's hitting these hooks, but it's not doing anything there for the Rona. It doesn't seem to matter, though. Bladeheart able to just wreak havoc. A great snipe to go through, and there's the double kill coming in finally as the red mist does connect. Bladeheart and Marto have been able to set these fights up. Bruticus is knocking them down. This is going to be another repeat wave just pounding on the door here at Fate Zero.
Yeah, gonna grab that turret, and Ace Buff Minion's gonna continue on into this third and final lane turret. They're gonna get some pretty solid damage down onto it before Eco can come to knock them away. But now with the Kraken gonna be spawning in about 30 seconds, you can see Enix gonna go pick up this gold miner. One shot could come out to try and steal it. They had vision, but it would have just been blocked, so didn't even bother throwing it. However, now Fate Zero, they know exactly where their opponents are. They're going in for this fight, get a lot of damage on the Bruticus, but a big red mist will keep Bruticus alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, just for now. We don't have Fountain for 3 seconds still from Marto. That's why Bruticus is way off to the side. He's going to be coming back in with the Fountain, with that red mist, and that core collapse there. Just absolutely stellar. Taking down Joker first, and then, Eco first, then into Joker. Once more, just kind of leaves Illist holding the bag, and that is back-to-back aces for Enix. They are now going to get another turret, and on top of that, that's going to be a Kraken as well. I think we've hit the point of no return, Bacon. Bruticus is starting to really shine. He's taking a lot of the heat, and that is leaving just free reign for Bladeheart.
Yeah, the red mist is just doing so much work. Every time Bruticus gets low, the red mist comes out, gives him enough fortified health to survive, then a fountain gets him, and he was just able to narrowly avoid dying. As 7-2-7, Bladeheart starting to pick up a few kills, 6-2-4, but the gold swing has been massive. It was actually about a 4,000 gold advantage for the side of Fate Zero. All of a sudden, it is now 2,000 gold going the way of Enix. And so they have the lead. They have Kraken pushing in, looking like a very similar situation. These forced accords really need to get blocked. That last one actually didn't even connect, thankfully, for the side of Fate Zero. But the last few fights have really been started thanks to those forced accords pulling in a carry.
Yeah, we can praise Enix and Marto all we want, but the bigger issue there is that Fate Zero is not blocking them. We have Aegis, we have Reflex, and we got a Crucible on top of that, but, could be a little bit too little, too late at this point, Bacon. Enix has come through. All those turrets are now finally out of there. Marto is taking a good brunt of the damage, but look at Bruticus just kind of zoning out Fate Zero. There's not even going to give up a kill before this crystal explodes. This is a massive swing, as you did say. 15-6 from what was the comeback there from Fate Zero to 6-6. After those 2 kills, Fates didn't get a single bloody death.
Yeah, that was just a ridiculous game there for the. This is something that we see a lot in the higher levels of Vainglory, where a team's, they'll actually be very evenly matched, but the individual games themselves are really one-sided. And this time, a very one-sided game to start by Fate Zero, and Enix, well, they answer with one of their own, so who knows what's going to happen in game number 3.
Now, there is a little bit of a disclaimer here just before we do get into the startup there for Game 3. We are on 1-2-2, so there is going to be a bit of a different shift of power. Don't just try to blindly rush in there with the Rona, just thinking you can do here what Bruticus is doing. But the bigger thing is, again, Bruticus is just a front line. That's all he is. He's here with Marto. They're making that front line happen. It's really just Bladeheart in the back. If you can just do this in general, doesn't really matter if you got a Rona or not, but if you give Celeste free reign of these fights, I mean, she is just going to hammer away at your opponents. You're very likely to win, so I think the comp came out very good here, Dragonborn. So that being said, I'm real happy. I got to see Rona now twice in the Challenger Series this split, and they both won.
That's an incredible win rate. If you think about it, yet probably not the kind of win rate that is one you would apply as a normal success criteria. As twice, it's a pretty low number, but definitely working out for them. So, anyways, as we get ready to go into this next match, do want to just take a quick moment to let everyone know that this is this channel is a community tournament run by a lot of great volunteers, as well as the team here at VIS. And if you love what you see, make sure you guys hit the subscribe on Twitch and support our stream. We really appreciate it. If at the very least, hit us a follow and enjoy the chat. We love bringing out this awesome content for you guys, and so the more that we can do for you guys, the better it is for all of us. With that, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we are going to get going into game number 3. Forecourt and Tasty, this is definitely going to be an exciting one when we return.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
All right, we are back, everybody. Getting ready for game number 3. Here joined by Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon. And as we get ready for this matchup, we have seen the Scarf has been doing a lot of work here. Forecourt, is it just is this kind of a Band pick that we need to worry about? Is this because it seems like the win rate of Scarf has been very high these last 2 matches?
I'd actually go farther and say that Taka is sort of the real moneymaker right here. I mean, we've had Lyra's not banned and then not picked some of these times even there as well. But if Illis can get a Taka, I think it could actually just be game right there. So we're not even going to give him the opportunity. It's no Finn, no Taka here.
No Finn, no Taka, but that does leave the Samuel open. And in a game 3, to let Samuel go over, I don't know if that's really the best of decisions you can make in the draft.
Well, that being said, that's kind of already what's now been in stone here, Bacon. So you got to roll with it and see what you can do to salvage it. But Samuel on one side, we have seen some dominant plays with Sammy's and Samuel Arden. That's definitely a little bit more of the combo that we've seen. In fact, I think almost every Samuel that we've seen, I want to say every, but I can't really prove that. I want to say, though, still, Arden and Samuel have actually been a powerhouse comp this split.
Yeah, it really has, but it's not going to be here because it is the Catherine as the final pick. So still plenty of damage to come out there, and I think the Catherine is mostly to try and deal with the Kestrel. I think the Catherine actually does very well into Kestrel to throw up that Storm Guard when the Glimmer shots start coming in, and you can turn around a lot of damage real quick.
I was really going to say, are we going to see a Vox? It almost feels like his age has come and gone, and that would also put that Lance into the roaming role. But now it's actually going to be still Lance on the roaming role. Okay, they're going to be putting Blade Heart on that Lyra. He's not going to get the Celeste. We have to see if he's more than just a Celeste one-trick pony.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's going to be the Lyra there for Bladeheart, the carry Lyra. It's a pick that has definitely fallen off quite a bit. We used to be super popular when Lyra first came out, but they made the changes to try and fix the fact that people were taking her as a carry all the time and was being very, very oppressive with it. And when those changes came through, it has kind of diminished the amount of carry Lyra we get to see. But, well, Bladeheart still thinks it's going to work and is hoping to make it happen.
Who is this guy? Old school? I mean, we'll find out, I guess. Really kind of the defining Lyra carry back in the summer springtime. No, it wasn't springtime. I guess the Lyra wasn't there. Definitely gets summer then. But either way, as you did say, Bacon, it's definitely been taking more of a roaming role. But at the same time, Marto in this Lance, it really is kind of a flip-flop. It's almost 50-50 which way the Lance would go these days.
Yeah, I mean, the Lance as a roamer, I think, is not as good as the Lance carry. But we'll see. It definitely still has its place. I just prefer it as a carry. As a roam, you end up it's really all about the utility and just trying to be that tanky front line. Whereas, being the late jungle carry, you just are all about a ton of burst with a little bit of that tanky utility front line thrown in. So we'll see if it's going to be enough to deal with this Samuel. Samuel, as we have seen, has an incredible win rate. It has lost. It's not like it's an unbeatable pick, but it really feels like you're just playing Vainglory on hard mode when you let your opponents have it.
Well, I mean, everybody's up for a challenge when you're at this kind of level of competitive play, Bacon. But at the same time, I do notice that Fate Zero is going to be rocking a double crystal. At least that seems to be the way it's going here. Joker, of course, is almost 100% at this point going to be that crystal, and Joker is actually now under scrutiny as all of Enix come up here. That 3-man gank led by Marto. I think he even popped out the boots. He totally did to get that kill. He is going to be that crystal. He's not going to come back with anything more than just those boots. But if you look at Illist, he's also gearing up with multiple bits.
Multiple crystal bits going to be over there for the sky, so it will be double crystal coming out. I'm kind of surprised it's not going to be the weapon sky, but, well, they find a kill down in the jungle as that is Illus taking advantage of Bruticus.
Not really expecting to find a 1v1, but Sky definitely prepared for it. Now, Eco's actually under a lot of fire. Does have the Merciless Pursuit, though, for a little extra burst. And now Joker, he's going to get rooted up. Bladeheart is doing the damage. Joker's going to be down. And that Bulwark just coming out a little bit too late. Illust was able to make that happen. I don't know why the Catherine thought that she could come back into that one. Marto will survive. It will be a 2-for-1, maybe a little bit more. Marto actually not in turret range, is not going to take a hit.
Yeah, not going to take a hit, which means he's not going to go down. And Marto is going to be able to survive, but not if they go too aggressive here. Marto is still very low. Bruticus, oh, he is just getting abused.
I am rather sad, actually, about that one because Zero very easily, they were targeting down Bruticus, but I don't think they needed to duo. I really think they could have killed Marto there as well, but they concentrated fire and took out the Kestrel instead. As you can see, Marto's making his way into his own backs. He is being followed closely here by Eco and Illus, and well, they're going to be trying their best. They do actually get it. Marto does actually end up missing with that impale. Now he's one-on-one here with Eco, but it's all about the farm. Illus will pick it all up. Now looks like they're not very interested in fighting whatsoever.
Yeah, they just wanted that farm. They pick it up for themselves and get out scot-free. Great job there by the side of Fates Zero. And, well, it's been a pretty close game thus far. The gold's still very close. The kill's dead even. Marto going to be looking to go aggressive.
Yeah, and unfortunately just not going to hit. That means he's going to come right down to the wire. Still doesn't have that fountain, but he is going to survive just by the skin of his teeth. So we have tried to bring down this lance, and, well, they might try again. Still doesn't actually have that fountain yet, so they still might yet be able to do it. But a stun into Bladeheart, and that's going to be that piercing dark. The piercing dark, the drifting dark with the verdict and malice. They're able to pick up one. They are able to finally get that kill. And, Fate Zero, double crystals so far, working out well.
Yeah, the double crystal is definitely a strong composition. We've seen it win multiple times. Joker coming so low to dropping, but will to get that last attack with that heroic perk to get healthy enough to recall back to base without worry. And I mean, now Sky again deep in the enemy jungle is not going to get that farm and is going to get shut down.
It was definitely a lot of effort. Sky really going hard in that one, just trying to dance around Marto, but by the end of it, Bruticus does show up, and they're able to put her down. Still, the backs did go over to the Sky, so she's not doing too bad. 36 farm. Bruticus a little bit more worse for wear, sitting actually now at 19, so his cash flow is a little bit stopped up, and they didn't even pick up that farm at the end of it. It was a scout trap that blew up right there, so Eco actually picked up a last hit.
Yeah, last hit for Eco is, well, that's a last hit that doesn't go over to Bruticus, and that's going to be just that engagement again. Not really going, I think, the way either team is hoping for, as we do continue to stay even on the kills. Neither side has been able to find a big advantage. Eco and Illust, though, they're going to come in. Marto is going to knock them away. Illust taking a ton of damage, as there is no defense to speak of for either of the carries on Fate Zero yet.
Yeah, it might take a little bit. I mean, by now they surely should know that it is going to be those broken myths coming out first here from both of the crystals. There's not going to be a Frostburn first for the Sky. Praise AJ and the action jacket. Finally, it's just not going to happen here, Bacon. But with those broken myths secure, both of these crystals should be able to then just kind of develop as they need to. It's really going to be on Team Enix to get the defense to really try to mitigate that Pierce.
Yeah, the Pierce is going to be tough to deal with, but Marto, again, just going to be knocking everyone away. Joker going to try and get those Malice and Verdict shots out, now using the Drifting Darkness, finds a kill with that insane damage, and stays alive with that sustain. This is 2 kills now going over to Fate Zero. Absolutely not what Enix had in mind when they went in.
Yeah, no portals used there. The one shot, of course, in the heat of the moment, a little bit harder to set up. Martel will be the only one to survive. The tanky, as really anything at this point, Lance. And you got a Sorrow Blade coming up. If we can get a root combo here on top of Bruticus, might be able to get that one shot down. But Martel's more interested in the gold mine, and in fact, he's so interested in the gold mine, he's going to just sacrifice himself just so we get the vision. Oh, Illust! He actually does tank it out with that one shot. Bladeheart to pick him up with the sigil. Now looking for Eco, but Bladeheart's having a hard time actually finding a target. Now it's 1v1 up against Joker, and in that Drifting Dark, Joker just has the advantage. He's going to get that revenge kill.
Yeah, Joker finding the damage again. The Samuel is just overbearing at this point, it feels like, with the Broken Myth. We're going to be building towards that Eve of Harvest. Once that 2-item power spike comes out, forget about it. It's just so difficult to actually take down a Samuel. Right now, again, just Malice and Verdict takes Bruticus down below half with a Drifting Dark.
And then Eco gets that stun, but I'm not entirely too sure if Joker was supposed to follow that one up or not. Illus just trying to use the death from above, has the Suri strike there as well, and he can't quite find the kill there for Bruticus. So Eco, not entirely too sure if he meant to die for his mistakes, but he totally did. And this is now leaving Joker and Marto. They are getting some damage on top of Marto. I'll give him that. If Bladeheart goes in, it's going to be that 1v2, but we do got a sigil there available. Marto's going to get that life spring and the fountain just kind of ticking away for him, but for now, 8 and 6 for the score, about K and a half between the teams. It's a little bit more variable. Joker, though, throwing out the Oblivion, just finds those damage on top of Bladeheart. Here comes Eco there as well, and Illust not actually going to try to pursue the fact that Marto's within kill range.
Yeah, I think got very worried about Bruticus roaming up to the lane, and rightfully so. Bruticus was just around the corner, so the 1-for-1 trade, once again, 9-7 now in favor of Fates0, but the gold is what's really important. It's a 1,000 gold lead, but later on into the game we get 1,000 gold lead really isn't that much. It can be very easily made up, a single turret, a single full gold payout. There's lots of ways to make just 1,000 gold quickly once you get further and deeper into this game.
All right, Marto still continuing to throw out as many impales as he can, but that hit ratio is starting to kind of slip a little bit here, Bacon. We do got those broken myths, looking for second item here for Joker. If he can pick up that sustain, well, it's going to go a long way for him, but the Drifting Dark gets enough. Joker does not pay any mind there to Marto, picks up the kill there on top of the Lyra, and 2v3, not the fight I think Enix was expecting. We do got Kestrel now coming up to the lane, but with this pressure coming in, this is going to be some good chip damage on top of the turret.
Have good chip damage and some not really actually getting it too close down, but now Marto, he's going to be eating a good amount from that forward barrage. Not quite enough to take him down, though. And that seems to be a very common trend thus far this game, is just Marto narrowly escaping. And that's really the main reason why this game is still so close. But Bruticus going in with Bladeheart. They find one kill. Can they find any more? Doesn't look like it.
Eco just sort of playing around with the portals there at the end. As soon as the Lyra got on top of Joker, currently at his health of 10%, that was basically all wrapped up right there. Nice kill coming up from Bladeheart. A little bit of revenge for him there as well. Getting some counter farm going here, and we're not going to get that hunting party into range of Illust, and looks like he's going to get out scot-free. So we do got the second item there from Joker with that Eve of Harvest. So again, that sustain is going to be just a bit harder to deal with now. Not quite there for Illust yet, but Eco does actually have the ward treads here as well. Those engages are going to be a little bit harder to deal with. Eco going to go in, but can't find that steal. Might even drop for his efforts.
Yeah, the drop is going to be real. They do get that one kill, but Joker is up in the lane taking down this turret. Is going to have to be very careful because here comes the Enix again trying to hunt him down, but Hillis just takes his spot in the lane and gets that turret destroyed. So they will be trading out Joker's life for the turret, but 2 kills, I guess, really, because of the kill onto Eco as well. But the turret going down, I think that kind of makes it worth it in their eyes.
Yeah, they are going to maintain that gold lead, and yeah, they just have to be a bit more on the back foot, but there's not really too much that they're going to lose out on. I mean, the gold mine's already dead. There's not really a lot of counter pressure coming down lane. In fact, their first turret's still pristine at this point here, Bacon, and Illust is just kind of wandering around picking up farm as much as he can. We have been putting down a good amount of scout traps. If you look at the map here on the fold, Eco really just trying to make sure that we got one in almost every bush on their side of the fold. So any kind of big invades, it's not going to go unnoticed here from Fate0.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to go unnoticed. Fate0, 10-10 on the kills now, so Enix has caught up. Oh, Joker very nearly getting impaled, but not quite going to hit. Means Bruticus ends up actually being the one taking the most damage off of that trade. Bladeheart is going to be here now, and we could have our 3-on-3.
Yeah, but there's no safety net here from Enix. If they miss, they got to retreat a good distance away to get to that next turret. So it's a little bit of a shorter leash when it does come down to it. Bladeheart is going to find the sigil, just throws it down, looking for the scouting into that bush. But that's actually a cooldown that's still going to be down for another 2 seconds. One shot does go through. Eco the one to get hit by it. That's from above actually doing some work. There's the portals trying to keep Bladeheart going. We got an Oblivion, but it only hits one. And now Marto, he already gets activated out of it. Eco there, just you see, reflecting a lot of that damage with the Storm Guard, and I think that's going to be it for the tussle here, Bacon. The teams will just bounce. Both of the supports and the roams really taking the brunts of the damage, but no deaths when it's all said and done.
Yeah, no deaths, but it's still a lot of fighting, which has kind of become the trend here. And wouldn't you know it, we had a very one-sided game in favor of Fate Zero Game 1, very one-sided in favor of Enix Game 2. Game 3, of course, it's going to be a very evenly matched, close game. Why not? Just got to run the gambit of, game results or types, I guess you could say, in this series. So these two teams, neither of them has lost a series yet in Challenger, and you can kind of see why. They are just fighting tooth and nail for this one.
Bruticus, not really that far behind anymore. 75 to the 88 of Illust, and in terms of the whole team, it's still about 1,000 between them. But Bruticus does have that 2-item double red with the Sora Blade, has that breaking point as well. Bladeheart did actually finish up that alternating current a while ago, but now has that Broken Myth to go with it. A little bit of defense here from both of them, as you can see those reflex blocks, and this is pretty much the standard start here from Marto to get not only the Fountain into the Crucible, but the Treads, but we don't actually have Bladeheart in this fight, so this engage actually ending up a 2v3. That's going to be a block right there. Marto making sure he does not fall asleep on the job, and with that Bulwark, that should be the completion there of that retreat. Fate Zero finding a bit of an upper hand in numbers, couldn't actually translate it to a kill.
Yeah, still sitting at 10 kills apiece, but the pressure is definitely in favor of Fate Zero for now. You see, we're getting very close to that 15-minute mark, so Fates, they're going to try and take this last gold mine before the Kraken spawns. It's going to be close, though. I don't know if they have enough damage to do it. They will just barely pick it up, but now here comes Enix.
Yeah, it's about as close as you can get right there, Bacon. Death from above, not really going to hit on top of the stun there for Bruticus, but he is going to be standing in it, take some damage, and Eco once more is a big target, but he reflects so much damage right there. Does actually trade himself out. Now Zero able to pick up the kill there on top of Bladeheart. Where's Bruticus? Oh, found him. Illus doesn't actually have any support to go with that utility. Doesn't have a Frostburn, for example, so Bruticus, still full mobility, nearly does take down Illust in the troubles there, but Joker does find that re-engage, finds the kill. We do got the ace. He's going to push lane. Looks like Sky's going to give a stab at taking down this Kraken, but I'm not sure she can do that by herself, Bacon.
Yeah, definitely not going to be able to take this on her own. Just getting some preemptive damage, trying to kite it around. It does reset a good chunk of the damage that Illust was able to do before Joker gets here, but now with the two of them on it, I think Joker needs to tank up a hit or two so that it stops resetting, but they should be able to take this one. Eco is going to be coming in, but so is Marto. It's not going to be stolen. One shot will drop Illust extremely low, though. They need to be careful.
I was really going to say, why did Bladeheart not follow up with that engage? But he still has 10 seconds on the portals and just couldn't close the gap. Illus getting hit by the one shot, definitely not what he thought was going to happen right there. But if those portals had been up, would have easily been a kill. And I'm not entirely too sure how much Zero would have gotten out of it. But because it's not, Illus, he hits a potion, takes a treant, and we got some infusions now to come out here as well. And with that... with that Eve of Harvest here for Illust as well, he should just be able to use a Ford Barrage or two to get right back in the action.
Yeah, that's going to be the Blast Tremor coming out as well. Death from Above is going to split the team. Marto is on the front lines, and he is tanking up so much damage. Will be able to get out of there, but Kraken continues her terror on these turrets. It's going to take out at least this one, but they need to be careful on the side of Fate Zero that they don't overstay their welcome.
That book with a bomb just really doing a huge chunk right there. Illus just a little minor heart attack, but Eco able to tank up the one shot, one kill, no problem. Had the Storm Guard up, so it's really two turrets, I guess, for their trouble. Kraken's not going to cleave through the third. They're also able to pick up some of the farm here in the jungle, and that's just going to solidify into that gold lead of about 3,000 or so. Fate Zero still more or less in the upper hand position, but it's a very precarious lead.
And definitely a precarious lead, but it's still a lead nonetheless. You have to be happy with it and just try and continue to build upon it. As the fights do continue, though. I mean, the Samuel, it has been sitting on just 2 offensive items for quite some time, and has been prioritizing a lot of defense since there. So once this 3rd offensive item comes out, I'm assuming it's going to be a Shatter Glass. That's what I'd like to see it be, at least. The damage is just going to be absolutely insane. There's a lot of shield being built for the side of Enix, but it just hasn't been enough to hold up to this double crystal composition yet.
As I said, the double crystal earlier on, game number 1, they weren't able to get those broken myths first. In fact, it was really a huge detriment for them. But those broken myths first here for Illis and Joker have definitely done very well. Eco has really done a good job doing the front line right there. Marto, though, he's going to try to redeem himself right here, and I think he might actually do it. That Githian combo after the root, they've just annihilated the sky. She has a nice, shiny new Frostburn, but it doesn't even matter because we're not going to see it. But now Marto is actually split from Bladeheart and Bruticus, and they're kind of playing a little bit dangerously here. There's the portal going through. The Drifting Dark Bladeheart, you came to the wrong neighborhood, and the double there as well as Joker just is able to curve the shots around Marto. No problem. I don't think Lance, even if he gets an impale, I just don't see him getting the kill, but he might try to prove me wrong here. Joker just trying to stay right there in front of him so that when Marto tries to lunge, it'll be a no-go. But, all right, that's a heck of a turnaround from Fates.
Yeah, there's just too much sustain on this Samuel to take him down. Kraken is up again, and you can see Eco going to be starting this one off. Joker is going to come join the fray after, I assume, grabbing a infusion and a potion. This is going to be now a very quickly taken out Kraken, especially with that Drifting Dark. The Malice and Verdict's going to be just chunking through Kraken's health. Death from above just for good measure to secure it, and Kraken has been unleashed for the 2nd time in this Game 3.
4,000 gold difference between these teams, and 3,000 gold, I guess. But by the end of it, there's those infusions. The last items come out. That's the full 3. It's full 3 blues here for not only Samuel, but that Sky as well. Not quite an Aegis for Illis, but Joker has that armor on top of it, and that's triple crystal infusion coming down here as well with the Kraken to bear, Bacon. This could be our victors here in the winner's bracket.
It very well could be if they can just find another fight going their way. Eco going to eat a lot of damage. Does get the stun out onto Marto, but they're looking for this fight. Illist is so low.
How did that Oblivion not hit Bruticus? I'm not entirely too sure, but Joker again just playing havoc here with the health bars. He's dancing around very nicely. Needs to get somebody in front of him here. Marto looking for the kill again. Here goes that Drifting Dark. Marto will get the root, but it doesn't matter. Marto himself is going to drop. No, he won't. He actually lived through it. The triple kill for Lyra is good enough. All right. 1 Kraken, 1 turret. That's all we're going to get out of this one after that ace.
Yeah, Kraken is going to be going down before it can pick up the 2nd crystal turret. It's going to get it very low, though. As you can see, pretty much just 1 hit away from destroying that turret. But somehow, some way, Enix has not given up hope on this game yet. They are still looking to find a way to climb themselves back in. The kills are still even. The gold is just about even. And Enix, they are just fighting so hard. They've been really behind even though the gold hasn't really been that big of a disparity in terms of overall map pressure and objectives. I mean, they haven't even taken a single turret yet. But somehow they're able to delay Fate Zero enough to keep this game going into the 22nd minute.
Well, there's definitely a few mistakes in that last fight, but this fight, again, it's all going to be on the line. Bladeheart just taking so much damage. He's going to get that bulwark after the fountain, use the portals there to buy some time. And Joker, again, this offensive, it's actually not going to get punished this round. There we go. Bladeheart finally down. Bruticus with the stun, but it's not enough to bring down Joker. And Marto will melt, so I guess it doesn't really matter what kind of mistakes we had last round. The damage is done. The ace is clear. And with 1 turret on its last legs between Fate Zero and a guaranteed top 2 spot, it's just not going to hold up, Bacon.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the shortest death timers. That's not going to cut it. The crystal is exposed and the crystal is destroyed. Fate Zero will be going to the grand finals of the challengers, VIS challengers here, and that means that they are guaranteed a top 2 finish. They will be either the first or second seed coming out of the VIS, and that means they're going to be facing against either Nemesis or Phoenix when it comes to those challenge battles. Plus, it means they're guaranteed at least $600 coming out of the challengers as well. So, to them for Enix, they're going to have to drop down to the losers bracket. They've got a little bit to wait, as it is going to be Vertigo Black and Noble Pro facing off against each other first to see which of those two will make it in to the challenge battles. But Enix, they fought very, very hard against Fate Zero. Definitely showed why they were one of the 2 undefeated teams remaining, but unable to close it out.
I had a whole line of commentary and then developed about, it's double crystal, it's hit its point, we got so much shield, and, we're playing a bit too aggressive, but nope, I'm just going to toss all that out the window here, Dragonborn, because Fate Zero have sealed the deal. It's 2-1, and, that's a well-deserved victory overall.
Really well deserved. They played phenomenally. Fate Zero's come in, and they're looking strong, like they are going to be able to take this split. We'll see, as they got one more matchup tonight when they go into the finals. But that means that we're turning our attention down to the loser bracket, as we've got some more matches to play. So we are going to be going up after the break, going to be looking at Vertigo going up against Noble Pro as we get those players in here momentarily and start breaking down those games. But this is the last elimination game that we have tonight. So even though we've got 4 teams, only 3 make it to the challenge battles, so 1 team isn't going to make it. And we're going to find out right now after this series who that's going to be. Team Vertigo, they've been like kind of the Cinderella story really of the split, coming in, surprise team with players I don't think anyone's heard of, and really impressed, going up against a lot of teams that I think people expected to do better and coming out on top. So we are really excited to show that matchup as we get ready for it, but we are going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll be back for the second series of tonight.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
All right, everybody, we're back. And as we get ready for the next matchup, definitely want to pay some homage to what we just witnessed, where really impressive. Best of 3, went all the way to game 3. Enix trying to fend off the complete impressive domination that Fate Zero was able to put up there. It's 4Core and Tasty joining me, of course, tonight as we get into the second series. And when we look back, I mean, really, I think a lot of people would argue after last night, Fate Zero and Enix definitely looking like the 2 strongest teams here in the split. And Fate Zero, except for that game 2, they just looked like they were able to play the way they wanted to. Although, interesting to note is that, they were the higher seed, so they did get the A side twice. And it seems like the teams on the A side, at least in that series, did perform much better. A lot of probably having to do with the draft. We saw like with the draft, especially that third game, Fate Zero just really really able to play into their strengths there. That Lyra carry, probably not the right call.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of come and gone. As I said in the very beginning of it, who is this guy? Old School, because it was kind of his signature, but didn't really bring up a lot of steam. It's definitely more comfortable these days on a roam. There definitely seems to be a lot more comfort with a Celeste. And yeah, some of the people in chat were saying that Bladeheart was a Celeste one trick, and he won twice with Celeste, and he lost with Lyra.
Yeah, I mean, when he was on his comfort picks, it seemed like he was doing much better. The Lyra pick, I felt like, was a desperation. And then, granted, we did see Index. They definitely pick heroes that are a little bit outside of the meta. That Rona pick was a big surprise, and they made it work. So I do want to tip my hats to them. I think that that's very courageous of them to try to keep pushing the boundaries on what's acceptable in the meta and show that they can play mechanically at such a high level that they don't need to have the absolute best or strongest heroes in the game. Although I think the argument will be for them that, well, we are picking the strongest heroes. We just think it's different than what the rest of the people think. Lyra carry just has definitely shown not to be effective, at least in these high-end competitive matches over the last season. So
yeah, I always loved the argument, oh, Petal was the most winningest hero this patch. Sure, if you go all the way down to the dirt leagues. I mean, like, that's a big spectrum of people to take into consideration for a win rate of a hero.
But it makes balancing it really tough, because you know that if you overpower it anymore to be effective in the high rank tournaments, you allow it to just destroy people in these lower skills. So it's always a balancing act. And, of course, we've seen Rona. Rona has definitely had moments in the competitive scene where it's been proven very effective. We've seen in this split, in this Challenger Series, and it's been it's shown that it can work. So Rona maybe just that one. A lot of these picks, like the Petal, they do work when you draft correctly and it plays into countering or going uncountered in a specific draft.
Well, going uncountered is sort of like why a shock factor can actually work like that. But overall, again, it wasn't really the Rona. It was just the fact that she was something of a beefier, mobile frontliner that could just be in your face with the threat of doing the damage. I think she fulfilled her role very nicely. I think it could have worked with the glaive. I really do. But at the same time, hey, I mean, whatever works, right? So here we are now into an elimination match, Dragon. This is where I would not expect any experimentation.
Yeah, well, some team goes home, and Vertigo's shown that they can play very effective across a wide range of hero comps. Can they come in here against what is been considered as probably one of the better teams in this split? Can they dethrone them? This would be clearly a huge upset as we get started. Looks like we're all ready to go as all the teams are into their respective spots here, and we should be ready to get this draft started.
And we also got Bacon here with me as well. So coming into this one, sir, would you expect, kind of the same things? Not really an experimentation time, just kind of stick to your roles?
I think especially in this matchup, this is arguably the most important matchup of the night, because one of these teams is going to be eliminated just on the cusp of getting into the challenge battles. It's one spot left, and it's going to go to either Vertigo Black or Noble Pro. So these two teams, they really need to bring their absolute best.
All right, so no Celeste, no Castro. Let's leave Samuel, Lyra, Finn, Lance, the usual suspects kind of up there. But no Lyra, no Sam. I'm actually surprised both of them getting through.
Yeah, both Sam and Lyra and Finn and Taka. Like, there's a lot of power picks available that are up for grabs, and well, it's going to be Noble Pro putting the emphasis onto that Finn.
Yeah, Finn, a very strong kind of neutral choice. I'm really not thinking of a Petal at this point, but I just don't think we have the statistics to back it up. I mean, there's so many good things out there. Why would you not go for a Samuel? Why would you not pick up the Lyra or the Celeste? But Arden to be answered. So we're going to be leaving one of those carries as an counter carry at the very end of it all. Yeah,
and with the Taka being grabbed there, Arden Taka, can be a very powerful combo. We'll see what it's going to be run into, though. The Taka, it kind of goes to show that it's a pick that we normally back up a month or so, and Taka is generally a counter pick that you see what your opponents are running, and then you choose to take Taka. It's now gotten to a point where you take Taka blindly because you don't really care what you're up against. You just want that Taka. It's going to be a Saw and a Glaive, though, that'll be up against. Very likely going to be this Crystal Saw.
Yeah, it's going to be sort of the Noble Pro Saw special, and I do believe it was that crystal to go with it. I was curious to see if they were going to go all the way and pick up that Adagio just for the old time's sake, but it's going to be a Scarf instead. We've seen counters with the Celeste using her range and her Helios. We've seen Crystal Voxes as counters, but it does look like Scarf has actually won out the bid here this round. So with that Saw, we have seen victories from Noble Pro with it. We've seen it so dominant, it actually pulled multiple bans yesterday, Bacon. We're going to have to see if Hideos can prove why it's so powerful here.
Yeah, I mean, Hideos going to be running it. We've seen a ton of power coming out of the Crystal Saw. It doesn't have the same pushing power that you see in the Weapon Saw, but it has a ton of late game damage, and that's really where the strength in it lies.
Yeah, I believe it was Zeal that told us once that, Weapon Saw is good early on, but CP Saw is good all the time.
Well, it is going to be the Saw starting with a Weapon Blade, though. That's kind of interesting.
It's not a book, is it? Well, we'll have to see where that one does go here, Bacon. Could have been a miss buy maybe, but by then, you can't really sell it back very easily. Just might as well take it for now. If it is not going to be that crystal, then a lot of this weapon's going to be coming down to Vainglorious to make it happen. And between the two of them, if they can just set it up, I don't really think it'll matter which way the Saw goes.
Yeah, I mean, if they go for this early hard push, especially against a Scarf, it can really work out well. Scarf needs to get to that late game to really start scaling up and becoming a massive threat. So Archaic, though, we saw yesterday Archaic doing a lot of work on these junglers as well. So it's going to be a very close matchup, I feel. I don't think either of these teams really has a clear-cut advantage.
Sorry about that, Bacon. But yeah, coming into it, something that Hideous is going to have to really focus on is his defense itemization, because with that Taka, especially if it is going to be that tension crown that we see more often, he's going to have to, not just go for straight armor, not just go for straight health. If it is going to be more of that crown, we'll have to see which way the second item will lean. But that has been proven a very effective tool for some of these lane carries.
Yeah, definitely is a very effective idea to go for, and we'll see if it can pan out. The Hideous is going to be going into that crystal build, so again, kind of curious that he went for the Weapon Blade. It does help with the farming a little bit earlier on, but I was actually really expecting, especially against a Scarf, for it to be that book, because you don't have that mobility to dodge out the Spitfires. But now here comes the Glaive.
And he's just not going to have that angle. I mean, Vainglorious needed to get a little bit farther ahead of Hammy in order to make that kill happen. So, rinse, repeat. We're just going to have to see if it can happen a little bit better next round. This fight is over. Hideos, when he did head home, did actually pick up some boots. He has now that regen and a bit. So I still think it will be that crystal by the end of it here. Bacon just used the Weapon Blade to farm out a little bit easier here early game.
Yeah, the early game is really where there's going to be a lot of emphasis. Even though they have the Scarf, which is the late game focus, you want to still be able to carry out the early game. It's going to force Vainglorious to have to afterburn over the wall. Daryl's going to just kind of be stuck and is going to eventually go down. Now they make the rotation up to the lane. Hideous is going to be aware of this. Vainglorious is actually going to be in some danger as well, but does get out alive.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting coming into the lanes, so to speak, entrance from Vainglorious. But by the end of it, it is only going to be the one kill so far. Vertigo Black, the one to pick that one up. Really nice pickup on top of Daryl. Hideous, not very responsive to a lot of the threat there, just focusing really heavily on his lane. And because of that, he will actually be a little bit farther ahead here than Hammy. Hammy's going to be dropping a few CS here and there. Does hit with Hideous in a really nice money situation, but the Spitfires, the farther and farther we go into this game, the deadlier they're going to become, the longer range they're going to become here as well. It's going to be, Saw just kind of having his work cut out for him.
Yeah, Saw is going to really... the late game ramp up it takes a while. Right now there's a big collapse into the jungle. Vainglorious is going to just narrowly get out again. We'll see Daryl's going to be the sacrificial lamb. No, they're actually going to try and turn around. A nice suppressing fire, but that Spitfire, not going to be quite enough to burn him down. But this is looking, the early aggression definitely rolling in favor of Vertigo.
Yeah, Derek's going to be okay this time, but that aggression has been paying off in terms of the momentum. It's not really a huge gold lead because of it. There hasn't been a lot of counter farm, just a lot of, posturing here and there. That being said, Vainglorious, when it comes to the last hits, is actually still going to be ahead of Archaic at this point, and we are still, actually we're starting to really widen the gap between Hammy and Hideous. Hammy just kind of goes on adventures a little bit too much, whereas Hideous doesn't really leave lane.
Yeah, it's Hideous wants to stay in lane, wants to keep farming, but because of the amount of pressure in the jungle, he really is forced to, even when he wants to rotate and help. Vainglorious is going to find one kill there, but it's going to get traded back out. Hideous not able to get an answer onto the return kill, so it's just going to be an even trade for now.
Yeah, Hideous, when he's all spun up like that, it's hard to get anywhere in a hurry, and they didn't really have a good target for the Dank Shank, so Archaic will survive with the kill. This after the 1-1 trade. Again, look at all that farm now moving forward, right? This is what we're trying to do, just kind of push up the lane, get that chip damage done, just try to take it away from Hammy, deny him those numbers. And to a degree, that is working. Hideous, though, he is back in town. He is going to be picking up a Shatterglass first, and that means that his CP ratios are going to be treating him very well with that big spike of crystal.
Yeah, the crystal spike is going to be real with the Shatterglass. It's always been a debate again there. There's a couple of different heroes that have some debates as to what item you should get first on them, and Lasaw is one of them, but it's essentially, if you want that heavy burst, you go for the Shatterglass. If you want that long game sustain, well, then you go for the Broken Myth. And I would expect Hideous to end up with both before this is said and done, but wanting that upfront burst damage right now.
Didn't exactly get the suppressing fire on top of Hammy. Instead, Hammy just lights a fire under Hideous's feet, and it's actually going to get the better of the trades here. Vainglorious and Archaic sort of going for the same builds at this point. Does look like it's going to be crowns and banners into the tension bows. At least that's sort of where it's aiming. Archaic does actually have that crown finished up. It's not quite there for Vainglorious, but he does actually have a good bit of cash there in his inventory. A little bit of armor going from both sides there as well, as you can see him dueling out 2v1. 2v2 now, as Hammy is going to be coming here into the jungle, but Vainglorious, he's just had quite enough of this. He's now going to go off, and he does have level 6. At the same time, Hideous just hit his level 6 there a little bit ago, and Hammy, he's got that breath on board. Adren is ready. It's really just Daryl kind of lagging behind at this point.
Yeah, it's not exactly going to be finding the amount of work that Hammy's hoping for. The Frostburn going to be the first item there on Scarf. Another one of those, first item debates. I personally am much more in favor of getting the Broken Myth first item for Scarf as opposed to the Frostburn. I feel like the Frostburn, you already have the goop for that slow, so the extra slow coming out of the Frostburn isn't really going to do a whole lot for you.
At the same time, he can then use Spitfires to just keep Hideous, keep Darok a little bit less mobile. Yes, it's not going to be hitting nearly as hard, but I think if Frostburn, especially up against somebody like a Saw, who you absolutely just want to murderify, I don't think it's actually that bad.
Yeah, well, it's not that bad. It's just it's also not as good as I feel like it could be. We'll see if
you'd rather see a Broken Myth.
Much rather see a Broken Myth.
Much rather. Oh, it's not even a question, Jester. How dare you question the bacon? Yeah.
I literally just said I would much rather see it before you.
I know, it's just the tone of it really caught me off guard.
Either way, it is going to be that Storm Crown finished now for Archaic, and it looks like Vainglorious is actually going to be going for a Storm Crown of his own. So double Storm Crowns coming out of the junglers, and again, this Tension Crown build has just kind of been taking over. It's not going to be the Tension Bow for Vainglorious, though, but Storm Crown junglers, I guess, is the broader spectrum to put this in.
I'm curious if he's actually even going to get a crown here anytime soon. But Gauntlet's going to go through and bringing Derek down low. He does not have too much to worry about from the Gauntlet itself because he'll walk right through it. And you can see after that Spitfire, Derek is going to come down really low. But Noble will actually survive it. Not another kill yet, Bacon. 9 minutes in and only the 3 on the board. Vertigo Black just kind of chomping at the bit. They're going to be looking for another one here. Vainglorious is actually not going to give him any time of day. And suppressing fire once more. Like, Hammy is actually really just dipping and dodging around a lot of the damage that Hideous is trying to put out. It almost seems like it's just hitting minions, and that's about it.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the theme of this game for the first 9 minutes, is Hammy just not really able to connect with those Spitfires enough to get the damage down for the kills. That's why it's only been 3 kills, 9.5 minutes in. Tension Bow is going to be complete for Archaic now after the Storm Crown. So, again, a slight variation on the build. A lot of times you see the Tension Bow finished first and then the Storm Crown second. But Archaic, it doesn't really matter what order you get them in, as, oh, that's going to be a huge hook.
And, well, okay, it's going to be good. Yeah, Arden is going to drop from it, so hook into kill. Let's rinse repeat that a few more times here, Noble. Doing well. As Vainglorious, he's actually coming to the fight with the new Sorrow Blade. He did actually just finish that one up right as the Arden died, so that's why he's not really there in the lane, but he is going to be here for the cleanup. And now 2v3 pressure. Already, Hammy's taken a few hits there, and again, with that new weapon to push forward. We're able to take a turret from it there as well, so we're breaking open the gold lead just a bit here. Noble going to take the lead by about 2,500.
Yeah, and the lead going over in favor of the side of Noble is definitely good news for them. They're going to be coming back up into the lane. Hideous wisely takes the long way around so he doesn't get caught in that mustache bush, and clears out those minions very, very quickly, including a stab for the final one. So, yeah, I mean, the gold lead, it's slowly but surely growing. Vainglorious does have the Sorrow Blade now, so it's the Sorrow Crown build that's going to be coming out for Vainglorious. And again, just that adaptation on that build. We've seen a lot of different players put their own twists and spins on it, and this is just another one of them.
Hideous there is now going to be looking to that third item, but I don't think it's going to be a Frostburn there, Bacon. He does have some energy, and if we are going to develop it, and it does look like that is going to come to pass, it's probably going to be that Eva Harvest. So now, not only with the Reflex, Hideous there should actually have some pretty decent survivability when it comes to some of these fights, but it's up to the Scarf to really just kind of put that down. He is going to have that, fan the flames and the burning and everything else. Archaic, he tried, man. I'll give him credit. He tried. I don't think he's going to get out of this one alive. At least Vainglorious, no, he's going to let him live. That reflex block from Archaic actually coming out real big right there, and Vainglorious not actually able to bring him down.
Yeah, they are going to just be really getting some good work in here. Vainglorious not going to be really in too much trouble. Steals away those camps and is looking very good. Has a slight CS lead over Archaic. Meanwhile, up in the lane, it's actually a pretty sizable CS lead for Hideous, as they're going to be finding some big damage onto Hammy and Adren.
Yeah, Vainglorious immediately just with that afterburn going right behind the Arden. As soon as he set up that gauntlet, it was basically game over from there. But Hideous also got those tier 3 boots. He has some pretty hefty cooldown to go with it. This is one rich Saw. I'll give you that here, Bacon. And Noble Pro, they've shown us that they can win with this Saw. They know how to play it very well. And so far, they're kind of having their way with this match. It's up to 5,000 gold between the teams. They're looking for a party brush when somebody comes down to check these backs. But all they might find is Adren.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and just clear out the turrets and get a couple more kills. Now Archaic is actually going to be caught out, but they don't care about Archaic. They want the damage onto Hammy, and they are going to be diving hard onto Hideous. It could be in some trouble, but those mad cannon shots putting in work.
1,000 crit by the end of it there with that Dank Shank doing some good work. Hammy's actually still alive through all this one. Quibble, Derek has really no quibbles about that one, and that is going to be that. I really wasn't too sure who the target was in the beginning, Bacon, and not entirely too sure Vertigo Black knew who it was either, because they split really well, and they were able to stagger out the deaths very nicely. It's not going to be an ace, but Noble Pro, once more, just kind of showing how far ahead they are.
Yeah, I mean, 6-2 now. This gold lead is steadily growing very quickly now all of a sudden. As it was a slow pace before, has definitely ramped up over the past couple minutes. We're getting close to that 15-minute mark, which is obviously when the Kraken's going to be spawning. The gold mine very likely going to be taken soon, just be the last gold mine of the game. And, I mean, Noble, they have a very sizable lead now. We saw it again in that last fight, Archaic. They could have just completely caught out Archaic, but they said, you know what? Hammy's the one with the wave clear. We want to just take him down instead. They didn't even get Hammy until the end, but they were able to just constantly turn around their fight, change their focus target, and just take them out.
I wonder if it's a question of defense at this point, maybe just tactics, but so far Vertigo Black just kind of giving off more and more kills as we go later and later into this one. At the 9-minute mark, we had 3 kills. Here at just about the 15, we're up to 8, and, well, if Noble Pro has anything to say about it, they're about to get another 1 or 2. They were in that bush where, they're not exactly the best of engage angles. You can see Adren just trying to pop as many traps as he can, but he doesn't get caught. At the same time, again, Noble Pro, they're looking for a fight. They want this Kraken done.
Yeah, Kraken, being available, Noble, they're going to be trying to position themselves. They don't realize that there's a scout trap that is spotting them, so they're not going to be able to clear that out. But a nice rotation from Vertigo Black, trying to out-rotate Noble, but here comes Noble. They have to duck out of this one. Does give up the spot in the middle, a big force to cord.
Yeah, but the quibble actually not there. Vainglory does go right through there with that afterburn, but he's trying to walk out of a gauntlet. You can't do that, man. Doesn't actually have a reflex block there from Vainglory either, so not entirely too sure what the communication was overall. I mean, as soon as Arden threw down that gauntlet and the quibble didn't hit, I thought Novo had a really good advantage there, but Vainglorious in the middle of it all just, didn't quite work out, so now we're trying our luck. Vertigo Black in a 3v2. Archaic going to be taking some licks. Derek is going to be burning down low, but just look at the return damage. Hideous trying to make a stand, and he's going to burn to death for it.
Yeah, it does actually end up being a kill traded, though. Hammy actually may have just caused the death of Adren there. Adren was trying to put the Vanguard on himself. Hammy kind of, floated over on top of Adren and got the Vanguard shield instead of Adren, and that shield may have just been enough to keep Adren alive from that last turret shot. So a little bit of a mistake there, but they still find a couple of kills and prevent the Kraken from going down for now. We'll see if it'll be enough to really get them back into this game. We're starting to reach the point where the glaive is at high risk of falling off damage-wise. Does have the bone saw as well as that sour blade, but it's getting later and later, and there's still no storm crown finish, so the damage is going to be pretty low, all things considered, when it comes to being a glaive 17 minutes in.
And 17 minutes in, it's a perfect time to get a reflex block, because that's what Vainglorious did. Realize that I can't actually walk through those gauntlets. It's not a good time, so he does actually finally pick up some of that defense. You're right, Bacon. I mean, if he falls off, this is going to be a heck of a carry here from Noble Pro. But they are still leading in the gold. They still have a little bit of an upper hand. A lot of that vision just cleared away there as Vertigo Black looking for some positioning here down by the Kraken. But that being said, Noble, they're just more than happy to push up. They're going to have these waves starting to accumulate here. Vertigo Black's going to have to do something about it.
Yeah, they're going to definitely have to do something. Vertigo is getting out-rotated right now. They need to either go in or start the recalls. I think they wanted to wait till they were underneath the turret, maybe get some help from the turret, but now the fight is on.
Yeah, gauntlet to go through. Derek, again, doesn't really care too much, but he can't stand on top of that burning right there. Hideous and the suppressing doesn't exactly change a lot of the health. And again, you can't stand on the burning. That Finn just not going to be doing good work right there. And there goes Vainglorious there as well. It's all coming down to Hideous, but once more, the suppressing fire just doesn't really look like it's going to hit Hammy, and that's really the target he needed to worry about. He might take Arden down with him, but Archaic and Hammy will survive. They get their own ace. This could actually be the Kraken soloed out by Taka.
Yeah, Taco with the Storm Crown and Tension Bow is going to be able to do a lot of damage to it, especially can time the Chitons to dodge the damage. Didn't quite get it there, but now Hammy's actually going to rotate down, help take this one. Very, very quick Kraken takes with a Storm Crown and a Scarf working on it, so Kraken will be unleashed, and it really feels like the fights are starting to become very uncoordinated for the side of Noble Pro, which is heavily in contrast to how they had started this game. They just kind of getting split up now when the fights go down, and no one's really getting onto Hammy at all. He's just kind of getting free reign to just burn down whoever he can, get his hands on, and it's just, I don't know, the positioning really has not been there, which is very strange because that was a big strength of Noble Pros for the first 15 minutes of this game.
Beep, 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 beep. Just a lot of scout traps going down for the defense, a lot of scout traps getting popped, and not really any big effect. Derek, when that big miss comes up empty when he went fishing for that hook, and that is going to be at least one turret down. It is a Kraken about half health here. Hammy's still trying to just artillery fire away, but he is aiming more at the heroes rather than the turrets. And at the same time, there's a little bit of truth to what you're saying here, Bacon. If Hammy just has free reign, it's going to be game over here for Noble. But with that gauntlet, again, we got that breath up there. The pressure cooker is mounting. Vainglory is already on the retreat. Hideous has to come back out of the sanctuary. And I think that's about all you're going to get out of that Kraken. That has swung the gold right up to par. And there's not a big difference between them.
Yeah, just 2,000 gold still sitting as the separation factor, but we're getting farther and farther in. Once you start hitting around that 50,000 gold mark, the gold really doesn't even matter anymore because everyone is full build. Everyone has more than enough gold for infusion. So, while it's cool that you have a lead in gold, you literally can't do anything with it. So it just really has no effect. They're going to be looking to see if they can get another fight here, though. Everyone grouping up. Kraken's not even going to be available. They just kind of want to fight for the sake of fighting, it feels like.
Yeah, we got about another 60 seconds or so until the Kraken does respawn. You can actually, timestamp it. It's a 2-minute respawn there. But for now, does look like Noble. They will maintain control down here. They have been putting down a few traps and some scouts. Okay, a lot of traps and some flares there, as whereas Derek is just kind of becoming a carpet miner at this point. We do got infusions on pretty much everyone. Adren kind of falling a little bit behind the curve. Something we saw yesterday, Bacon, was our Finn into late game picking up a Shiver Steel. And you can see that now completed here for Derek as well. So if he does pull you in, he might not be able to stun you, but he will at least be able to slow you up a little bit here with that Shiver.
Yeah, I mean, the slows, I don't know how much it's actually going to do, but it's still, I guess it's you got to do something. It's really mostly about getting that extra health and just trying to be able to survive for a long time. They're setting up a party brush here. This could be very dangerous, so Hideous, don't give it away. You got to be careful. We saw some clutch flares, actually. The one that Vertigo, Hideous. You got to be just a little more patient than that, unless they're just trying to rotate around them, but they know exactly where they are.
Yep, and that's going to be Adren right over the wall there as well. You heard the woohoo, and Hideous, he turns around. He's going to try to land some damage there, but it's only Archaic. Hammy just not going to be in range of these suppressings, and I really think that, Noble, another few seconds, they could have had an amazing party bush setup, and it would have been Hammy right there in front of them as well. But they do kind of impatiently blow it all out of proportion. No kills, not even really a lot of damage from both sides, and it's kind of back to the drawing board when it comes to the Kraken.
And the thing I really didn't understand about giving up on that party brush was they knew where their opponents were, but now Adren's going to get pulled in. He's going to eat a lot of damage, gets knocked into the fight. That is a roamer down. That means there won't be as much utility coming out, but Hammy actually has a fountain for himself, so is going to still have that fountain option if Archaic and Hammy do try and go in, but they want this minion mine. They want those minions to have to push in towards the base of Vertigo, forcing Vertigo to have to play a bit defensively so that they can go ahead and take this Kraken.
Well, with the lane just sort of pushing in by itself, as you say, that is going to keep Hammy busy. They also get that vision from the minion mine there as well. The only real golden, the golden lining, the silver lining, I guess, from that previous fight is that we did have that gauntlet go down. So Adren, then dying, gauntlet's going to be back up for the next one, but that was a very important tool, just not being able to be used there and already popping out that reflex block that early. Denies Vainglorious, but you can't do anything about the hook. This is now gone from a little bit shaky to really good here from Noble Pro. If they can push in and there's no hammy, this is actually a potential game-winning scenario.
Yeah, it really is. It's I mean, the Kraken is going to be on the doorstep coming in. Hideous needs to be a little bit careful, but it's just Archaic and Adren to defend. As you said, the big, the one who can really take down Kraken exceptionally well, the Scarf is not available. Archaic is going to have to be careful trying to go for the Kraken as well. But now Kraken's onto those base turrets, and we could have this final fight. Adren is eating a lot, though. He is down. It's just Archaic.
Yeah, and Archaic, and with the staggering sort of complete at this point, even if he dies, I don't think it really matters if he's alive. There's not much Hammy can do up against this Kraken, and they still got to get 3 kills on top of it. It's not meant to be, Bacon. It was a bit of a slugfest here, 25 minutes in, very close kill counts. But by the end of it, it will be this Saw comp prevailing. Noble Pro, I don't think they've actually lost with a Saw that I can remember here on stream.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a solid pick for them. Hideous doing really good with it. Maybe like upon the original 2.0 type of thing. But it's definitely winning you games. Keep running it. That's all I have to say about this, especially with being on the verge of getting into those challenge battles that... I mean, there were moments this game where the positioning and the placement of some of the abilities didn't look that great. But in the end, a win is a win.
A win is a win is a win here, Bacon. Something that I did notice is that Derek never actually did once go into that Crucible. As he said, he went into the Shiver. It was a little bit of a late game pickup, but up against an Arden, that might have actually been a little bit more of a safer pickup a bit earlier on. They put more stock in trying to counter out Archaic with the Vision, and that's why we had so much emphasis on picking up a Contraption as early as we did.
Yeah, well, either way, that is game 1 in the books going towards Noble Pro. It's going to be very sad to see one of these teams not make it into the challenge battles because, I mean, Noble Pro, Vertigo Black, both organizations that have been to the live events previously, and both definitely deserving of it with the way that they've played these past few weeks. But unfortunately, only one of them can get that opportunity. And we are one game closer to finding out who it's going to be.
All right, Dragon. That's game 1 in the bag. One of these teams is going to go home. Noble Pro has taken a bit more of a comfier lead here, 1-0.
Yeah, that was a close game, though, for Court. I mean, it looked there for a little bit that Vertigo was able to pull out a victory as you start to see that Glaive just not be as effective in the jungle. What really stood out, though, was some very important team fights where we did see the Saw. I mean, yeah, that's just really the story is that's Crystal Saw does so much work, is able to position really quickly using those roadie runs, moving around, and that's something that is, not necessarily a characteristic of a Saw. So really well played so far. Noble Pro eking out a victory. I would call it eking, as it wasn't quite the decisive win that maybe they thought they'd be able to pick up against Vertigo. So it's very close. Game 2 is going to be really exciting. We are going to take a quick break. When we get back, though, get you guys right into game number 2.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for game number 2. Vertigo Black is going into number 1 seed Noble Pro here. First Blitz, final 4 teams. As we get started here, it is going to be a slugfest here, and a 4-Court Jester and Tasty Bacon. Man, you guys, you know me well.
Yep.
As we get into this final match here, we're going to be kicking off the draft here in just a few seconds. But what is Vertigo going to have to do to get into this?
Well, I would have wanted to say ban Saw, but I'm in the draft and they didn't ban Saw. So, I mean, that's how Noble kind of got down here in the first place. They had just back-to-back Saw bans, but it could still be coming out here.
Yeah, well, the Saw is definitely an option. It looks like, Samuel's still available, Lyra's still available, a lot of power picks still there, but Noble, again, saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They'll go ahead and grab the Saw. They also pick up the Taka, so, getting that off the board and taking it for themselves.
Well, I mean, the glaive didn't really seem to kind of do what it needed to. There's very few opportunities that the afterburn sort of made a difference, and it more or less went the same build. So just kind of sniping it out. A Dren to pick up that lance. I mean, that's going to be something to deal with. But Celeste and Sky, we basically crafted a team just trying to play around the Saw.
Yeah, I mean, the Saw comp is something that they can do. Again, Hideous has shown a very great strength with this. And, well, now with the Lyra coming through as the next pick, or the final pick, it's going to be a pretty powerful composition there for Noble.
So there was a lot of ways to counter this Saw, and Celeste I'm definitely going to give a few props to, but not picking up that Lyra. Like, as soon as we get that suppressing fire down, there's nothing you can do to actually stop it. So having now a Lyra to put a book down, Saw can just sit in that all day, and he's going to be able to do just a lot of work. As well, the engages here, Darok on that Lyra, especially after a spun up Crystal Saw, you just get it in your face. That's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. But either way, it's going to be potentially the last game of the tournament for Vertigo Black if they cannot find a way to get themselves a victory. And Hideous, well, I guess it wasn't a misclick in game number 1 because he's starting with that Weapon Blade once again.
Not a book. That is rather surprising, but a Weapon Blade just to get a little bit of damage there early on. Guess they're saying they don't need that sustain. I mean, he does have that pocket healer. Lyra going to be in lane level 1. I'm just going to leave Taka to his own devices. That is forcing a Dren back up here, but already you can see Darok just really laying into these guys pretty much for free. So Vertigo Black already just from day 1, minute 1, level 1, whatever you want to say here, Bacon. They're on the defensive.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And, I mean, immediately pushing all 3 members into the lane, knowing that they need to try and find some sort of advantage to get Hideous behind the 8-ball, but not able to find anything just there.
Vainglory, at the same time, when he did pick up his jungle farm, he went to shop. He did get a scout trap. So he's also just kind of being very heads up about the fact that there could be invades. If there's not going to be 2 in lane here from Vertigo Black, then it could absolutely just be a roaming hit squad from Vertigo looking for the Taka. And I think it's a very smart move. You know, he put down that trap. He's going to notice if they come in real early, and that's not going to put him behind whatsoever.
Yeah, it's not there. He's going to be perfectly fine. And we'll see down in the jungle. Vainglory is not going to get spotted here by Archaic and a Dren, so he's going to be able to just grab those camps and get out to safety. Now Hideous going to make a rotation down to the shop as well. He's going to get spotted by that flare, though, but again, not going to take their chances of trying to dive in on that.
Yeah, not yet. So far, 2 minutes in, like we were 3 kills in 9 minutes game number 1. So far, could just be slow and steady, wins the race again here for game number 2. Hideous going to come back to lane, does have the boots, has those crystal bits there. Drench is trying to make a shot at him. If it actually had landed, could have been the death there of Hideous, which would have been a little bit more embarrassing. Still very well might be. that sigil is going to get some healing in. Hideos doesn't really seem to care about the rest of it. But with Daryl there, it's going to be very hard to bring him down in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be difficult. There's going to be the Sky and Taka going at it a bit. Archaic is going to be hitting some of that forward barrage, but Vainglory doing a good job dodging a lot of it. However, once Adren comes in with that root, it is going to be all over for Vainglorious.
Yeah, could have been a kill on top of Archaic, but the cooldown's just not there from Vainglorious. Didn't have the vision, and of course, Dren. That route, I mean, just a little bit farther, and Vainglorious would have been A-okay. But for now, he's just going to respawn. He's going to come back into it, but let's keep that pain train going. They bring down Hideos down low in lane after that route once more. Dren just seems to be the playmaker here early on for Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the opportunities here now. Vertigo finding Daryl, taking him down. That's another kill going over to the side of Vertigo. 2-0. The gold's still dead even though, as they haven't really been able to capitalize on these kills.
No, it's just, again, getting kills at this point. There's not a lot of deep strategy behind it. They're just literally taking what they can. For now, it does actually look like, I want to say it's going to be double crystal here from Vertigo. I mean, Archaic does have the double weapon blade, but then he's gone into a heavy prism. I don't think you'd go into a heavy prism if you were just kind of looking for the bits for early on damage.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't if that's all it's for. So it's very likely going to be the 2 weapon blades just as the early damage source there. But we'll see what else it does turn into. Yeah, another crystal bit. This is definitely going to be a double crystal.
Okay, so Crystal Sky, that Crystal Celeste, we are pushing up lane. There's nobody in it at all to counter out. We actually have Hammy and Adren just off in a wild goose chase looking for Vainglorious, so we've pushed up the entire lane, and that got some chip damage on top of that turret there as well. In terms of the last hits, Hideos 43, Hammy 32. This is very similar to game number 1, where Hideos really does put a lot of pressure in lane, and he doesn't really leave it that often, whereas Hammy seems to join the team a good bit more and suffers because of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be having some trouble with the potential damage later on from the saw, but right now it's not an issue whatsoever. When Adren going to be getting another engagement on, but it's just on Daryl because Vainglorious does dodge it away. Now with Hideous back in the lane, it's going to be a bit of just kind of trading damage back and forth and then going back to farming, as that's sort of just the order of the day right now. Vainglorious is working towards the Tension Crown, and going to be getting the Storm Crown as the first item, it looks like, as he did go ahead and pick up that cooldown. So Fountain of Renewal, first tier 3 item on the side of Noble for Daryl. And still no tier 3s on the other side of the fold, but now here comes Vainglorious.
Oh, the catch is good. Archaic bringing him down low. Hideous there just to kind of put one of the final nails into it. It actually is the blades of Vainglorious to take home the kill, but you know, that crossbeam right there was absolutely fantastic. There's no fins here, right? Usually it's up against these fins that we have to struggle in order to get some of these kills early on, but there's no fins. It's only going to be that lance, so that is going to be a very tasty kill. Noble now finally with a kill on the board. At the same time, you can see immediately Vainglorious exited right there into the full jungle, so he's going to be able to pick up some counter farm. And while Celeste is coming back to lane, Archaic, he didn't leave that lane, so he's not getting any farm there either. That is going to leave Vainglorious very happy to be getting all that farm to himself.
Yeah, and well, now here comes Vainglorious finding a kill onto Hammy as well. Daryl somehow staying alive as well. So those 2 kills that Vertigo Black had picked up early, all of a sudden those are traded right back.
Hammy needs to get a reflex block, I think, ASAP, and I think he also knows this. He does have that Oak Heart. I think that was definitely a reaction after that first kill, but, you know, 2 up, 2 down like that, that is going to rattle any player here at this level.
And it's, right now, another very close, even game, but we're also only 7 minutes in. The opportunities for this Crystal Saw to really come fully online are still there, and it still can just absolutely devastate the side of Vertigo. Of course, Vertigo, with this double crystal, we're going to need to see shield coming out from Noble. Otherwise, they could end up in trouble, but a gold mine payout completely soloed out by Taka.
Yeah, and he's actually able to pick up that trait there as well. Just immediately turns around, looking for some damage here on top of Archaic, who has a flare. Can't actually Kaku through that one, but now flare is over. Vainglory, he's coming back. Archaic sort of knows what's going on here as well, but he is able to get some really nice return damage, even looking for the Solar Storm there from Hammy. Vainglory, though, a little bit too spry. We'll live this one out. At the same time, Hideous, he's coming back to lane. He's finished up not a broken myth that you might have expected. He's going to go straight power from those 2 kills. He's going Shatterglass.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going into that Shatterglass, going to be going for that burst. Also has a lot of points, or at least going for probably the Broken Myth as a second item. So we'll see. And now going to be actually seeing if they can get some damage onto Adren, and Hammy eating so much from that suppressing fire.
Hammy went Frostburn first. He's going to be struggling at this point to get that second item because he needs to get into that defense. Just look at that absolutely disgusting burst. Vainglory is able to bring him down low. Is actually Derek there with the curveball at the end to get the kill. But now Hideous, he's moving forward. He has, I think, those mad cannons ready to go. Yeah, he is looking for that push. And Archaic is even going to get out of that one alive. Oh, it's so close, Bacon. That Shatterglass showing some big numbers.
And, I mean, this Shatterglass damage just so massive. And, it's like, I mean, what do you do against this? The Crystal Saw, they're so difficult to deal with.
And once again, Hammy shows his face up and down. That is 4 straight kills in a row. Vainglorious comes up. We got the suppressing fire. The coordination is here. Noble is really playing just out of their minds at this point. 2-0 is a very real possibility if they can just keep eliminating Hammy. He's dropped 40 CS. He's still struggling for a second offensive item, and he still has no reflex.
No reflex means, you know, you're not going to be able to avoid a lot of that damage. I mean, there really isn't anything that you need to worry about as far as the crowd control if you're Hammy, but the damage, you need that shield. You need to be able to reduce the damage coming out of Hideous.
The other big thing is he is farming. He is trying to poke. He is level 8 now. It has 5 points into that Helio, but it's just that far forward. If he can get into that range of the suppressing fire, that's kill range right there, right? That is absolutely a possibility that Noble Pro can get a kill right then and there. So for now, Hideous, he cleans up wave with the suppressing. We are going to get the bulwark there just to stop things out a little bit here from Darilk. But even with a death from above, I do not know what Hammy was doing with that core collapse there, but it's not enough for a kill. Now here goes a portal, Darilk trying to just stop him up. Vainglorious is there, and the suppressing to pick up too. You can't run away from these guys.
Hideous kind of sacrifices himself to the turret there, looking to get that roadie run onto Adren, but not going to be happening. But still 2 kills going over clean. Some more pressure on the turret as Vainglorious is going to jump in using that Storm Crown and Tension Bow to get the turret destroyed, and then just Kakuing on out of there. That is just big advantages again going over to Noble Pro. That was interesting.
I don't need to fight this. I'm just going to go into the farm. And if he gets away out of this one, that would be amazing. But I'm pretty sure he's still got that farm, Bacon.
Yeah, does still have the farm, but I mean, it's so much damage with this saw. It's absolutely ridiculous. That it's almost laughable how hard the suppressing fire hits when you don't have any shield to try and stop it. And that's exactly what Hideous is just doing right now.
The Lyra Peel is doing a lot of work here as well. Defeats the Surrey Strike, defeats those Impales when they get up nice and close. But Bulwarks and Sigils, the portal's there to set everything up as well. I mean, even if Derek portals in and dies immediately, he is given the avenue of assault there to Hideous, to Vainglorious. And so far between the two of them, the damage is a little bit more unavoidable at this point. But there's a bit of a silver lining here because now a bit of a breath of fresh air. Vertigo Black, Hammy, he's actually picked up that reflex. He's still looking for that second item. There's no doubt that he is behind, but you know, this might be the turn of events for them here.
Yeah, it very well could be, but the Gold Miner is going to be started up and taken pretty low. However, on the backside, the Solar Storm does not hit anything. There is going to be Sky going down. The Gold Mine goes over. Now, Vainglory is just going to be chasing down Hammy. Does get rooted there, but it's not enough to prevent the kill.
And then again, maybe not. Adren, I don't think he's going to get out from the clutches here of Vainglory. Not with an 1100 hit there from that Dank Shank. Totally not a crit, guys, but Hideous, he picks up a very nice kill. Is that the ace? It is. Look at those minions coming in, all ready to take down another turret in the name of Red Team.
Yeah, it's another turret gonna fall. The second one, now Archaic is going to drop as well. Vainglorious and Hideous are just doing far more damage than what Vertigo Black can deal with.
Yeah, and Vertigo Black is really just up against their choke turret at this point. Vainglorious is here. We do have Derek in that bush as well, and Hideous cleans up those backs. Adren, a little bit too afraid, really, to move forward too much far forward. And though I think at this point he should realize that they're not there, but still, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the better safe than sorry, but it's definitely not going to be looking too well for the side of Vertigo, as they have definitely fallen way behind in this game. You can see it's about call it a 6,000 to 7,000 gold lead now for Noble. And with this Lyra, they can really choose to engage whenever they want, especially if Taka just jumps in. That's a kill. Bright Bulwark in. And now Hideous is just going to be chasing the backside of this fight. Archaic still alive underneath that turret, but Adren, you may not want to actually go in for that.
I don't think they really want to leave Sanctuary, personally. It's 11-4, and the Steamroller is really just kind of full head at this point. But look at the damage. I mean, bringing down Adren low, it's even just going to be right there on the steps of Salvation. Vainglorious actually gets that last hit. His blades taste blood and gets another kill for the cause. The turret is down there as well, and in 30 seconds, we're going to have a Kraken, which could actually just end the game right then and there, Bacon. And Noble Pro, they're getting their positioning up. They got way more vision than they really need at this point, and I don't think there's anything that can surprise them.
Yeah, there really doesn't seem to be. I mean, they're going to be just running away with this one. About to grab that Kraken. A breaking point for the Taka. Oh, boy. They are just really having fun with this one now.
Yep. When you're this far ahead, you can kind of play cat and mouse. There is a slight chance it will backfire on you. I've seen it backfire, but they're almost 10,000 gold ahead at this point. Taka is just gonna solo the Kraken by himself. I mean, sure, why not? He has the infusion and plenty of red, has that crown on top of it, and now with just such a push coming in from Noble, like they can't even leave base. Vertigo Black is just gonna sit here and just exit the tournament at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, they can really just not do anything. They just have to sort of wait and just hit this one out until next split is what it's looking like. It'll take a miraculous defense and an even more miraculous comeback in order to push this to a game 3 at this point.
No defense is the best defense. I think said nobody ever is the rest of the quote there. But Vertigo have just kind of been pushed around this entire matchup. We did finally get 2 items there on Hammy with that Broken Myth online. Has that Aegis there to boot, but I think the damage is done. He went from 1-0 to 1-4 into 1-7 over the course of the last 8 or 9 minutes. Like Bacon, it's just not been a good game for them here. They did give away a really good draft to Noble. That's to the Noble credit, and this is going to seal the deal right here.
Yeah, it's going to be the turrets destroyed. Kraken still very healthy. They're still finding kills, and Noble Pro are going to move on. They will be the 3rd and final team to get into the challenge battles coming up later this week. Congratulations to them. Their day is not done, though, because while we may know the 3 teams that will be competing in the challenge battles, we still have to determine which going to be. It's all about prize money and who you're going to face because this next matchup is going to determine who will be up against Cloud9, and that's a very daunting task for a challenger team.
Well, I mean, yes and no. There's a lot of weight behind a brand like that. It's like if I had to go up against TSM, yeah, I'd probably assume that I'm not going to win. But at the same time, they're bottom 3 of Evo 8. They're there for a reason. I don't know if it's the patch, the split, maybe some internal, issues. Who knows? But there is a chance if you fight all the way through here to the end. I mean, you're going to be put to the test regardless.
Well, Dragonborn, we have our 3 teams for challenge battles, but we are far from done here in the VIS Challenger circuit. Why don't you go ahead and fill us in on what is left for today?
Well, we're moving on to the loser semifinals. This is where we determine all about placement, and we still have the finals determined first and second, but we've got basically the third place determination, which is going to be taking place right after this break. It's going to be Noble Pro going into Enix. Now, Enix, they dropped out. They lost to Fate Zero, and but they're not out of it. They obviously already secured their spot, so now it's just about getting that placement. Who are they going to face in challenge battles, and how much money they're going to win? And there's actually a surprising amount of money on the line. You don't want to just throw these games because you're missing out on a couple $100 for each placement. So as we get ready for that, we are going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to try to get you guys into the next matchup right away. So don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Everybody, we are back, and it is time to move to the third series tonight. It is going to be Noble Pro going up against Team ENX, and this is the semifinals of the loser bracket. And it's ultimately going to be determining third place match, because now we know who our 3 challenger teams are going to be going and competing against the bottom 3 of the Evil 8 teams. It is going to be Noble Pro, Fate Zero, and ENX. I mean, these teams have been performing fantastic. Noble Pro struggling a little bit, but man, on that saw, they look great. Forecourt Jester, Tasty Bacon there joining me casting tonight's matches, help bringing things down. And, we know who they are. We know who they'll be going against, but we don't know in what order. So that is what we're here to determine starting right now. And ENX, they did drop down. Fate Zero performing fantastically, but they have shown that they can definitely pull very strong with the top teams here, and Noble Pro has shown that they have some weaknesses. What do you think, Forecourt? Looking at this matchup so far, what are some of the things you expect to see? Oops, I got that fixed there. Forecourt, looking at this matchup so far, what are some of the things you expect to see?
Well, Saw is a big thing on my mind here. I mean, if Noble shows such dominance, I think now 4-0 this week, with all their games all considered with the Saw. I don't think I've actually seen it lose yet. That's going to be something of a contentious point. And Noble did get down into the lower brackets because they had Saw banned against them. So to me, the big factor is, will Saw be picked, banned, or not even anything there at all?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, they've played well without playing Saw every single round, but in these top 3 or 4 rounds where it's definitely been a much more competitive scene, they've won with the Saw and they've lost without the Saw. So If you are Enix, you have to keep that in mind. You probably don't want to go against Asa unless you have a clear counter. But we've seen Vertigo picking counters and not being able to really make them work. Maybe that's partly due to, some of the other comps, other part of the comp that we saw with that Taka. I mean, Taka was doing phenomenal jobs in jungle. It's really hard to counter a Saw if you can't go up to the lane and keep him from pushing. And you've got Taka in the jungle terrorizing you. So, yeah, really, forecourt, it's going to be a really tough matchup for Enix unless they find a great way to handle the Saw situation, either by banning it or by countering it very well.
Yeah, and again, that's really the big factor going forward into this one. We're still kind of waiting for the rest of these guys to get back into this, but Marto, Bruticus, and Bladeheart, a big thing for them would be, of course, the Celeste pick, right? The Celeste pick has definitely rotated around and been way more of a factor than I think they'd like to admit when it comes to putting together their comp.
Yeah, and it's something that, maybe it could be exposed by Noble Pro as well. And obviously, if you're picking a Saw, you probably don't want a Celeste to go into it, especially if that's a comfort pick for the enemy team. So it makes perfect sense that both these teams, as long as they've been watching these matches, are going to be keeping an eye on how they go into this draft, specifically with those two. I would not be surprised to see either one of them banned at least one of these games. But you just can't. I don't know if you can win the whole series by just banning, especially at this level. So we'll see in just a moment. I think we're still waiting. Yep, we have a few more players until we're ready to get going.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to be taking a few minutes as we do bring them back into it. But having now the top three, this is really just for seeding. So if you don't want to hit up Cloud9, I'm not entirely too sure any of these guys want to, right? They're going to have to be going for those specific seeds. If everybody's trying to dodge it out, we're going to kind of see a kind of almost a reverse kind of game set where both teams try to lose.
Exactly. So I mean, I don't think you'll see that because of
me neither.
But I think that you'll definitely see that there's going to be some attention. They really just want to get the best seeding possible, as they do not want to go up against that. But again, I don't think it matters who they go against. I think you've got great seeding. You got great teams all across both the challengers and the Evil 8. These challenge battles are going to be phenomenal to watch, because I think truly, the get into the Evil 8 this season is going to be probably the hardest that it's ever been, and yet it's still, we're looking at some of the best teams we've ever seen come out of North America Challenge. With that, it looks like we actually are ready to get going here into this draft forecourt.
Yeah, as soon as they are ready to go, we will swap into it. So again, keep your eye on Celeste, keep your eye on the Saws, which way they do go. For now, though, first ban, it is going to be Noble Pro. They're up on A side, and they are going to be getting rid of that Finn there, Bacon.
Yeah, no Finn going to be coming out for either side here. We'll see what the answer ban here is from Enix. And again, just to reiterate, even though it's been said a couple times, both these teams are in the challenge battles. It's just a matter of who is going to be playing who from the Evil 8 and how much money you get, which for some people may even be more important, but it's other way going to be that Saw banned away. So finally, the Saw taken away from Hideous.
So what will they answer with? First pick options of the Samuel, the Lyra, they're all going to go out the window. Noble's going to take a Catherine. A very neutral kind of pick, sure, but I'm not entirely too sure I'd put her as a power roamer right now.
Yeah, and well, it leaves that Samuel available, and so that's going to go right on over to Enix. We've already seen what this Samuel can do, so it's going to be a tough one here. I mean, the Catherine can do pretty well against the Samuel, but I kind of agree with you. I don't know if it's really a first pick worthy.
All right, well, they left Castro up. Castro and Lyra are both here, but I'm not entirely confident that we're going to see a carry Lyra come out. Conversely, I don't think we're going to see a carry Catherine. So we need to put either something in lane or into the jungle. We already got the Samuel there solidified for Enix, so they still need a jungler or their own roamer. It kind of makes it hard to decide, but when in doubt, it's North America. Just throw Taka into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, Taka can kind of fit into any sort of composition. It has that really strong early game that can help a late game, a late game laner get to that late game point. Or if you have an early game laner, you can just really go all in on that early game and try and win the game quickly. So you have plenty of options when you grab that Fox, and well, it's going to be answered with a Rona, so you get another Rona coming out.
Now, this is going to solidify the fact that we got a roaming Marto on the Lance, but Lance to set up for Rona could actually be a really cool 1-2 punch for the jungle fights. It is going to be a Catherine out there, so we do got some crowd controls on both sides, but Bruticus made this Rona work earlier today, and with a Samuel combo, this actually could work out very nicely here as well, because once more, it's a double front line between that Lance and the Catherine. The Lance and the Rona.
Yeah, the Lance and Rona gonna be kind of trying to deal with that Taka early on. It can be pretty difficult though, because again, we've seen what Taka is able to do, but the one saving grace is the fact that it is the Catherine. And Catherine is not anywhere near as strong in the early game as something like the Lance would be from the roam position. So if they can jump in, you get that damage down onto Daryl, then they can make it a 2-on-1 and perhaps then turn their attentions to Hideous. But yeah, Hideous going to be in the jungle this time instead of in the lane.
Yeah, that's something of a thing to note here. We haven't actually seen Vainglorious in lane today, but we have seen him on Kestrel. We've actually also seen Vainglorious there on the Taka, so does look like he's going to be a bit more comfortable there in lane. At the same time, look at this rotation. Noble Pro coming down with all three. We do got the communication from Enix saying, all right, well, we'll just give it up and they can have it. They're not going to lose out on any farm, but at the same time, Noble and that rotation just means that they are really just going to try to stick to it here early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to just be looking for that early damage coming out. Vainglorious eating a good chunk of it, but not really enough to to follow up with a kill from Samuel this early on.
Yeah, if the Rona had stayed up there, it might have been a different story, but she did immediately head back into her back, so not quite the kill potential. We really do need a very nice impale into the Githian combo, especially to let Bladeheart, like a lot of his damage will be the Malice and Verdict, which will take a little bit of time. It's not like it's instant damage to deal out, so for now, it will just be a little bit of a farm game.
Yeah, the farm game is really kind of standard. Again, Vainglory is going to be harassed here, but it's actually going to be Marto eating quite a bit of damage in return for that. So not really going to be disrupting much of the CS by Vainglorious, and instead Marto having to pay the price.
Yeah, but as long as he can come down into the jungle and get that life spring, he's looking for the Taka. Doesn't actually find one because, as we can see, Hideous is nowhere near. As long as he can get that life spring, he'll be okay. We don't have an Iron Guard contract, so he is just really depending upon base regeneration. He's also just not willing to leave Bladeheart into a 1v2 situation. He'd rather just die rather than let Bladeheart take the brunt of that. So he's just going to take a little bit of time. He has gained a good amount of cash because he is sticking around, but into the jungle, it's the 1v1.
Yeah, they are going to be just looking to see if they can find anything. Hideous should be able to get away. I don't want to say will because that's going to be a nice dodge on the Impale. And now it's a 2-on-2, and Marto is going to be the first victim of the game.
Yeah, it's just... I don't really think he should have gone for it. If he did, he needed way better timings in order to get the Githian wall into a stun. But because of it, Marto does drop, and now Derek is on the cusp of just being able to bring down Bruticus. Here comes Hideous there as well. Might trade it out. No, Bruticus is actually going to try to draw this out as long as he can. It's going up on lane, a little bit of poke back and forth, but there's not any help to come down. That being said, actually, I think Kestrel might try to do it, but the juke! Bruticus is going to live again, at least for now. Oh, if Kestrel had kept going, might have been able to bring down the Rona, but Bruticus will live through it, and it does look like we will remain at 1-0.
Yeah, it's going to be that 1-0 lead continuing, and I mean... if they can find these kills, if the Taka can continue to make moves like that, dodging out the Impale, like that is a very difficult timing to hit right. You have to have very, very quick reflexes, and Hideous showcasing that right there in that one skirmish they were able to pick up the kill in, and if he can continue to do so, this may be some very good signs for the side of Noble.
All right, so you see Derek there with that life spring. He's putting down some traps here as well. At the same time, Marteau, again, not quite there. So I don't really think you can afford to try to trade out here with Derek, at least not for now. You got a flare going out. Bladeheart, though, back in town. He's not going to be that weapon Samuel that triggers you so much, my friend. It will still be that crystal. Marteau just trying to put up some damage in lane. I'm not entirely sure why, but he should be able to freeze it here. Shouldn't be anything wasted for Bladeheart.
Yeah, nothing really going to be wasted. Not much going to be earned either. So it's a pretty clean and safe trade. But Bladeheart is going to be starting to get towards that broken myth. And we've all seen what happens once the Samuel does get that first and second items into the inventory. The damage really starts to take off. Marteau, again, still trying to put a ton of pressure onto Vainglorious, but it seems like Bladeheart just isn't interested in following up with him.
No, not really, and we're not going to see much out of Hideous here either. He has gone into the banner first, and if history will say, yeah, he's going to get the crown first. There it is, ready to go. Marteau, though, looks like a little bit of a failed excursion from him, and he's going to be paying with a lot of his health. Are they going to let him go home? Looks like they will. But yeah, it is sort of more the 2v2, the 2v3 mentality as Hideous has to ramp up. Going into the crown first, he really wants to get some of these steals down, but he's going to just run into traps. And Bruticus there as well.
Yeah, Bruticus going to be looking to try and get some damage dished out onto Hideous using the help of that minion mine, but does have to jump away once he realizes that's a lot more than just Hideous. And, well, now it's going to be a 3-on-3 as Bladeheart roams down, but isn't really going to be able to get involved the way he wants.
Yeah, Bruticus is actually looking for the kill on top of Vainglory. Doesn't walk into the camo, but that introduction from Samuel actually really turning the tides of battle right there. Hideous is still here, but he's going to be taking some Malice and Verdicts, and overall doesn't look like a kill is going to go down either way. We don't have level 6 on anybody at this point except Hideous. Hideous does have that X-Ret, so he's going to use it to re-engage, and he's actually going to get the kill right there. That is a massive swing in power. If you have those 6s and your opponents don't, especially popped up just at the very edge of a fight, well, Enix now knows full well why they shouldn't have pushed.
Yeah, well, they absolutely do, and it's going to be Noble Pro taking this advantage. This is one of the things this team has been phenomenal at all throughout the tournament, is capitalizing on mistakes that their opponents have made. And Vault, that's actually going to be a 1-for-1 trade when all is said and done, but it's enough for the broken myth to be completed now for Bladeheart.
Bruticus at this whole time, you might have said, where is Bruticus? Where is his jungle partner? Bruticus is actually the one babysitting the lane, trying to get as much farm out of it as he can. He's going to be bringing him down low, and he does get pretty much all the last hits. So the farm is salvaged. Bladeheart might have died for his trouble, though. And at the same time, the money is really not going to be that affected. 4-1. We're having a tough time capitalizing on more than just kills at this point from Noble.
Yeah, so, kills coming through, but not the gold lead. It's definitely a problem that has plagued quite a few teams in Vainglory, and Noble, well, they are not immune to that. It was kind of the case in their previous series as well for a little bit, but eventually the kills just added up, and the death timers got long enough that they were able to capitalize. But now Vainglorious, again, gonna get caught up for a little bit, but gets out of there with that extra movement speed.
Yeah, Marteau not having an impale in the bank there for Daryl. So the Catherine will at least live again for now. Hideous is no longer the only level 6. We do got 6s across the board for his team. Same here on the other side of things. Bruticus is actually almost staying constant with the levels. He is 7 as Hideous is now 8.5. But that's going to help out things a little bit. Picking up that kill on top of Kestrel is actually going to be a really nice shift of momentum into the lane. Enix, as you can see, pushing it up. Daryl just trying to hold it down. But now it's going to be the 3 of them. They've baited in Hideous. He's going to be taking some damage. The Verdict and Malice is doing some work there as well. And it does look like pressure wants to be applied by Enix, but they're not finding anything on top of the turret.
Yeah, not going to really get much damage down. They're still looking for more kills, but, again, I understand getting the kills to be able to lead into the objectives, but when you are getting kills, you need to try and find those objectives as well. And with the opportunity that they had there, I think they could have gotten some good work done onto that turret, but instead, it's going to be another fight. And this time, Noble, they lose out on this Catherine. Now, Hideous needs to be careful. They are on the full retreat.
I thought maybe that was a misplay from Bruticus as he did charge into Vainglorious, who immediately popped out the active camo, but actually backed off, and Bruticus then just able to red mist, get that kill there on top of Darilk, and they do actually get all to safety. Bladeheart not really trusting that Tribush for good reason there as well. The Drifting Dark doing work. Hideous, though, is going to get the kill, and it's actually the turret on top of Vainglorious. Does look like the Tonka will live for now, and Bruticus not able to get the revenge kill. Is Hideous even going to get away with this one? It does look like he's going to get the Treant, but up against Marto there, he's having a bit of a hard time.
Yeah, he's trying to juke Marto out, but Marto is having none of it. But here comes the Fountain of Renewal from Darilk, and all of a sudden, Hideous is going to steal away even more and get out safely. Absolutely ridiculous. Using that extra Retsu to jump over Bruticus. Bruticus going to get stunned. That jumps right back on in. Now, finally, Hideous is going to go down, and Darilk's going to go down with him.
The stun on top of Bruticus was a little bit too greedy. As soon as that happened, they had stretched out their front line. Taka did not just full-on retreat, and after the leap, Bruticus was just in prime position to pick up the kills there with that red mist. Good pops there to Marto with that impale, and of course Samuel coming down there as well. But now they got to deal with Vainglorious. They got to stop this gold miner and kill this Kestrel, and I don't think it's going to be too much of a trouble. 3v1 like this, you cannot escape using Invis when you got that red mist going.
Yeah, the Red Mist is able to do some pretty hefty work coming out of Bruticus, and has that Serpent's Mask, so has some good sustainability once that Red Mist does start spinning. We'll see if the Sorrow Blade will be the next item of choice. Meanwhile, the Eve of Harvest was just completed for Bladeheart, so gonna have a lot of damage. Isn't immune to being jumped on though, and does take quite a bit.
Yeah, but the longer that Bladeheart is going to be here farming in lane, the more and more, wow, his regen is going to be kicking in, his sustain with that Eva Harvest there as well. The one shot did go through, but Bladeheart was right behind a turret. Not really too worried about it. Marto, though, could actually be in a little bit of trouble. Here's the suppressing fire, so to speak, from Bladeheart, the interference coming in. But Taka is looking for that kill. You can see him cackling up at the top. He wants to pick up somebody, but this close to a turret, it's almost suicide.
Yeah, it's very, very dangerous to go for, but they're not quite going to be able to find what they're looking for. Hideous is going to be trying to get onto Bladeheart once again, but the Kaku doesn't quite last long enough.
Yeah, not quite. Bruticus there is also just mixing things up, keeping them on their toes. In terms of the cash, it's a pretty close game here, Bacon. Not really a significant advantage either way. We're still looking for second item here on top of Vainglorious, whereas we do got the Aftershock there from Hideous. He's going to go all the way around this Drifting Dark, trying to get on top of Bladeheart, but again, Oblivion is there, and the Drifting Dark just had him dancing. Darilk is now going to be coming back. You got that fountain, and Hideous, he is just not going to live through this one. Neither will Darilk, and now Vainglorious is going to be running for it. Bruticus is on his tail. We do got the stun there from the active camo, but Bladeheart is now coming up as well, and Vainglorious is out of tricks. That's going to be the ace.
Yeah, another ace coming through. Well, actually, I believe that's the first ace of the game, but it's still the damage getting done, and finally they are going to be able to find themselves with an objective. This turret should be going down here with those ace buff minions. It's a large minion wave that is working on that turret. A few of them are actually going to escape the damage, but it should be enough that Haxos will be able to clean them up, and well, not before they get some good chunk damage onto that second turret as well.
You call him Haxos again?
I did.
Don't worry, I call Derek every now and then, just heat of the moment. The whole Haxos thing really was funny yesterday, Bacon. I'll give you that.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. 9-5. That's sort of everybody's day job, but right now it's the score. 13 minutes in, and the gold mine freshly taken. There's a little bit more of a lead developing here from Enix. They are not really having much from this comp from Noble. But that being said, it still could really go either way. I think Bruticus and this Rona, though, is it's not quite the shock factor it was in the first game of the day, but it has certainly performed well here.
Yeah, it absolutely has, and well, I mean, 9-5 kills in favor of Enix, and they have the opportunity to gained themselves a pretty sizable lead. They are up by about 2,000 gold, looking to extend that further. Breaking Point was just finished by Vainglory, so we'll have a little bit of extra, potential ramp up. But there's also the breaking point for Bruticus, and now the infusions are going to be coming out as one for each of the carries on the side of Enix, and none on the side of Noble. So they're going to have to be very wary if they try and find a fight now.
Yeah, Vainglorious not really willing to get ganked at this point. He is going to stay rather safe. Hideous there, just trying to pick up as much farm as he can. 1,200 gold to his name. Vainglorious could actually go and pick up that infusion. There he goes. He picks up his. Hideous there to get his as well. So we have infused pretty much everyone except Marto at this point. But Marto, I mean, he's Lance. Doesn't really need to at this point, Bacon. He is 3 items looking for a contraption now. So Marto's actually doing pretty good for himself.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for an engagement here. Delk's running in.
And a few blocks actually coming out. There's the Drifting Dark. The Oblivion had already gone out there as well. But Hideous not really willing to give up on top of Bladeheart. And because of that, we have now split up. Noble Pro is going to actually trade it out. It's going to be the Catherine for the Rona. She's already done. Bladeheart not looking so hot here, but Hideous still can't jump on top of him. Vainglorious throughout the one-shot, one-kill. Don't really know what he thought he was going to get out of it, but it is actually going to be Bladeheart getting out of it. Marto will drop, but it will not be an ace.
Yeah, Marto is going to go down, but like you said, no ace going to be secured here as Bladeheart will be able to get away. And 7-10 now on the kills. All of a sudden, Noble Pro, they're going to be looking for this Kraken. Taka, again, with the Storm Crown, is able to do quite a bit of damage, but Bladeheart is doing a lot of damage as well from within that Drifting Dark, and he's going to come very close to finding a kill.
Yeah, but the best part of all this is that we've delayed the Kraken. Now, Hideous, he's down low. Vainglorious down low as well. It's really just Daryl, but he does have that fountain. Our Lance is not going to be anywhere close to this one, but again, the big point of all that is that the Kraken was reset. It is not going to be coming down and marching on top of Enix. Might not be kills, but that's a breath of relief right there.
Yeah, absolutely a breath of relief. They have another opening. Daryl is going to... Well, that's an interesting jump forward by Bruticus, but not going to be really any engage based off of that.
Who knew that razor blades were just right under the skin of the floor right there, Bacon?
Well, you never know.
I wouldn't expect razor blades to
It's
pop
like
out.
it's like a wrestling ring. You never know what's going to be underneath it.
At least that's constructed. This all looks... Marto does pick up that contraption, so we should be seeing a lot more Vision now out there as well. And, Vision has been the name of the game for Marto. He's been permanently having a whole slot there for those flares, trying to flare out Hideous every team fight.
Yeah, well, Hideous is going to be able to team up with Vainglorious to take down that first turret, but now he's taking a lot of damage. Bladeheart is on the back lines.
Yeah, and at the same time, look at Bruticus just again chewing up Vainglorious. Could not get a camo stun worth really his last few moments there. So Marto is going to be keeping Hideous at bay. Daruk very likely to be dropping here fairly shortly. Not even going to bother with the stun on top of Bladeheart. We do got a Kraken on top of Blade, but Bruticus is the only real healthy one here at the same time. If we can get a stun or a root on top of Hideous, could actually still be an ace, but he's a little too mobile.
Yeah, Hideous is going to be trying to jump in, looking for Bladeheart, but there's too much sustain, and Hideous just kind of gives that ace over to Enix. They will gladly take that one. They're going to go ahead and get the second turret. Also going to turn their attention to the Kraken. That should very well be going over to the side of Enix, and just like that, they have themselves another solid lead.
What was Hideous sort of even aiming to get? Just the kill on Bladeheart? Just the last defiant kamikaze, you're coming with me mentality? I mean, that was going to be an ace either way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely didn't work out whatever he was trying to do, so it's not going to be the plan that was in mind. I mean, I'm trying to think of what he was hoping to get, but I got nothing.
We've seen this before. Taka's just kind of getting a little bit too greedy, a little bit of hubris there, perhaps thinking, okay, it's late game. I haven't done that bad. I'm not really able to 3v1, but if I can take out their carry, maybe he can stop the Kraken. Either way, he didn't take out the carry, he didn't stop the Kraken. Now he has a bit of a chance of redemption here, but that Kraken again is going to be moving forward. And Hideos, I don't think has anything else left in the bank, but he's going to be continuing to be a slippery self. Marto did not hit with those impales. Now he's throwing down the Githyan again, just keeping this team split up. Noble is just getting really zoned out and torn apart. Wow, Bladeheart at the end able to pick up the ace regardless. And when you can't fight all together, you all die just pretty much like that.
Yeah, very quick deaths, and with Kraken pushing in, that is going to mean the game, and Enix will come back after their defeat in the winner's bracket and find themselves a victory in game number 1 against Noble Pro.
Kraken basically just able to do it by himself, I would have wagered at that point. But 16-7 by the end of it all, Bacon, and 4,000 gold. Bruticus is now 2 for 2 with this Rona.
Yep, 2 Rona, and well, I mean, hey, maybe it was a sleeper pick. They just didn't show it at all during the season. Nobody figured it out until all of a sudden here in the challenge battles, or the challengers leading into the challenge battles.
Well, it is a little bit of a different spec than you might expect. It's not just balls to the wall damage, right? There's a good chunk of armor, a lot of defensive maneuverability there as well. But again, Bruticus just making it shine. He stays on top of that Kester. He gets that Atlas off. And from there, it's just spin to win, baby. And he did it. He did it. So they're up 1-0. Noble Pro. No saw, no win. I mean, this was sort of one of the things I was worried about here, Bacon.
Yeah, definitely is something you have to be wary of. But we are going to be just taking a moment before we go ahead and get into game number 2. This could be the deciding who ends up against C9. One more game. If Noble Pro do not win this one, they will have that unenviable task.
What do you think there, Dragon? Did you get you involved before we jump into game 2?
Well, we have seen Rona performing very well in these matchups. I mean, it's the third time we've seen a Rona win, and that seems to be a trend. Again, it's very specific kind of comps that you would play a Rona into, and it seems like the teams that know how to play that comp do it very well. Once the Breaking Point and Serpent's Mask are built on a Rona, and if you have that lead, it just seems like it's very hard to come back. But we're getting into game 2 right away, guys. We don't want to take a break, so without further ado, Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon, take it away.
Who needs breaks, Bacon?
Yeah, well, I was hoping to go refill my water on that one, but apparently we'll be sticking around and just getting right into this draft. Saw and Samuel being banned away. I think that's probably going to be, if this even goes to a game 3, I think that's going to be the way it'll be for, throughout this series.
Well, yeah, I really don't think Noble's going to get that Saw. There's just too much evidence that says that they're too good with it, but the Samuel is not really too much of a surprise as a ban. Marto to get the Finn. Marto does a really good Finn. And at the same time, there's the Lyra. Almost feels like forever since we've seen it, but it's only been a game. But Lyra, Kestrel, the Celeste is going to go over to Bladeheart. Bruticus to get that Taka. So what do you think for the last pick here? Sky, Lance. That could be really... anybody, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, absolutely a lot of options, and well, it's gonna be the Ringo. We saw Ringo a ton over in Europe earlier today, and it did extremely well. So we'll have to see. Yeah, but it was weapon Ringos though.
Oh well, thank goodness.
There was one crystal Ringo, and it lost.
So will this be the lane? It's going to be Hideous. Vainglorious once again gets that Kestrel, but we just saw him laning the Kestrel. Hideous could very well just be laning this Ringo, and do you think it's a crystal?
I hope not. I really don't think it should be. There's always the chance that they might try and run it, but I think if they do, that's a bit of a mistake.
All right. Well, for now, it's going to be Weapon Blades, and coming into this one up a game, Team Enix got a very convincing draft in order to get all the way there to the finals. Hideous has a lot to prove to me here with this Ringo here, Bacon.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, there's definitely we saw it in Europe. It did great things over there, but this is North America, and it's not always the same results, I'll say. We have success rates of different heroes.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is almost coming down to the last games of the split here as well. The challenge battles will be the absolute last of it here this weekend, but 1.22. Will this Ringo, prove itself out? Well, that's what we're going to find out. Having a Lyra there is definitely very good. Bladeheart is going to get just harass. This should be able to put Hideous into something of an early game position, especially if Vainglory can continue to rotate up like he's doing now.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation's coming through. Marto going to be looking to get some damage onto Daryl, but Daryl is ready for him and just throws some attacks right back his way. Now, Bruticus going to be looking for a little bit of damage too, but it's way too early for a single, attack to really do much.
So Ringo's coming back with some energy. Could still be that crystal. Kind of waiting with bated breath at this point, but Bruticus very likely is going to go into our situational crown with the tension bow. I'd highly suspect that it's not going to be a double crystal there with Bladeheart on that Celeste.
Yeah, I mean, the Celeste is going to be really a key factor here for the side of Enix. Bladeheart, we've seen him run the Celeste multiple times to pretty great amounts of success, but not always, unfortunately, for him.
All right, so a few people here in chat saying that it is actually going to be it's Hideous. He plays that Crystal Ringo, so I'm just going to kind of solidify that and move on for now. Vainglorious, though, in the jungle, especially with Bruticus. I think Bruticus could really go for the crown first here. He has gone into the double weapon, but him versus Kesto early on, especially with a crown, I think he could do some really major counter.
Absolutely can do some major counter, major damage can come out from him. It's I just completely lost my train of thought.
Right into the mountain.
Yeah, that was a quick decline on that one. It must not have been that good. Happens to me sometimes. Like I'll come up with an idea and it'll be just a horrible thing to say, and it just kind of slips away very quickly.
Well, Marto is not quite letting Jero get away very quickly there. We did have a polite company. The Quibble, unfortunately, does miss the mark. Marto really looking for that lane sustain here to keep Bladeheart going as well. Has that Iron Guard contract. So as he moves down, Bruticus just getting pumped full of arrows. Didn't get the drop there on top of Vainglorious, and now we actually have Daryl coming down. Marto's going to get denied his shopping spree, and now it's going to be Hideous. He's coming through. He's taking the long way to it, but that's a nice 2-0 right there.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a nice advantage for Noble to start things off here, especially being one game down in the series, and now Hideous getting, again, good damage in onto Bladeheart, and that's one of the things that Ringo is able to bring to the table, especially early on. A Achilles shot with a crit, and just like that, you're one hit away from finding a kill.
It's actually Bruticus and Vainglorious as well, just kind of dueling it out here in the jungle. Vainglorious was able to get one of the backs. It's Bruticus, I think, then to protect the other. He did lose out that Trant, though. So, again, Vainglorious, after the kills, he did make some use with the invade, and you can see already almost 1,000 gold between the teams. Hideous is doing very well in the lane, whereas Bladeheart has just been continually harassed. It's 41-44 as Hideous is actually jungling in the back there, up against the 29 of Bladeheart.
Yeah, the Bladeheart, with that 29 now up to 31 CS, definitely not going to be cutting it against this Ringo. I mean, we saw what happened last time Bladeheart was in lane. Just the damage coming out from Ringo was massive. Vainglory is going to narrowly avoid getting hit up by that core collapse and should be able to get on out of there without any issues. For now, it's Hideous. Again, this Ringo, it is going to be a Crystal Ringo, which I'm upset by.
As I said, I solidified that in my mind, and I moved on, Bacon. Shatter Glass is so amazing.
Well, if you ask Humanist, if they are going to do the Crystal Ringo, he prefers the Shatter Glass as first item. He does agree that Weapon Power Ringo is just far better, but if you're going to go Crystal, he wants to see that Shatter Glass just go for the outright burst. And that's going to be the plan here, I guess.
Yep. So we'll see how the plan unfolds. We'll keep an eye on it. Right now, it's a bit of a 2v3 scuffle down here by the gold miner, as Daruk has actually been taking some big hits here. Bruticus still continuing to lay into them. He does have that level 6, but he doesn't seem to have the energy for next Retsu. It's a big reason why Daruk's actually still alive. And with that time bought, Noble is able to get one, nearly the second. Bruticus did actually duck down at the last moment, so it's that aggression getting countered pretty easily there for Phoenix.
Yeah, it's really going to be important for that Ringo once the level 6 comes out to be able to have that Hellfire Brew getting through, doing the burst damage. Again, one of the difficulties with it is your opponents just grab a reflex block and they block that, and all of a sudden they take significantly less damage. But for now, that melting and that burning is going to do enough.
Yeah, Marto nowhere near that lane because Bruticus is actually getting chased off here by Vainglorious. Actually did really lose out that fight. And now Bruticus, you're not really going to be able to do too much here. He might be able to get the last hits, but Daruk is again just laying into him with those autos. So Marto just not really finding a lot of use here early on. If he goes to defend Bruticus, Bruticus lives out, but if he's not there in lane, as you can see, I mean, Bladeheart can really suffer a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, at least with the upside for Enix is that the cooldown on Hellfire Brew is a very long one, as it's going to be over a minute before it's available again, but every time it's up, they're going to be looking for a kill. Hideous is actually on the run now. Bruticus trying to make a play happen. They are going to get not quite enough. Fountain comes out from Daruk to keep himself alive.
Yeah, but the fountain and the sigils, hey, alive, it doesn't matter if you're alive by 1 hit point or 100. Alive is alive. Bruticus, though, might not be alive if he continues on up against Vainglorious. We do got, a bit of a battle of the invis, but now Vain is just going to have to try to retreat. Marto is down, and if they knew that Marto was there, they might have actually made a play on top of Bladeheart in lane. But again, for now, Kestrel, she'll be fine.
Yeah, 30 seconds until that Hellfire Brew comes up again. There's still no reflex blocks for it, which means it's still going to do plenty of damage. Bruticus is eating quite a bit here, but they're going to have to give up that chase as he gets out. They turn their attention onto Marto, so they find at least one kill. Noble Pro coming back with a vengeance here in game number 2.
Marto bought the fountain and immediately used it. Bruticus will live. Marto, however, will not. And look at Bladeheart. He's just really staying to the top half of the lane, not really willing to get jumped. But Bruticus, able to jump right through, picks up the gold miner. He's going to die for it, but that's a well-worth kill right there.
Absolutely. Hellfire Brew may be a bit excessive. It would have been nice to have that cooldown available when you come back up into the lane, but that's going to be 100 seconds before that one comes back. Really wanting to make sure Bruticus knew just how annoyed they were at having that gold mine stolen, I guess.
Well, there wasn't too much that Bruticus was going to be able to do as soon as that Hellfire Brew was coming for him. He needed to get, a chitin to really kind of dodge it out, but there wasn't really any targets where he died, so... Either way, 100-second cooldown. Bruticus still very happy with himself as he picks that up. That's not going to really be, again, a huge difference when it comes to the farm. We still are leading 3,000, but it could have been way worse here from Noble.
Yeah, definitely could have been. It could have been a very dire situation. But Enix, they're going to be looking to have to try and come back in this one because they are definitely still behind despite that steal going over to Bruticus. It definitely helps them, but it doesn't get them back in the game just on that one play alone.
Yeah, not at all. It's a bit of a hill to climb, but it's not that bad. It might be, blue square, maybe a single diamond, but the hill is definitely traversable.
Well, they're going to be looking now to just continue playing safely for now. They really want to kind of outlast this CP Ringo. Eventually, CP Ringo does hit this point where it's just kind of, you have the burst of the Hellfire Brew, and then that's kind of it. So
it's very counterable.
Yeah, if they could just get to the point where they can deal with it, then Enix should be in a good position. Marto going to be eating a good chunk of damage here alongside Bladeheart. But it's going to be tough to get there because it is so much damage that can't come out. Hellfire Brew is going to be thrown down and destroys Bladeheart. Marto is going to go down. Bruticus is not able to answer with anything.
Hideous is actually going to limp through this one here as well. And as you said, I don't think Bruticus can really get a kill. That's going to be portals forward, and we're just keeping Bruticus all slowed up. Vainglory is not going to go for a one-shot. Does actually have it, but it doesn't matter. Hideous able to just shoot him in the head. But when it came down to it, Bladeheart didn't have a reflex. We did not have a Crucible, I don't think, there from Marteau. At least it wasn't used at any rate. Fairly sure he didn't have it.
Yeah,
and that's a big problem when you're going up against somebody like a Hellfire Brew from this Ringo, because it eliminated Bladeheart and burned Marteau down a good chunk.
Yeah, and I mean, Bruticus, does have the tension crown, but isn't really able to find much with it. You can see the CS numbers 51 to 60. Hasn't been able to really deny anything from Vainglorious. Up in the lane, Bladeheart still very much behind Hideous in terms of CS, and it's just leading to all these advantages that have been picked up for the side of Noble. They're still 9-0 on the kills. They've got about a 5,000 gold lead just about, and I mean, they're going to peak eventually, but if they win before that really happens and before Enix has a chance to catch up, we're going to be going to game 3.
Yeah, absolutely, man, and it's well on its way to doing that. Game number 3 is always super exciting for me, especially when elimination is on the line. But Enix, such a very, very good showing in game 1, banning out the Saw and then playing out, really well. Got to be a little bit stumped about exactly what went wrong here, because on paper, I think their draft is absolutely dominant, but they are just not playing to strengths.
I think the main problem was early on, Bladeheart not really respecting the damage that Ringo was going to be able to do. Bladeheart was constantly being forced out of lane. Didn't give up many kills, so has only died twice, but had to leave the lane quite frequently in order to keep the health up, and Haxos was just taking full advantage and getting this massive CS lead.
Oh, hail Haxos.
Hideous. It's getting late. It's gonna.
I'm sorry,
it's gonna slip more and more.
Every time I'm just gonna take it. Love you, buddy.
It's like how you still call Kraken a he.
I don't call Kraken a he anymore.
You did like 3 times today already.
Well, call me out on it.
See, I try to be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll leave that as a separate topic for another day. Noble Pro just keeping up that pressure. They are going to get a gold mine. It's a decent payout. We might still see another gold mine before the time the Kraken does come through, but for now, it's pretty much the whole game is in Noble's hands. They got some infusions. We're up to, well, almost, 3 tier 3 items with those boots from Hideous, but as soon as he gets that broken myth, that is going to be a very daunting task.
It absolutely is. I mean, Broken Myth, I'm still not convinced about getting Broken Myth on the CP Ringo. It makes it one of those situations where, you want to then get the Broken Myth stacks up before you throw out the Hellfire Brew, but by that point, it's usually too late, so I would actually just much rather see more straight burst damage, or just leave this with the piercing and go for the rest of the defensive items first. Either way, it's going to be a turret nearly taken down by Noble. We'll see if they can just continue pushing in, sieging up on this, and do eventually take it. I mean, it should just be another wave or two, or capitalizing on mispositioning, but Hideous gets pulled in, blocks the Quibble, so no stun. There's going to be a Hellfire Brew going out to Bladeheart. Does get blocked, and meanwhile, he finds the kill onto Bruticus, though. Bruticus going extremely deep without any backup.
Well, when you have a Hellfire Brew coming for your face, typically you run the other way just so you can set up that block, and that's exactly what Bladeheart did, right? So it was a nice attempt. Hideous, though, is really on point with that reflex, and now we're going to get a fountain there as well. He's in position to get the kill on top of Bladeheart, and he will drop the turret and the ace. Nope, not quite. Bruticus died so early in that fight. He's actually back up now. But with the 3-kill turnaround and another turret to boot, we are almost looking at 10,000 gold between the teams, Bacon.
Yeah, like I said, Bruticus went extremely deep and got taken out immediately, which actually almost ends up paying off because he's able to respawn before the ace comes through. But they are going to be just taking this turret regardless of if Bruticus is there or not. The rest of the respawn's going to be coming through. Daryl was just waiting to get through that portal once again, and well, he is going to get out, and now Kraken could be a very real possibility for Noble.
Yeah, unless there's going to be some kind of steal coming in. If Bruticus, he's done it already with a gold miner. If he can get in there with that last hit, use that crown, use the tension bow, could actually work. We could also get a snipe coming out there from, well, not Kestrel, but I was hoping for the Celeste, but it was actually still on cooldown at the time. And the one shot to come through is a little big burst of damage that I'm not entirely too sure you can account for. So Noble, secure it. They're up 12-0. We got Infusion at least on Hideous. I don't actually see one on anyone else there for the team. We got Infusion there for Bruticus on top of it, and one there for Bladeheart, and now Marto. And there it is for Vainglorious as well. This could be the final countdown, Bacon.
It very well might be. They have to try and... I mean, we see teams try and make this defense over and over again, and typically the only times it works is when the game is a lot closer, but looks like Noble, they aren't terribly interested in following the Kraken in. Maybe going to be looking for that portal. There it is, looking for that flank. They get immediately onto the turret, but it's actually a very risky move that they just made.
It's going to burn down Bruticus a little bit. Wasn't expecting that Hellfire Brew to come for him, but finally some kills on the board. Enix actually will survive through that one. I cannot agree with that portal. I really thought we were going to portal forward, and we were actually going to have Hacksauce actually use the Hellfire Brew over the wall, but then he kind of went with them, and it was
Did you do that intentionally?
There. Of course it was intentional.
You never know. Maybe you just kind of slipped up after
Did not hear
hearing
me
it.
pause before and then emphasize the Hacksauce part.
No, I didn't.
No, it is getting late for you, Bacon.
Yeah, it's getting very late.
Either way, I didn't like the
been at this since 1 o'clock.
Yes, you have. It's now pushing 11 here.
Yeah,
but
we went pretty late on Europe.
The play was weird.
The play was definitely very weird. I don't agree with it at all. I think in that situation, you just push in with the Kraken. That's all you have to do. You've been able to find fights. You've been able to take those fights. And, I mean, there's no reason to go for that really risky, bizarre play trying to catch your opponents off guard when you have... Like, that's the kind of play you make when you're losing a game.
Yes, which is why I didn't really think that Noble needed to kind of go that. They could have easily just came around the corner. They could have portaled in and used the Hellfire from afar. They could use the portals as an escape. But, overall, I mean, the Kraken did its work. We didn't get the kills, but we are coming down to those slim margins here. If Phoenix lose one more fight, could still very well be game for them, and they got to play it perfect from here. They got some kills. That was some good cash to their name. It's only 6,000 gold between these teams. That's a gap close of 4. Of course, they also can't afford to get backdoored.
This. They should have been seen by the minions going forward like this, but there's been no response from Enix.
There's one trap in the base. One trap. They're going for it.
They haven't been spotted yet. They're going to finally get seen as they get into the base.
There's the recall.
But is it too late? They're onto the turret. The turret is going to fall. Now the team is back, but it looks like it is too little too late. And Noble Pro, they're going to backdoor the crystal.
Well done. Noble Pro just got sneaking like, I don't know, something sneaky. Not like this Taka. He has not been sneaky all game, 0-4. But going from bush to bush and not getting spotted out by the minions, that's something right there, Bacon.
Noble Pro just made, I mean, they had a big lead, and they just made 2 plays that you would expect a team to make if they were losing. But it ends up working themselves the victory. We're going to go to another game 3 in the North American Challengers.
Always fun to see the third one coming up. Now we have actually proven that we can win with, Bruticus has won with the Ronas. Now we bring a Ringo into the fray, so some kind of off-meta picks coming through, but when it comes down to it, I still wouldn't expect to see a Saw going forward here, Dragon. At the same time, I'm not entirely too sure where the draft will take us.
Yeah, I mean, we are actually looking to jump right into game number 3 because we've got another series. We still have the finals to stream for you guys tonight, and we don't want to be here all night. That being said, these matches have, going to game 3. We've had several. I mean, almost, most of these have been game 3 except for the Vertigo one, which just goes to show you how close this competition is. So we're just waiting on one player to get in here. We're not going to take a break this time. We are going to get right into the match, which I think for the viewers, they're going to appreciate that. But, the Ringo pick, I just want to mention, that for everyone who's watched the competitive scene, people will remember that Ringo was brought out actually in the finals where Hammer's Velocity pulled out a Ringo, D'Enzio playing a Ringo against Phoenix Rain in the Spring Live Championship. So, and it won, and it worked. It's definitely something that, I think a lot of these players are so comfortable on that just in the right circumstances, it can really shine. And maybe not quite to that extent. That was a very strong matchup there on the side of Noble Pro. So we're getting into Game 3. We're about ready to get started here. So without further ado, I'm going to kick it back over to you guys, Tasty Bacon and Forecourt, to finish this series off.
Okay, well, I'm back now. Had to go grab some water. I had mentioned I wanted to fill up my water after the last game, but without the breaks, you have to try and sneak it in, and unfortunately wasn't quite fast enough. I believe it's the same situation there for Forecourt, but yeah, he's going to be back momentarily, and well, I'll take the draft from here. It's going to be the Samuel and Saw, just as predicted if there was going to be the Game 3. I kind of said that those were probably going to be the same bands, and it comes through. Finn going to be the first pick. Still plenty of picks available. Wyra still open. Marto could try and jump on that, but they're going to take the Celeste and the Kestrel.
All right. So I didn't actually expect to see that Saw, and well, as I didn't expect to see it, they rewarded me with that. But man, like picking up the Celeste and the Kestrel just feels like a power pick right there.
Yeah, that duo has been very dominant, but Baron gonna come through. We saw a lot of Barons banned throughout this tournament. We've seen Barons some strong performances, some weak performances, but it's what the side of Noble are gonna try and use to get them into the grand finals. And alongside that, Taka, we'll see if the Taka on the side of Noble can do better than the Taka from Enix. Because last game, the Taka did not really do much of anything.
Yeah, this is sort of what I was talking about when it came to the comments of at the end of the last game. I mean, I really didn't expect to see the Saw in those picks, and as he did get banned out, I wasn't entirely too sure where the draft would take us, Bacon, and having a Baron feels like it's a bit of a gamble. I know he has done some good work, but it's also very easy to counter, I feel.
Yeah, it's one of those picks that needs a long time to ramp up. Once it does ramp up, it can be devastating, but it's just a matter of if you can get that ramp.
Okay, so Marto once more is going to be on this Lance. Bladeheart has his very comfortable Celeste, and Bruticus is going to be our Kestrel. But Vainglorious, he's shown us Taka. In fact, both of our jungles seem to be very good with their Takas these days. Daruk is on the Finn, Hideous there on the Baron, and Weapon Blades abound. 4 Weapon Blades to start.
Yeah, plenty of weapon power going to be coming out to start this one off, as I expect it to be a double weapon on the side of Noble with the Taka and the Baron, and obviously you kind of expect the weapon Kestrel as well. There's going to be an early rotation up to the lane. I don't know if they're going to be able to find anything here, though.
Yeah, that'll be curious. Bladeheart also not giving him any kind of time of day. Immediately after not finding anybody in the jungle, you saw him visibly just fall back. That's the communication of the teams working their magic. And Marto, instead, he's going to get some root damage down here. Does actually go into a Oak Heart after that first Weapon Blade. No double Weapon Blades here.
Yeah, no double weapons. It's a... we see a lot of Lances kind of do that and just prioritize the early damage, but obviously Marto wants to get into that defense, but Baron is jumping forward. Bladeheart is going to take so much damage, but is not going to fall.
Yeah, neither will Marto or Hideous here at this point. The Taka and the Kestrel not making an appearance from either side. Marto actually still getting some damage done here by Daruk, but we have also now cleaned out that trap, as Daruk is able to tank it through with that shield from the Polite Company. And just not having the Celeste is going to put her a little bit behind when it comes to the farm, but overall, it's not like it's going to be a game-ending amount.
Yeah, not gonna be anything to have to really worry too much about. Bladeheart is back in the lane now to pick up right where he left off, and is actually gonna end up pretty even with Hideous after this wave is done. But the next wave is gonna go right into Hideous to farm up and try and get that lead right back.
Yeah, as I said, it's not really going to be game ending at this point. Bruticus, though, very passive out in the jungle. Vainglory still happy to farm out on his side as well. So we're not going to have to wait a little bit longer for some kills. It is going to be Weapon Baron. He is upgraded there into the steel. So we do know it's not going to be a CP there. Vainglorious then could actually go really either way. He has no weapon blades anymore. This could actually still be Aftershock after the crown.
It could be. I don't know if it's going to be.
We've seen it already today.
We have seen it. It's and getting that damage split is usually a good idea as well. But we'll see where exactly. Well, there's going to be a swift shooter coming in, so could still be very. I would expect it to be the tension bow, but it's kind of interesting that the weapon blade would have been sold if that was the case.
Bruticus is actually going to be building up into more of his weapon. You can see the double weapon looking for some attack speed there as well. And Bladeheart is our crystal. So those will be our builds as we do continue to move forward. Darok already into that Life Spring. No protector contracts this round, but the Life Spring will do him good for that lane sustain. Should be able to just sit up there pretty much indefinitely at this point as Hideous continues to farm ahead, 34 to the 32. The jungle farm very even there as well. We attempt to jump on top of Hideous, but he has the jump jets and he's going to be fine just for now.
Yeah, is going to be able to get on out, and well, Marto is going to take some big damage here. Daryl trying to trade with him, and definitely getting the better of that. So Vainglorious going to put down some vision for the team down in the gold mine pit. Get some get heads up if the enemy team tries to take that. But for now, going to be another pretty even start. Actually, a slight lead in favor of Enix.
Yeah, slight is definitely the word for here. We're still waiting for this game to crack open. 4 minutes in, though, Vainglorious, you can see he's going to pick up his minion mine fairly soon. Bruticus has already cleared through his. And the weapons, as we did do that shopping spree, and Hideous is going to be going into the Sorrow Blade as quick as he can. Very likely, Bladeheart is going to go into the Broken Myth. For now, he is just sitting on the bits, but he has a lot of cash under his belt. So he just needs the opportunity to go get it. And look at that. Vainglorious does a little bit of crystal earlier on. It's not going to go straight into that crown, but it should be that Aftershock to follow.
Yeah, they are going to be looking for plenty of burst with this Taka. Vainglorious, that's the crystal Taka build. That's what it does. It's all about just trying to pick a target and delete them. You have two very squishy targets in the Kestrel and the Celeste, so definitely the options are there. We'll see if they can go ahead and make it happen.
I would totally expect that Bladeheart would be the target. I think Bruticus, especially with that weapon power as he ramps up, it's going to be a little bit too slippery. If you can get Bladeheart just kind of throwing Helios on top of herself, then it's not going to be really too much to worry about, right? So we'll have to see if this burst will be there. Already you can see some burst coming down. The stun, though, I think is going to be the sole factor getting this kill, but Vainglorious is going to be running for it. Bruticus has already hit his camo. He looked to catch up, but it does look like Taka will at least survive for now. That's going to be the first blood.
Yeah, first blood going on over to Noble, and now they're going to be looking for second blood as well. They find it underneath the turret. Hideous, very far forward, is going to eat quite a bit of damage, but one shot surprisingly not used to try and finish that kill off.
Might have just got it with energy and decided to go farming with the glimmers there instead. Either way, you're right. I mean, it's would have been good just to throw it out. Even if it didn't hit, it showed that you had the intention of getting the kill, but for now, farm will prevail. So that's nice first and second. Both going over to Noble. So they've cracked a bit of a lead for the kills. They haven't cracked a bit of a lead with the gold, though.
Yeah, the gold definitely still very much even as they find those two kills, but don't really find anything as a result of it. Hideous just going to be continuing to farm up, has the Sorrow Blade completed, and is going to be, I'd assume, looking for the breaking point, as that's the typical Baron build that we have seen whenever we do see this Baron. But that's going to be a nice hook, pulling in Bladeheart. Hideous taking a lot of damage from the one shot, but they can't quite find these kills.
No, Vainglory is just not really in position for that one. Bruticus, however, is going to get cleaned up. That's going to be the root combo to finish off the Taka. So they can't be really too unafraid at this point here from Enix. But that Taka done. I mean, Hideous has his auto attacks, but we don't have an ion cannon there. We don't have a fountain on either side, though. So Marto, being as low as he is, I don't think he can really justify going too far forward. But he's going to try anyways. And yeah, realizes he just can't do it.
Yeah, they aren't going to be able to find that kill, and well, Daryl's going to be forced to wait a couple seconds longer before getting to recall. 3-1 for the side of Noble, and again, though, the gold still dead even.
Yeah, might be those the kill bonuses there, but again, it's what you do with them. Bruticus has been farming up a Stormbacon. A lot of the difference, I would say, is between Vainglorious and Bruticus. Even those 2 kills going over, I mean, that's 13 creeps plus whatever assist gold they have from coming up to lane so often. I really do think a lot of it does lie in the jungle.
Yeah, the jungle's definitely where this game can be won or lost. And with the Taka has the aftershock completed, so the burst is going to be massive, but it's a much more sustained damage coming out of Bruticus when they do look for fights. Another Force Chord's going to hit, and Bladeheart just getting absolutely devastated.
Noble Pro did execute that one really well in my eyes. It was not only the hook, but then as soon as the Quibble came down, we actually got that shield out, and that just led into the kill, leads into a second kill. Marto, though, not enough. Vainglory is actually not going to take that last shot from the turret, so he doesn't go down. Now we're jumping forward. Marto has nothing to hide behind, and Vainglory is even going through the Solar Storm. Looks like he'll live through it. He's going to use some of the power of that Kaku and that Crystal to heal up, but overall, I gotta say, Noble, they've recentered themselves here. If they can reverse sweep this, that's going to be still 3 games possibly after this for them to play.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins this one will have that shot at taking home the #1 seed from challengers, and it's going to be tough though. You have to beat Fate Zero, who has yet to lose a single series, but they obviously. Teams are not invincible, as they have suffered a few individual game losses. So especially, I mean, just Enix was able to take one off of them earlier today. So you never know what could happen if you get into that grand finals.
Fountain into treads for Darilk, and those treads are actually going to go very nicely here with the 2 teammates. He has the jump jets there for the auto attacks, as well as those treads. You keep Hideous there as mobile as he can be, and of course Vainglorious is just going to speed right back up, and it's going to be hard to nail these guys down. It is going to come down to a lot of Marto initiations. If you can get the impel, well, you can probably follow that up there with the core collapse and maybe get a kill, but we're struggling to get more than 1 at this point, as Noble's taken a good lead here in gold.
Yeah, Noble is definitely going to be slowly pulling ahead here, as it's up to about a little over 2,000 gold lead. Bladeheart again gonna get jumped on and taking so much damage. The block coming out at the end will keep him alive, but this is starting to look pretty dire for Enix.
As I said, Bladeheart should probably be the big target, and getting a reflex block when he did, it's definitely a big improvement to the last time we saw him on the Celeste, where he kind of went 7 deaths in a row. So that shield could be your lifesaver there, guys. Always, always, always get yourself a reflex block.
Yeah, the reflex blocks absolutely save lives, and they are going to be coming out here in force. Pretty much everyone has one in their inventory, with the exception of Daryl. So plenty of blocks to go around, and it's important, especially with that Finn, as they're gonna find out they're going in again. Bladeheart just constantly being the target of Vainglorious.
Right on the edge of that ion cannon. Bladeheart, though, will still live through this one. Bruticus, oh, maybe not. It is going to be Vainglorious for the kill, as he used Bruticus to jump in, gets that kill. Now he's waiting for the cooldowns to come back up. Derek has actually gone down real deep for this dive, and with that Quibble. That's going to be the kill. Can Marto get it? Yes, the root will be good for the return. And now Darroch very likely to drop here as well. But at the same time, Hideous, he's just going to have a free hand here in the lane. Takes down the turret. And I think they're going to be very happy with those trades.
Absolutely going to be happy with that as it just extends their gold lead a little bit more. Hideous is going to be taking those minions and then jumping on out to freedom and getting away from, well,
nice.
Maybe not, because the one shot finds him. That's going to provide vision and is going to try and recall, but Bladeheart is on the prowl, and well, I don't think Hideous is getting out of this one.
No, he is. I'm a little surprised he just decided not to fight up against Bladeheart. But as soon as that one-shot, one-kill did actually hit him blind, Bladeheart basically had it there in the bag. Some really nice moves, but overall, finally some kills are going to go back over here to Enix. What can they do with them, though? We're 13 minutes in. We're looking to complete some items. Darroch is actually still putting down a lot of vision. Visions have actually been really good in these last few series, but I mean, like, a lot of vision right there, Bacon.
Yeah, definitely lots of vision, and well, we'll see if it pays off. Enix is definitely on the back foot now, as they have to try and come back against a Baron that has hit 3 items for the power spike. It's going to be a pretty tough task. Their one hope is that, you know, Vainglorious on this Taka should be getting to the point where he starts falling off very soon, especially with some shield items being finished. Bladeheart does finally get the Aegis. However, it's not enough as he's still just deleted.
Obliterated. Yeah, that's there's a lot of words you can use for that one. Hideous, though, does get his damage in. Bruticus is going to drop Vainglorious with that cleanup crew, and Marto's going to be running for it, but we do got a 2v1 scenario. I just don't think Darroch can really catch up to this Lance, but it doesn't matter. Marto goes right back into it. If the Quibble had hit, I think it actually could have been a kill earlier on, but Vainglorious, I have no idea what Marto thought he was going to do there, but Darroch and Vainglorious very happy to take the kill.
Yeah, absolutely going to be happy to grab that one. The turret is going to drop very, very low. I don't know if these minions are going to do enough to take it. No, they're going to get distracted by the Enix minions. So, turret extremely low, but they are going to be able to turn their attention to this gold miner 25 seconds before Kraken spawns. The Solar Storm is actually just going to help them to secure this, but now Bruticus and Bladeheart, they're going to try and steal it. They don't get there in time, and now Bruticus and Bladeheart, well, they're going to be paying for their transgressions. That's 1 kill. Bladeheart is the next target, as they are going to try and get onto them, but a little bit too far away. Hideous trying to jump forward to catch them.
The monocle is hitting really hard right now. Baron basically is in full offensive form, has a little bit of extra shield there at the end of his build, but Breaking Point, Sorrow Blade, and Tyrants. Who needs armor penetration at this point? Not Baron, because those 400 crits on top of Celeste are going to be more than enough to deal with her, and she has just the Aegis to protect her.
Yeah, just the Aegis, and it just hasn't been enough. Now the Kraken is going to be unleashed. Very nearly stolen by Marto, trying to make that hero play. Now looking for any damage he can get, but is going to be very likely falling. Yep, one shot over the wall from Hideous will do the trick.
He hit that Treant there as well over the wall. He does go. Darroch now going to be here trying to play that support. Vainglorious, I think, might be able to bring down Bruticus, but we also got a Kraken here as well, so it doesn't even matter. Even if Enix get an ace at this point, there is going to be a Kraken in their base, just messing it all up, and you know that's just the best case scenario. Enix will lose out that Kestrel. It's just down to Bladeheart now for the defense, but with the 3-man team of Noble coming down, Vainglorious is even in that stealth. There's not much Bladeheart can do.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much to be available here. Kraken pushing in, so much damage from Vainglorious, and you know, Hideous is going to be keeping the team at bay, as Bladeheart has to get onto the Sanctuary to heal up, and the second turret is now down. Kraken still at a little under half health, and this should be the turret and the game going to Noble Pro. They will be taking at least second place as they move to the grand finals, and Enix, Well, they're in the challenge battles, but they are going to be taking home third place here, which means they have to take on C9 for their spot in the Evil 8.
Best of luck, Enix. Some really good stuff out of Hardic, Lost Boy, Joseph, Gabe Vizzle. Those are some top tier names that you're going up against. So, prepare well. You will have quite the task ahead of you there on Saturday. But for now, it's going to be Noble Pro taking on Fate Zero. Fate Zero actually undefeated their entire run so far.
Yeah, well, finals going to be coming up here shortly. As one seed is determined, the final two are still up in the air for at least a little while longer. Dragonborn, we've got one, and now it's the finals, the grand finals of the Challenger Split 1 of Autumn 2016.
Well, it's all down to this, right? To see who's first seed going up against Nemesis Titan. Second seed will be going up against Team Phoenix. But we already know, as you guys just mentioned, that Noble Pro actually moves on, and it will be Enix that's going up against Cloud9. So we'll get ready for the finals in just a second. This is it for the end of Split for Challengers, basically. Once we move into Challenger battles, the Challenge Series is over. This tournament is concluding, so the final series is going to take place in a few minutes. We are going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back right after this.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live here, getting ready for the final matchup. As we get into the queue, of course, the players, they are exhausted, specifically Noble Pro. They have played 3 series in a row, and so they're just taking some time to get no, it's best of 3, but they're taking their time to get ready into this matchup as... it's been a long night. Tasty Bacon Forecourt, man, back-to-back casting. I think Noble Pro has definitely had the worst run of it today.
Is this best of 5?
No, it's best of 3.
Best of 3.
Okay. I was going to say, some of the teams there are like, why is this best of 5?
It's best of 3. Best of 5 is going to be this Saturday for the challenge battles. And it's a great segue to that because after this matchup, we will be announcing the brackets for the challenge battles, which will be taking place at 3 p.m. Pacific this Saturday. So you guys are definitely going to want to check out that. It'll be here on this channel. So when you normally tune in for Evil 8, just tune in for this. We'll be live here on Twitch and streaming those matches. You definitely aren't going to want to miss it. Not Mitch it. As these teams...
Mitch it good.
I know, I almost said Mitch it.
Like Hacksauce and Derek and everything.
I'll just chalk it up to the late hours of four going on 4 hours of streaming, as well as just the on the East Coast here. It is definitely late into the night, but these teams, these 3 challenger teams are going to be going into the Evil 8, the bottom Evil 8, to try to win over, try to make it into that Evil 8 tournament going into the second split. So yeah, it's going to be exciting matchups. Those are best of 5 Forecourt.
And that's actually an established regime at this point. It's the
Second
last
time.
challenge splits were all best of 5, so the next
Correct.
ones will all be best of 5. That part of the challenge battles Evo 8 circuit didn't change. It was really just the VIS64, the VGL64, as we did move forward with it all. That was really what was different. How did we get the top teams? And well, one more best of 3 and we're gonna know our answer.
We're really close, and it's all comes down to this: first place, who's going to get the grand prize, as well as the bragging rights to say, you know what, they won Split 1 of Autumn Season first prize. I mean, it's there's a lot to say about it. It's a lot to come through this Challenger series. This is definitely harder than last season, no doubt about it, Forecourt, because especially for a team like Noble Pro, they came actually through the loser bracket, so they've been playing more matches than ever before, and it just goes to show you how well this team is really meshing together. If they can pull out a win here, that would be really something. It really would be.
I think it would be fun. But Bacon, you went through the gauntlet earlier on with Europe. What was the feelings there?
Well, it ended up just the team that went through undefeated ended up taking it. It was actually a very similar situation in that it was a rematch actually of the first match. So if it would be like as if Enix had made it to the finals, and then the European equivalent of Fate Zero took the series in 2-0 fashion. So I think Fate Zero, they were the team that locked up the grand final spot first for a reason. So definitely I would give them the advantage coming into this finals.
Yeah, and Fate Zero is really that undefeated team. They've proven that they are the best of the best here. They just got to prove it one more time. And I would not be surprised once more, Dragon, to see a lot of emphasis on the Sawman.
Yeah, I mean, if they've been doing their homework just in the last 2 days, that is definitely something they should be taking a priority pick on. So, it looks like we just have one question.
Yeah, the teams are still a little. I guess they haven't read the rules, to be honest.
So the issue here is that the winner bracket, Fate Zero is in the winner. It will be in A side. We got that all sorted out. It is a best of 3, so we got that sorted out.
Is this a best of 3 or best of 5?
It's definitely best of 3. There's no confusion there.
Oh, the responses here.
Well, what happens is in the finals, live finals, the final match or the final is always best of 5. It's always different than the rest of the matches preceding it. So there might be some confusion there, but the challenge battles don't work that way, or the challenge series does not work that way. So it is best of 3.
Yeah, best of 3, 0-0. Let's go, boys.
But Fate Zero, Fate Zero is A side. I think we got that.
I'm glad now we have all of our ducks in a row, Dragon.
I think we got that sorted out.
Now it's time to go hunting those ducks.
All right. So it looks like the draft now. Still waiting.
Good luck, Team Illest. They are still AFK?
Maybe. No, he's back. He's back. So as we jump into this draft, though, Forecourt and Tasty, just wanted to say that a few words is that VIS, the tournament organization, we really appreciate all the support you guys do for us, all the viewers coming out and supporting our stream, and all the subscribers. We've got a lot of exciting things in plan and in store for you guys coming up, so make sure you guys, if you want to support this stream, hit the subscribe button, and we really would appreciate it. With that, though, I am kicking it off to our casters, Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon, to take us into the draft.
Yeah, all right. Well, the Saw Samuel, that's going to be a common trend. If Noble Pro is in the game, I don't think the Saw is getting through right now.
Right, yeah, that's sort of what I was just going to lead with. I mean, I just don't expect to see Saw for these last few games here, Bacon, but Lyra is still being snubbed for Finn.
Yeah, it's been a common trend, and, well, some teams have made it work, some have not, but it's going to be the Lyra Taka. Again, lots of emphasis on the Taka.
Now all we need is a Saw, but no, it's not going to happen here, Noble. That's actually 2/3 of the winning combination to get them here, though, so we'll have to see what else they can put in lane. Scarf, Celeste, I mean, hey, just put another Ringo up there. Why not? But we do got that Kestrel on one side, and it is going to go over to Fate Zero with that Finn. There's the Celeste to come through. So Scarf or Ringo, I think, are going to be my top two here.
Yeah, definitely.
Or that.
Or that. We're gonna have another Baron coming out onto the fold. As well, Noble, they just made it work, so why not run it again?
Well, I can't imagine then that they're going to change the formula. This should be the Baron with the weapon and Aftershock. It was the Aftershock first item there for Vainglorious. But we'll have to see. Could be a double weapon. Could be something different. But into that lane up against Joker, I think the weapon Baron will do a little bit better.
Yeah, Weapon Baron definitely going to be, I think, a little bit more effective, as it kind of always is. You know, you have, I touch on this pretty much every time we have a Baron, just to, you know, make sure everyone is aware in case you don't watch every game, every series. But the Crystal Baron, while it has a higher potential damage output, it does not have the same level of consistency and, you know, reliability that the Weapon Power Baron does. And so that's why a lot of teams do opt for the Weapon Baron, because at least then you know what you're going to be getting, and you don't have a chance of kind of going into a fight just happening to miss your skill shots and being literally ineffective.
Ilk actually not going to go for a level 1 gank, has actually gone straight into the shop, has put down some traps, has helped out with the Treant. That's going to keep Vainglorious alive just a little bit longer, but already this trap has been spotted. Fate Zero not going to be falling for it, and there's no level 1 gank coming in. We do have another flare. There's Joker not going to be walking into it there, but definitely a little bit more of a different routine for the Lyra here early on.
Yeah, a little different, but they're going to be still getting up into the lane, and now going to be finding a lot of damage onto Joker, but not enough for a kill.
Yeah, the jump jet auto attack reset, really good, but by the end of it all, wasn't enough for that kill, as you said. And now with the 3-man up there, that's a very dead Baron. Darrow still trying to bring down Joker, and Vainglorious just a little bit out of the kill range, so it's still not going to get an answered kill here.
Yeah, they are going to just look for some damage, but nope, not going to find enough. So 1-0 going over to Fate Zero. Eco coming up into the lane as this Finn, going to be just holding off these minions getting pushed in, if they even get that far in, because Vainglorious doesn't quite have a whole lot of damage. So yeah, those minions aren't even going to end up at the turret, so Joker, nothing to worry about as far as losing CS.
Yeah, not really. So after all this said and done, we need to get Vainglorious back into that jungle, but it's actually Hideous taking all the farm that he can for now. It was a few minions there going the way of Vainglorious there as well, but Noble, after that swap, I would fully expect to see the Baron back into the lane. But strength in numbers, they do go for a little bit of a shop. So far, we are keeping with the weapon blades here, Bacon.
Yeah, weapon blades gonna be the trend, as it's, I mean, Weapon Kestrel, not too surprising. Baron, they're going to be getting a lot of damage output out of this. Now Taka's going to be jumping onto Illist, though. Illist will go down, so we do have that 1-for-1. And Hideous is finding the damage, and that is going to be an ace at the 3-minute mark.
Nice plays overall. Hideous with the jump jets got 2 massive AoE hits on top of all 3 of Fate Zeros. They were looking for the kill on top of Darilk. That allowed Vainglorious to get into the back line. He was able to clean up, and then from there it was a reset from Hideous to get the rest of the kills. That is a rather phenomenal start here from Noble. Might have been a little bit shaky after the first blood, but picking up that ace here early on, look at that turret damage already, Bacon.
Yeah, the turret is eating some big chunks of damage there, and I mean, Hideous with this Baron, apparently you're going to have to let through either the Baron or the Saw. You can't ban away both of them unless you want to leave that Samuel open. So lots of options, as Hideous is showing he's more than just the Saw one trick.
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit of a bait. Just like, I'm just going to play Saw every time I can. People are going to fear it. Then it's just turn it around and play this Baron, because nobody will expect it. And well, if that's going to be the case, it's working out well here early on. That being said, even after that ace, it is still the gold to Fate Zero. They are still leading by about 500 or so, so they have a lot more work ahead of them here from Noble.
Yeah, it's just pretty amazing that you can get an ace early on and still not have a gold lead. It just really kind of shows how important actually closing out that turret is. It's gonna be a big spike of gold for Noble when they do get it. They should be able to get this far sooner than Fate Zero is, but Fate Zero also now have to be very wary of any potential future engagements because of the fact that Hideous just showed how much damage he can do with this Baron. You got Vainglorious going for that Crystal Taka once more. As again, burst damage seems to just be the order for Noble.
Now, Vainglorious is going to be showing us that crystal trick again. I'm not entirely too sure if he'll go past the Aftershock and that Crown Bacon. We actually had a lot of defensive items from him there, but hey, if they got those squishies and it seems to be the age of Kestrels and Celestes, then maybe that true damage is just going to be enough. For now, though, all eyes are going to be on Hideous, and that's where Fate Zero is really going to have to put a lot of pressure, because if they let him just get too far ahead at this point, I mean, those AoEs are no joke.
Absolutely not, and it's Hideous has been able to farm pretty well, is actually a little bit behind Joker as an end result, but once Vainglorious comes in, that's going to be a kill going over. One may be answered. No, the healing is enough. Vainglorious, even after the one shot, is going to be alive, so a nice aggressive play from the Taka, able to find the kill and get out of dodge.
Big difference between the teams. We have a fountain from Darok. He had the sigil on top of it. We had no such thing there from Eco. In fact, Eco's still no real fountain. And Illust, you can't really hug him at this point. Those Baron autos are just too much. And Illust is not really going to be part of this fight anymore. He's going to get off one glimmer, but we don't have level 6 on Eco. We don't have any kind of stuns there. And Hideous is just going to go for it. He's looking for the kill. He can't find him. He left Darok to his own demise. And that's going to be a kill going over to Fate Zero.
Yeah, Illust may still get found out here, but now it's in the depths of the jungle and should be fine. He did see the other side of the jungle get stolen by Vainglorious, so Joker now going to be in some trouble. The Baron ult coming down. Joker is going to get dove by Vainglorious. That's going to be another kill. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you can see Illust actually maybe finding Hideous here. One more glimmer shot should do it. Doesn't even need it. 2 basics will finish that off. Eco did also grab the fountain. So now they're going to go in, and Vainglorious is going to be the target.
Immediately, Illust is like, I don't trust that bush. Hits the glimmer. We got that flare there as well. But now it's going to actually be a good dodge. There's the fountain. Illust will survive, at least for now. Eco does actually have that fountain ready to go. Didn't have it in the last fight. Vainglorious is actually still alive, trading damage very well. Darok is not really going to be coming down to help him out because he doesn't need it. Vainglorious popping the Kaku. He's going to get out of that one, but he's not getting the kill. But we do know that Fountain down for about 30 seconds more. Let's see if Noble Pro is going to go on Joker for that.
Yeah, well, Joker is going actually quite far forward, considering that they don't know where exactly Vainglorious is on the map. So is going to be okay for now. And actually, Illust just spotted Vainglorious, but doesn't actually want any part of that after that last trade.
Does actually pick up that Sora Blade, though, so Illust going to be hitting just a little bit harder at this point. We do have the banner and that Aftershock here for Vainglorious. He's going to be going forward, looking for Joker, and there's the damage just melting down that Celeste. He's even going to get a way out of this one for now. Illust not going to get hit by the bulwark. Vainglorious, though, is still going to survive through this one. Hideous, is he actually going for the turret? No, we're going to come back. It's the trade with the Taka, and there's the turret going down on top of things. So overall, a 2-for-1 trade and a turret. Noble Pro looking all right.
Vainglorious on this Crystal Taka is just making so many plays happen. I mean, on that last one, dove in, got the kill on the Joker, did a good amount of damage as well to Illust, then ran away. Illust started to chase the Taka, but then realized if we go chasing Taka, Hideous is just going to take down this turret. So had to turn around. Ends up with Vainglorious just coming back in anyway, getting the kill, and they still end up with the turret. So great job running Fate Zero around the fold, and this is something that really no team has been able to do to Fate Zero previously.
Yeah, they are undefeated in series, if not games. And I gotta say, Baron, you said it, Bacon, right? If you can't ban out Baron, you gotta ban out Saw. If you don't ban out Saw, then you're gonna get the Baron. And so, well, if they win this one out, I think that'll solidify that very nicely. One shot and the core collapse, not actually in sync right there. It doesn't matter, though. They do pick up that Taka. Now Derek is actually going to have that sigil out. It's going to get a little bit of residual heal from Hideous, but Joker is out of energy. Doesn't matter. He got the kill. Illust is fully happy to retreat, and it's going to be another kill into the pockets of Fate Zero.
Illust has an infusion in the inventory. They're diving onto Joker. Nowhere to go, especially without that turret being there. The portals followed by the jump jets. That's just an easy kill picked up. The immense gold payout does go over to Fate Zero, and now with Illust coming back in, going to clear out those minions, make sure the turret gets onto Hideous, and a lot of damage, but not quite enough for the kill. And this has just been, I feel like we've said this quite a few times now against Noble. It's just that not quite enough for the kill. Their opponents come so close, but Noble always seems to be able to get away.
The jump jets were pretty fire right there. I'll give him that. But Vainglorious kind of tipped his hand a little bit too early. Illust is not going to be in killable range, and we're not actually going to get either of these backs here either. But Vainglorious has kept Eco and Illust a little bit more busy than perhaps they want to be. Joker is not getting jumped because there's nobody in lane, so ultimately it's just a little bit of a runaround. So the response from Joker, we saw a lot of pressure on Celeste earlier on. We did suggest, get reflex blocks, right? Joker goes into armor. Think about that for a second.
What?
I mean, Vainglorious is the guy killing him every time, and Vainglorious does pretty much no damage when it comes to that armor. Joker is literally just itemizing for Hideous, and I just don't think that's going to be the game-winning play there.
I don't think it's necessarily Vainglorious the one that's killing him. Yeah, Vainglorious is getting that initial burst, but it's also a lot of the damage from Hideous that's doing some big work onto Joker as well. So I'm okay with getting the armor, especially you also know that late game, it's going to be all focused on Hideous for the damage sources. So, not getting the shield and instead optimizing into armor, I think that's perfectly fine, especially for the long run of this game.
I don't know. I mean, in the long run, sure, but they got to get to a point where the long run actually kicks in. And to be fair, they're not actually behind that much in gold, but the pressure is all Noble, right? And if Fate Zero continues to just lose one kill here and there, they're going to lose out way more objectives.
Yeah, well, Joker's going to dodge out those Porcupine Mortars, but can't dodge all of them. And eventually, the damage does start to hit. There's the portals in.
Yeah, beautiful. The Bulwark into that Ion Cannon. They do lose out Ilk, but now Hideous, can he actually pick up some damage here? He is not going to get hit by the Quibble, but he turns around and takes down the Finn. It is going to be Joker now to pick up that kill, and Vainglorious just kind of lost out on the duels, didn't even get the treant there, and now Illust is on the hunt.
See, and that's why you get armor instead of shield against the Aftershock Crown Taka.
Yeah, okay, I mean, maybe you got a point there, Bacon. I'm more interested in counting out Taka personally, but Hideous, in that 1v1, he definitely lost because of that armor.
Well, I mean, you can see already the damage coming out of Vainglorious has been significantly reduced. He's relying on just the Aftershock for that crystal damage. That's not actually going to do all that much in the long run. So getting the armor, like I said, it's all about that late game. Going into the later stages is when it's really going to pay off dividends against Hideous and this Baron build. But good fight that time from Fate Zero. They're able to make it I believe it was the 2-for-1 by the end of it. Goldmine going to be going over as Noble are starting this one up. Joker maybe coming to try and get the steal. Is it going to be enough? It will not, but now they can look for a fight.
Oh, the anchor is good. Derek's already down so low. He has no sigil, but that is it for Kestrel. Just could not deal with that magnitude of damage, and now Vainglorious just having his way there with Joker. Here's Hideous here to make sure it happens, and that will be 2 kills. Eco is going to be on the run, but Vainglorious, he does not care how tanky you are, Eco. How did we lose Baron? Was there a scout trap down somewhere?
It had to have been a scout trap, either that or stepping into the turret a little too early, but I'm assuming with where Baron died, it was I do remember seeing that scout trap get put down between those 2 walls. So eventually Eco does go down, but it's not going to be an ace. So a 3-for-1 when all is said and done. Still definitely in favor of Noble. They get some more good work done onto that second turret, but not quite going to be finding that destruction yet. Illust is not going to find Vainglorious there either, so a little bit of back and forth still. Like you said, a very close game, only 1,000 gold in terms of the gold difference, but for objective and map pressure, it is still a very big lead for Noble.
So between Hideous and Vainglorious, they're definitely finding these kills. I gotta say that the engage there from Daruk, definitely a little bit more what they were expecting. That last fight where Daruk just basically blew up immediately, yeah, that was not part of the plan right there. But 14 minutes, almost 15 bacon with the Kraken coming through. I mean, this is where mistakes getting punished could actually mean some really, really terrible things for your team. But Daruk actually does get hit by the anchor. No Crucible, no Fountain, no Portals. This is leaving his team a little bit high and dry.
Well, Portals did come out, but it was just a little too late as he went down. Anyway, Vainglorious is going to be trying to run away from this. Illust is going to hunt him down. Meanwhile, in the lane, Hideous does get away. So back down to the jungle. Illust is going to find that kill. And well, just like that, all of a sudden, Fate0, they can turn around and get some damage onto this turret. One shot's going to drop Hideous low, but not low enough for a kill to come through. Kraken is available. I don't know if they actually want to go for it. I think it'd be way too risky, but clearing out this vision, always a good idea.
Yeah, clearing out the vision will go a long way, but we also have to know that the vision is there. There we go. Eco, you're a bigger guy. It's harder to kind of hide these traps away from you, but Derek is going to be there, and he's just going to pop it immediately. Boom. There it goes. No vision for you, Fate0.
Yeah, well, they do have a little bit of vision left there, but it's Daryl doing a good job of getting their own back down and making sure that they can see this middle area of the map. They need to know as soon as that Kraken gets started, if it does. And, well, Eco not going to find any of those flares or those scout traps this time around. Now, can they find themselves another fight? It's going to be tough. Obviously, the Crucibles are going to be there, but now they have found it.
Yeah, and Ion Cannon, doing a little bit of work, maybe not as much as they wanted. Daruk is on the run, but it's going to be an arrow in his back, as Castro does actually bring him down. Now, Vainglorious and Hideous are not in the best of positions. They're going to have to split if they want to avoid an ace, but Vainglorious, no fear, looking for the kills still at this point. There comes the support from Hideous, but it's not going to be enough. Vainglorious can run him around all they want, but the one shot is actually going to go kind of wide. It was the Celeste for the kill. Vainglorious might be soon to follow. He's a little bit too slippery, though.
Yeah, I think Vainglorious is, like you said, a little bit too slippery for them to finish off the kill on. This is going to be the turret, though, and they are too low to really go for the Kraken, so they're just going to take that turret. I'd assume they're just going to recall, but Vainglorious, he wants to find something. Oh, Taka, what are you doing? Again, even if you get that kill, what do you gain from this? Daryl, he's going to find a kill. There's nothing to be traded back on that one. So that's a good engage. The engagement from Vainglorious, not so much.
Well, a kill for a kill at the very end of it all. But yeah, it's Noble losing a lot of steam here. Yeah, that itemization for the armor might actually be the trick to it all, Bacon. That's what you were mentioning. That's why you're so good at this game. But we definitely have a lot of armor on their side.
Yeah, Atlas Pauldron, tier 2 armors. There's actually the Aegis was finished first from Joker, so they're not going to actually have too much armor just yet. I would assume there's going to be a little bit more before this game does finish, but so many scout traps being put down by Daryl.
There's like almost 3 scout traps just intersecting their circles here where Hideous is standing. That is quite a few. Too bad we don't have an anchor or anything to pull him on, but we do got portals and the bulwark, but Joker just going to motor on out. He is not having any of that. We do got Illust here now as well. Eco, where's the hook? It's not going to be a stun combo on top of Daryl. That could have been it for Noble right there.
Yeah, I mean, Joker was getting those broken myth stacks. I'm really surprised they didn't go for that one. As well, now they're going to continue stacking up again. The Frostburn just came out to add those slows, make Vainglorious a little bit less slippery. But they still just can't quite find the fight that they're looking for. However, I think Noble definitely starting to get worried in this game.
13 kills apiece. We actually pick up a free turret there from the minions, but that is basically, again, neck and neck here with the gold. 13-13, and the Kraken has been just sitting there all ready and patient for the last 4 minutes or so. We do got some infusions and some items. As you said, the Frostburn is there. 2 items there on Illust with the defense coming through. It's a very tanky lineup from Fate0. Reminds me a little bit of the early the early Excrucio team from last season.
Yeah,
seasons
going
ago.
for all of the defense. Pretty much, it was. We used to see like 3 to 4 defensive items with just 2 offense, and that's what they're looking for here. Going to finally be finding a lot of these scout traps, almost all of them having just been popped in the middle of the map at least. And well, that's good news for Fate Zero. It allows them to have some more control over that vision.
All right, it could be a fight of fights right here. The Iron Cannon to go in. We try to put it there with that Bulwark, and Joker comes down to half. Illus looking not so hot, but it's all about Darrow getting just bursted down. You can see the glimmers and those Helios just doing work when you gather up like that, and those supernovas just going to work. You lose out somebody, and now we're trying to return the favor. It's going to be Illus 1 and 2. Hideous does take him down. Vainglorious is trying to set it up again, but a Quibble will say no. Eco actually is going to be the target. Hideous is looking for Celeste, can't actually find him yet. Eco will drop off to the top, and Hideous just not going to get that ace, although he tried so very hard.
Yeah, Joker somehow, even with the Eve of Harvest, is just running out of energy incredibly quickly in these fights, and that's really why once they, the sort of disengage happens after that first kill, they took down Derek, and then everyone sort of backed off a little bit. But then Joker had nothing left when the re-engage happened from Noble. Now going to come up, try and maybe steal away this Kraken. Is going to get jumped on by Vainglorious, though. Is the Solar Storm's not going to be anywhere close to on point. And how the Kraken is so low. One shot steals it away after the kill on Tataka. That is a disaster for Noble.
Joker getting the kill, and then was just enough pressure for the one-shot to come through. Joker's not even done yet. Look at this, the burst on top of Darrow. Where you going, Lyra? Come back, let's play. Joker is making plays happening here, Bacon.
Yeah, Kraken's going to get in onto this tier 2. Both Hideous and Derek are recalling, so this turret's going to go down awfully quickly. And now Eco is just slowly but surely making their way down the lane on this Finn, pretty much moving at the same speed as Kraken, it looks like, almost. But they're going to get onto this third and final lane turret. It's going to go down thanks to all that range. Forced Accord gets blocked. And, well, now we could be seeing a fight. We've seen a lot of teams throw a fight at this stage of the game, too. So, Joker already low on energy, needs to be careful, but they're just focused on these turrets.
Oh, they got the stun on top of Hideous right there. That's going to stomp up that damage just a little bit, and the Kraken's still cleaving through. The turrets are done, but we have lost out Celeste. Now it's up to Illus and the Kraken to get this crystal down, and I don't think Vainglorious is going to let him. It's now up to Eco. Eco and Kraken. Kraken is down. Eco is going to even throw the hook on top of the crystal. One
Eco's
more
got
Quibble. He might actually have this. Oh, the stalwart Finn just couldn't get it out in time.
Oh, so close. If the Polite Company was off cooldown, that may have been enough. Oh, very, very nearly taking game number 1, but we are going to continue. The Ace buff comes out. They do get one wave of Ace buff minions because of the fact that Kraken went down before the Ace happened, so they are going to be trying to push up with this. Joker is about to spawn. I wouldn't be too surprised if they Solar Storm comes out immediately just to try and clear those waves, but look at how much damage Hideous has on this turret. It's going to be going down very, very quickly.
Hideous wants nothing to do with this choke point turret. It's an eyesore. We got to tear it down. And tears it down he does. So gold still within a very close margin here, Bacon. Noble Pro getting a little bit purchased back after these back and forth fights, but losing that Kraken, nearly losing the game. Man, they're on the edge of their seats here.
We're very, very close to that point where gold is meaningless. Once you get up to around 50,000, that's kind of once you start hitting that area. So you can see both laners are full 6-item builds. It is a Breaking Point double monocle and a Sorrow Blade for Hideous on this Baron. You can see Derek and Vainglorious both just trying to finish off their final items. Same thing over on the side of for Illust and Eco for Fate Zero. But are they going to be finding a fight?
Yeah, Bulwark on 3. We got that ion cannon, but it does miss out its target because immediately Joker and Illich just getting into the back tower. It's going to be melting down, but Ego just trying to throw out the anchor takes a lot of damage. It is still going to be those residual Helios over the wall to take down that Lyra, and Eco is actually still ticking here. Vainglory is trying to bring him down. Now Hideous is going to come round. 1, 2, 3 shots. It's going to happen, but they trade it out for Vainglorious.
They can rush
Hideous
in.
has to get home.
They can just try and end this, but the energy is very low. They need to play around this very carefully. Hideous can get this double kill. This is going to be so close. Illust is trying to fight him. Uses that active camo to go invisible. They're on to the crystal. I don't know if his Joker's going to have enough.
Stun!
With the stun. It will be the final. Helio gets the kill on the crystal. Joker finishes off the ace just for good measure. And oh, what a game. 24 and a half minutes. And Fates 0, they pick up the first of this grand finals.
All the armor. We have metal jackets. We have an Atlas there with the fin on top of a coat of plates on top of that as well. A lot of armor, my friend. Just really trying to reduce Hideous down to the base attacks, but with those double monocles, the breaking point, the Sorrow Blade, he was just wrecking face, I gotta say. 20 kills. Lose to the 17 this round.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking so good for Noble, but they just unfortunately could not close it out. And a great comeback from the side of Fates 0. Again, they are the top, the only team not to have suffered a series loss thus far. And well, they are now 1 game away from finishing that way and taking the #1 seed.
So, not Bacon, Dragon Bacon.
Yeah.
Ooh, there you go. Are we going to get this? Oh, I guess we're going straight into it.
Yeah, we're going to be starting with the next matchup right away. So this is, man, I mean, it's been incredible matchups back to back to back. We did have a break, of course, between the semifinals for the losers and, of course, these finals. But looks like we're going to get into this second game here between Fate Zero and Noble Pro. And just one thing to mention, it was interesting, as you guys were talking about how they were at the point where the gold didn't matter anymore. The Baron actually sold his 1 piece of armor and picked up another Tyrant's monocle, saying, like, you know what, I'm just going to go as ham as I can go and try to finish this off and try to just get the engage they needed, because that was really what it was they wanted that engagement right away. Lyra went in with the bulwark. They tried as hard as they could to kind of get the pressure, but man, Fate Zero able to do a great job disengaging, repositioning themselves and winning that team fight. So with that, we're going to get you guys right into the next draft though, so Tasty Bacon, take it away.
All right, well, the next draft is up. Samuel going to be banned away by Noble. And let's see what this second ban here from Fate Zero is. We just saw the Baron was doing some work, but they're still going to stick to that saw.
Yeah, no Saw, no Samuel. Where will Noble go? They thinking about a Catherine. And for Catherine first pick, I don't think actually won last time this happened.
Yeah, I mean, Catherine, it's a really hit or miss pick, I feel. So
let's hope it's a hit. Otherwise,
yeah,
it's
well,
2-0 for Noble here.
Yeah, Noble's definitely going to be hoping it's a hit. Obviously, on the other side, this is Fate Zero. They're hoping that it is a big miss because they want to take first place.
Well, there's the Taka. There's the Lance. I cannot imagine we're going to see an Ozo. That would be rather fun, though. So what do we do on the flip side? Celeste is open, Castro's open, Skies, we've seen quite a bit of them as well. Scarf, we've seen a few games of.
Yeah, the Scarf, I think, could come out. I don't know. I mean, Kestrel is going to get grabbed there by Noble, and, well, there is the Scarf to answer, so there we go.
Not really too surprising. If it wasn't those three, there would have been a Sky mixed in, I think, but with this Catherine, it's not going to be a carry Catherine. Hallelujah. It will still be Vainglorious on this Kestrel, and Hideous actually going to be on this Celeste. That leaves us with Joker on the Scarf.
Yeah, well, Joker with the Scarf. We saw some great play out of the Celeste towards the end of the game there and able to finish off the game. But Now, Scarf going to be scaling up really well into the late game. Taka and Lance going to be used to try and win out the early game. So let's see if they can make this happen.
It's going to be an uphill battle. It's also going to be a game of wits here. The mentality, the strength of your focus. We have been doing this now 4 hours back to back here for nights, and every time that a game goes all the way to the third, that's just another game added to the work pile here, Bacon. So these teams are going to be tested here into their last and final hours.
Yeah, well, again, Fate Zero having come through with victories all the way throughout, and they're looking to finish with one more and take that first place finish. Have a date with, I believe it's Nemesis Titan. I had it up earlier. I already closed it. But it is gonna be, this matchup could go either way. Game 1 was so incredibly close, and it wasn't really until the 20th minute that we had a team start to pull ahead solidly. Now, Noble, they're going to be taking a bit of damage here. Daryl on this Catherine. Catherine is relatively weak early on, so I'm actually kind of surprised that there hasn't been already more aggression attempts into Noble Pro, but now Hideous is going to be dropping. There's the damage coming out as Daryl now going to be the next target.
He's like, dude, don't mind me. Oh, God, they saw me. That's going to be 2 kills here from Zero, but Vainglorious will survive, but Illest, if he can take away this farm, that's going to be the bigger and better of the things you can do with these kills. He gets one of the treants. He's going to get this second one here as well. Vainglorious is going to babysit lane, but he got to get those last hits to make it count.
Yeah, if you don't get the last hits, well, then babysitting the lane, it's just going to get you a little bit of extra experience, and that's about it. So the gold is what really matters. We'll see if they can pick some of that up. It is a slight lead actually going over to Noble as a result of those 2 kills that were picked up by Fate Zero. So not really going to be too concerned, but Hideous, this may be cause for concern.
Where's he going?
I don't know. It's
whoops.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just was hoping to juke out some Spitfires or something, but in the end, it doesn't really matter, as that is another kill getting found in the jungle. This is a great start for Fate Zero.
Yeah, Fate Zero coming in, cool, calm, collected. They had a good break after they got themselves into the grand finals, and I think that it's really starting to show here early on. 4-0, and taking away that jungle yet again. Vainglorious is going to sit on 13 farm for a while yet. Darrow coming down, but it is still going to be Illis picking it all up, and now with the Kaku, they're not going to get revenge for it.
Nope, not going to be finding much of anything there, so they do get on out, and again, the invasion, they're going to steal away a little bit more with those forwards going down, and now they're just going to be keeping Daryl away and taking their own claim to their jungle. And this gold, now going to be starting to swing in favor of Fate Zero after they get a couple more kills and steal away that jungle.
Yeah, Joker has been putting a lot of work into his last hits here in lane. 23 now to the 20 as Hideous is just continuously coming under fire. Vainglorious thinking that maybe there's a talk around. It's not actually going to find anything there with the glimmer shots, but Hideous is just again getting handled very nicely there, but now the 3-man rotation will finally be a kill on the board here from Noble. It was a nice attempt at the stop there from Eco. Eco just comes in from the bush. Says, all right, I'll finish your work.
Yeah, gets the kill there. Double weapon blade for Eco on the Roam Lance. Tension bow is also finished for Illist. We've seen Illist do some amazing things with the Tension Crown Taka, and it looks to be another order of the same for him here. And off to a great start. 26 CS to the 18 of Vainglorious. That shows you what's already been able to be stolen away here in just the first 4 minutes.
Vainglorious is like, die, damn it, you minion mine. It kept hitting the leash range and regenerating 1 arrow's worth of damage. Oh, it took him so much longer than it should have. At the same time, though, Zero, they're going to have to go get their own. And that's going to be it for Daryl. Good try, but not enough.
Yeah, this combo with the Scarf is just so strong. You get an Impale, it's pretty much a free shot of Spitfire and Goop being put down, and it's so difficult to get away from that in the early goings of the game.
You're not wrong, Bacon. It is 6-1 for a good reason. They still might even find a kill here on top of Hideous, but Eco's actually going to be leading the way here into the jungle. It's going to be Illis now to follow up there as well. Vainglory needs to pick up this farm and try to get out as quick as he can, but the farm is going to go to Illis there with that X-Retsu. We are going to get the stun with the camo, but I think the Kestrel's days are numbered.
Yeah, that's going to be another kill going over. Illist also going to grab this Treant, so we'll be able to get the healing to help get them out of there. Eco actually may want to turn this around because Scarf is here.
Yeah, and it might not be a kill on top of Hideous, but it's definitely going to be some damage here on top of Darilk. And with Joker coming through, I mean, as we saw, the Celeste was there as well. Their farm is just going to be neck and neck here in lane. Eco coming back in. I really do think that from that angle, it's really hard to miss out on Hideous.
Yeah, but they don't decide to go for it, not pulling the trigger just yet. Now Vainglorious going to be coming up and sending him away. But 7-1. Actually, Illist is going to be in some trouble here in a 2-on-1 situation, but I don't know if they actually want to go for this.
Vainglorious is just going to be able to pop out the scout trap, and we don't have a fountain. That is still just a life spring here from Darilk. So Vainglorious, he's really on his own, and he just will not be able to compete with those cooldowns. Illis picks up one. They're going to get the second here on the Catherine as well. And
So
with
damage.
that, I mean, Hideous is already down low as well. So Zero Joker is just going to be pushing forward into this lane, getting some chip damage maybe.
Yeah, Illist going to steal away more of this jungle, and Fate Zero, they are just really starting to run away with this one. It's very early on, but they have a almost 3,000 gold lead now picked up, and they're going to look to add to this.
Yeah, and Noble just, again, I think
my
they're feeling the weight of the night, because that just came out of, left field right there. But the combo is good, Bacon. The combo's good. That puts us up 10-1 for kills.
That was... I don't know if I've seen someone die that quickly in Vainglorious before. That was insane. Everything just hitting at once.
Yeah, the Booty Brews. Crystal Power Ringo Booty Brews from EU just melt down people immediately. Really, terrible way to go. And Darilk about to find out that it's a terrible way to go. We have that banner. We almost got that crown here from Illis. So that true damage is starting to stack up with that tension. And now Hideous could be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Hideous definitely going to be taking a lot as the Taka just absolutely relentless. And this is the kind of place we've been seeing from Illist. Vainglorious may look to try and make a play happen, but going to get rooted. Gets the active camo down, but it doesn't even matter. That's another kill. 13 kills in 7.5 minutes.
Zero, just really bringing the full weight of this comp to bear. Darilk just going to run into that lance, just immediately has that Gethian wall ready to go. He's not going to go anywhere. We do have that crown, and Illis is basically set up now. He can just live out of his opponent's jungles, no problem.
Yeah, they're going to be just grabbing plenty of farm here. I mean, the gold lead, it's now... up beyond the 3,000 mark at 8 minutes. It's going to continue to grow. Illist maybe actually, nope, never mind. I'm going to say maybe have bitten off more than he could chew, but Eco is here to save the day. The Fountain of Renewal comes through. Doesn't matter. Kind of a big deal. Feels like a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, 9 kills, 2 assists. That's pretty big deal worthy if you ask me. Now we're also going to pick up that turret. We got nothing left to hide behind here, but Eco does not have that impale ready to go. Could have very well been more kills, but 14-1 here in almost 9 minutes, Bacon. Fate Zero, they're ready to go to bed.
Absolutely looks it. They want to end this one, and I mean, they've got themselves a big lead. And not only the gold lead, but the mental advantage. You look up at the scoreboard, you see 14-1. The players don't see the gold. They just see the number of times that they have died. And that's very, very demoralizing to see 5 deaths on each of your carries at 9 minutes. It's tough to overcome that.
They're not going to go through and look for those backs. Kestrel is actually going to pick up her backs for the first time in a while. But the 37 farm to Illist and his 55, not to mention the kills, the assists, the gold mine as the immense goes out, and that turret. Yeah, it's kind of looking good when it comes to this jungle matchup. Vainglory is still actually struggling to get a tier 3 item out, and he's almost 10 minutes in.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, no tier 3s. That kind of tells you exactly what's been happening in this game. It's you got people working on their second tier 3s. Taka has 2 of them. And Joker has enough gold to finish off their second. They're about to go do that right now. And Vainglory is still sitting without a single one. Just complete domination of the jungle coming out from Illust in this game.
And with domination like this, we talk a lot about the gold, but let's look at the items here. The levels, Bacon. 10. Illust is sitting at 10 levels in 10 minutes. Joker's not too far behind that. He's about 9.5. Eco there at 8. We are about, 886 from Noble Pro. That by itself is a massive power difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they're going to just continue to keep this pressure on. I mean, Noble, they can't even leave the lane at this point.
Oh my god.
Vainglorious is gonna go down. They don't find the kill onto anyone else, at least not yet. I don't know if they're gonna go diving under the turret for this one. Eco looks like he wants it, but they do think better of it.
Man, that was just a 1v1. I mean, Glorious just has nothing in the bank against Illust at this point. I think, honestly, Illust could just go into a Soro Blade and just call it a day at this point.
Well, very well could. I don't know if they're going to even matter because they have now found Daryl. Gonna go not quite down. Yep, nope, does end up falling. The Solar Storm actually does a good chunk of damage, but again, I just don't think they really care as they're just going to go right back in underneath this turret and get some more damage done to it.
Yeah, Minions did some good work right there, but again, with Illust kind of hanging around at this point. Oh, Vainglorious, he didn't see that flare, but Eco somehow actually not going to be getting that impale, and it is going to be the train once more over to Illust. I don't think he's been on his side of the fold here in a good few minutes. I mean, these Minions over here are probably maxed out by now.
Yeah, most likely, and the Minions do scale up in value the longer that they're on the fold, and so we'll have to see if they do actually end up taking these. And so, yeah, let's see what these forwards are worth each. It's not going to be a huge amount, but 24. Okay, that's pretty normal.
Train, what, 120? Yeah, not even close. 55.
No, the forward treant is never worth that much.
Man, why not? I don't know why I didn't get the backs. I wanted to see how much those were worth, but anyways, 16-1, and you're almost down to your choke point turret. Yeah, you can't really be this far forward, Hideous, and he's gonna get nothing really out of it. Yeah, he's actually not dead yet. That's actually a good credit there to the Noble Pro team, but throwing down that ult did not get them anything. Darok rooted up. Dragon Breath just going to be taking him down. We got a nightmare coming through as the Kestrel dies off to the side, and Illust is the nightmare of Noble Pro at this point.
And one lone minion coming in does enough to break that barrier on the turret, and the second turret has been destroyed. 18-0, 11-0, and 4 for Illust. I mean, he doesn't even have damage built. That's the scary thing. It's just the tension bow and the storm crown that is doing
and
all of this
12.
work. Yeah, well, yeah, but the items being built are not, kill items. Is going defensively with that Aegis. Has a crystal bit, so we'll have to see if that becomes anything. Now it's oh boy, he's gonna go into crystal. It's all gonna be about that burst, and well, Daryl gonna eat a little bit of damage there, and well, let's see if Fate Zero decide to just try and push this issue again.
Nice block. Hideous is going to survive, at least for now. Illust, though, getting some damage done into the back. We got some fountains there. Eco stunned up, down to about half or so. He somehow gets that root. Vainglorious is going to be paying that price. And after you get rooted this stage of the game, Illust is going to be all over you. And Joker, he, again, just pushes them out. He clears up the creep wave. I don't think we can really do too much against the choke point turret. The minions are just not going to last that long. But, I mean, again, the fold is just kind of reducing in size of where Noble Pro can go safely.
Yeah, 14 minutes in, Kraken's going to be spawning here soon, which means this last gold mine is going to go over. Illust going to work on that one. Really no attempt to steal this, I don't expect, from the side of...
I don't even think they know.
Noble, they can probably assume, but it's immense gold payout going over. Recall's going to come through because Taka finally needs some energy. Is going for a broken myth. Oh boy.
Yep. Usually you'd see that with an aftershock, but I mean, it's going to be hitting harder. I was really expecting to see the aftershock, to be honest.
Well, here's the backs finally going to get taken. It's 34-84 on the duels. That's a pretty good chunk of gold for taking out 2 minions. But meanwhile, the other 2 are actually looking to fight on the other side of the map.
I think Joker's really just looking to poke at this point. There's not really any way that they can get a kill if it is going to be 2v3. But at the same time, Illis is coming up. He has an infusion here as well. And Noble Bro haven't seen him. Maybe they're just seeing red. Hideous! Absolutely melting. He does have a core collapse to keep him going. And Illis is going to get into that bag. Eco's down low, but here comes the breath from the Scarf. Vainglorious again, just kind of delaying the inevitable. Got the camo, but ultimately does drop.
Yeah, Daryl did get out of here alive, is going to get to recall, but I mean, I'm kind of surprised they're not just going for the Kraken right away, but 21 kills now, 13 of them belong to Illist, and Illist is going to go ahead and start the Kraken on their own, has plenty of damage, and is able to survive and avoid a lot of the damage from the Kraken. Kind of surprised he's not timing the kite in there to try and avoid the hit, but
he doesn't care.
It really doesn't even matter. He's gonna just be able to take this one down. Gonna get help. One shot comes through, does not hit anything because he pulled it out nice and far. And Kraken unleashed 16 minutes in, and Fate Zero, they are on the verge of taking first place in VIS Challengers.
4 blue items for Joker. Eco even going to be that far ahead. He picks himself up that infusion. We do got some infusions there for the defense. The level 10 here from Vainglorious is about to run out, and he doesn't have the money to do anything else about it. But we do got a fresh level 12 there from Hideous. But
the thing that really confuses me is if you look in the inventories of Hideous and Vainglorious, there's not a single piece of shield.
Nah, don't need it, man. Clearly. Clearly don't need it.
First turret's down, and here they go looking for fight. That's actually going to be a stun, but it's not enough to stop this. And Eco is going to be dropped low. There's the Dragon's Breath. Daryl is just melting and taken out. Now Illis just going to be working on those crystals. Vainglorious going to try and make something happen maybe, but well, that's going to be one turret down. Second turret going to fall shortly after.
Yeah, they're kind of just letting Illis do whatever he wants at this point. We're trying to set up that minefield. Illis will survive, would you believe? Eco and Joker have actually been out-dueled. But, I mean, why would you go home at this point, boys? Why would you go home? You got a Kraken right here. Nobody to come up except Derek is now going to be there. I really think a few shots could have ended it, but they're not going to risk it.
Yeah, especially, Joker was stacked up from Broken Myth. A single Spitfire and then a goop underneath the crystal very likely would have taken it out with what was left of Kraken. But, yeah, they want to play it. I mean, now all of a sudden they decide they want to be cautious, I guess.
Yeah, 21 kills up. Better not rush anything, boys. It's a game 2 of a finals that we're leading 1-0. I mean, I don't want to do it. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, that's their choice. Noble, though, they got to continue on into this game, but it's 11,000 gold down. Not quite the 14 or so that it was before, but 11,000 gold is a steep mountain.
I mean, Vainglorious did just get a huge infusion of gold because of that shutdown, so there's that at least. But Daryl, well, he's not going to be long for this world. Gets taken out, and now with just the 2 members left to defend, Frostburn's actually going to slow up all 3 members on this engage, but they're still hunting it down. It is just the crystal left, and I don't think Hideous and Vainglorious are going to be able to stave this off. Eco's taken a lot of damage, but now they are going to finally... Actually, Illis is going to say, you know what? I don't care about the fight anymore. I've got enough kills. 15 is plenty. He turns his attention to the crystal. Joker, though, is taking the fight, and it will be 2 kills going over to Joker, and the crystal finally destroyed. 19 minutes in, and almost mercifully, it feels, the crystal is taken out, and Fate Zero will be your #1 seed coming out of the North American Challengers.
A very hard fight, but I really do think that time, energy, and everything has really weighing down upon Noble that one. They just sort of lost control early on and did not have any purchase back into it. So Fate Zero will remain your undefeated champions through the entire bracket. They get the honor of trying to eliminate Nemesis Titan come Saturday.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, the strain on Noble Pro, I mean, they had to play, that was their 3rd series in a row The previous one was a full 3-game set, so definitely a lot of mental fatigue going on there, I'd have to assume. They're still going to be the number 2 seed, though, still getting $600, and is still going to have a shot at getting into the Evil 8 in a couple of days when they will be taking on the side of Phoenix Rain. So, I mean, the way that these teams played today, I could see either of these two getting into the Evil 8. I think that number 3 seed would be a bit of a stretch, having to take down Cloud9, but for these two, there's definitely a chance, especially Fate Zero.
Yeah, Fate Zero's definitely seems to be a lot in control, definitely in tune with the meta here. And this is exactly what this series is supposed to do. It's supposed to show us the diamonds in the rough, the rising stars, the next wave of pros. However you really do cut it. Fate Zero overall not dropping a single series in. I mean, it was around a 64, right here, Dragon? So 64, 32, 68 is double elimination. It's your 9 series in a row that they went undefeated.
Yeah, and that's a lot. That's a tall order to ask for any team to do that kind of win streak and all in one split. That's incredible. And again, we see yet again tonight, Scarf does win out over the Celeste. So splitting the mages, definitely favoring the Scarf here. Or Tasty, you were gonna say?
Oh, sorry to cut you off there. It was I actually didn't mean to. I thought I was muted, but 7 series that Fate Zero have won to take home first place here.
And I believe you wholeheartedly because I've learned my lesson. To not doubt the Tasty Bacon.
I estimated.
So we are going to then, of course, jump and take a look at where we're going next. So with that conclusion, we can take a look at the challenge battles, which will be taking place this Saturday at 3 p.m. Pacific here on the VIS channel, here on Twitch. Cloud9 will be the first matchup going up against Team Enix. Enix coming out of the challenge battle, and they, of course, the last seed. They will be going up against the highest of the 3 seeds, which will be Cloud9. Then Team Phoenix will be going up against Noble Pro, and we just barely had a Team Phoenix versus Team Enix. I'm sure Tasty Bacon and Forecourt are going to be sad about that not happening. But then Team Nemesis, Nemesis Titan, and Fate Zero. That will be our final series on Saturdays. All of these series are best of 5. So that's the one thing that stays the same, but it's a big sticking point because these teams coming up from the challenge battles, not only have they gone through 6 or 7 series of non-stop matches, they now have to go into a best of 5 to get into the Evil 8. So it is an uphill battle, but as you guys were noting, Noble Pro and Fate Zero, as well as Enix, these are teams that have just performed exceptionally well, and no doubt about it, it's been very very, very exciting matches to watch here tonight.
Words are getting harder as the night goes on.
They are, and I do want to, of course, give a thanks to Fate Zero for taking care of this swiftly so that we can go to bed.
Okay, I'll leave that out there. The big thing for me coming up on the weekend, as I'm going to be watching from home here, Team Phoenix and Noble Pro. That's like the story of Xenotech, his past and now his present, coming up and colliding.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, I mean it's without adding much more to that. I think that when you look at these 3 teams. Specifically, like just kind of the young excitement that Fate Zero's bringing, as well as Noble Pro and Enix as well. These are exciting rosters, and all of them have names that we have at least once or twice met at some other team in some other capacity during the live championship. So exciting to see these guys kind of make their way into different teams and organizations to kind of display this and show what they've got. Except for Fate Zero, Noble Pro and Enix are all esports organization affiliated, and coming into this, it's not surprising to see these younger orgs getting into the scene, and it's encouraging, I think, for everybody. But with that, I think it is time to call it a night. We will be, of course, back here tomorrow. Saturday, not tomorrow. We will be back here Saturday.
Don't come back tomorrow.
I mean, I won't be here. I'll be taking it easy for once. So
No, you're not. You're hosting an ARAM tomorrow.
That is true, but I'll be taking it easy. It'll be a much easier stream for sure. So come back here on Saturday.
We get to hang out again. Woo!
It seems like that's all we get to do these days. Forecourt is yeah. Let's make sure you guys tune in. Challenge battles 3 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday to catch the finale. Really, it's the final stage of Split 1, and then from there, it's right into Split 2. And of course, we're on a new update. 1.23 has just landed. New heroes, lots to check out in Vainglory. It's really it's exciting time to be here. So, Forecourt, any last words?
Nope, it's been a blast. It might have gotten a little bit, late here into the hours, but overall, always fun to see how the challengers go through. And for now, hope the teams get some rest. And when they come back, all bushy-tailed and bright-eyed on Saturday, we'll see who's in the Evil 8.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming out and viewing, coming out and watching this stream. It's been a long night. We are going to say goodnight, and we'll see you on Saturday.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.